Chapter 51 The Winter of Crisco Part 2 Bow Thank you Beer 11 for your support and monthly ticket support. The whole Gel Street was in chaos. The North Russians who took to the streets to become sellers, besides selling and bartering with each other, they also turned their attention to the vehicles coming and going on the street, because even the Soviet Union is a superpower, but in this era, there is still some ability to own a car. Not to mention that at this time when the ruble depreciates and prices are soaring, people who can afford to drive are simply local tyrants in the eyes of ordinary people. Hierarchical. This gentleman, look at my stuff. This is a collection of Pushkin's poems. It contains not only all the public poems of Pushkin, but also many poems that are not seen in other books. God testifies, if not because of the damn situation now, I will never sell him. This is a pure gold necklace. It is a wedding gift I bought for my wife. It has a very important meaning to me, but now I have to sell him. As long as you can give me some dollars, I don't want that shit ruble that is worse than a piece of waste paper. Sir, I haven't eaten anything for a day. As long as you can help me buy some black noodles in the mall, or buy me some pizza black bread, you can pick whatever you like on me. Countless North Russians crowded on Gel Street. They gathered around every passing car, slapped their hands on the windows, and screamed and begged desperately, but none of these cars stopped. They were all crazy. Want to escape from here? Escape these people who have fallen into madness. Ziming's car was also in the traffic. Although Ziming's car was only the most ordinary Volga, there were still many North Russians who slapped the windows to sell things. Ziming and Karolina were sitting in the car, listening to the noise outside. Karolina bit her lip and clenched her fists. Her beautiful and pretty face was full of pain. Why did it become like this? Karolina muttered to herself. Her big beautiful eyes looked out the window blankly, and there was an indescribable grief in her eyes. This is the inevitable price of war, Ziming said, while reaching out and holding her hand. Karolina turned her head to look at Ziming blankly. She didn't seem to understand what he said. Ziming said to her, remember what I said in the Red Square building? I said that I would fight Dota Plan here, on the top of the field. Then this is a war without gunpowder. Facing Ziming's answer, Karolina was silent. How could she not understand Ziming's words? In fact, as Ziming's interpreter, she was completely inseparable from Ziming. She also knew that Ziming was from 4. What did you do in the half-month period from May to May? Since the establishment of the North Russian Securities Company, the Dota Plan began to act. Since the securities companies sold the rubles, Ziming and the North Russian Business Alliance have also followed suit. But there is no capital hedge. But Ziming asked them to simply sell the rubles and exacerbate the ruble's problems. The degree of depreciation has caused the ruble to depreciate by a few percent in just 1 week. Later, these competitions developed to other areas. In response to the uneven distribution of the Soviet industry's domestic industry, the North Russian Business Alliance and the Dota Project expanded the battlefield to all daily necessities. For example, the most basic flour, vegetables and salt, as well as the clothes people wear. These are the most common things, but it is also because of the commonality of these things that people will not pay attention to them. However, once these things are in short supply, they will cause the greatest panic, such as countless salt grabbing in later generations. This time was the first offensive launched by the North Russian Business Alliance, because Ziming pointed out the huge hidden dangers in the Soviet Union to Ilbedov. The shrewd Jew immediately realized the business opportunities in it, and he immediately took action. Let the North Russian Business Alliance take the lead in the Dota Plan and sweep away all the domestic necessities of life. In fact, no matter how poor the domestic industrial configuration in the Soviet Union, it is said that the lean camel is bigger than the horse, but it can still be sustained. But now, with the help of the North Russian Business Alliance and the Dota Project, all the economic weaknesses of the Soviet Union are reduced, exposed. However, due to the shortage of various necessities of life, the price of goods has soared further. and the ruble has been depreciated more intuitively, and they have the situation they are seeing now. It is sad to think that the house price of future generations has risen from 2,000 to 5,000. It is still a house. Just imagine that the rice you eat every day has risen from 2 to 200 overnight. How would you feel? Excluding the rich, for most people with only a few thousand wages, that is simply unimaginable. Now for the Crisco people, what they have to face is such a situation. Their savings and wages have not risen, but the prices have reached a height that they cannot afford, otherwise they will not take to the streets. I sold my family property to survive. Especially judging from the dressing of these people, they are certainly not a middle class with a certain economic status. Now even them are like this. You can imagine how bad the economic situation here is. But as long as my motherland can be reborn, some pain must be endured, just like the Great Patriotic War back then. Carolina said so, but Ziming could feel that her heart must be very painful and unwilling from the trembling of her hand. After all, she is a person with a very strong sense of honor for her homeland. Seeing the motherland now, she must be very sad about this look. However, Ziming couldn't comfort her. Although this economic catastrophe was bound to happen, it would not have progressed to such a serious stage so quickly without his own support behind it. At this time, Ziming's cell phone rang, and Ziming connected. It was a call from Li Cheng from Hong Kong City. He said, the ruble has depreciated by a few % of its original value, and Crisco's economic situation it is not optimistic. I heard that many North Russians have begun to take to the streets to sell their property. Ziming admired the first sentence of Li Cheng's mouth. This was not to say how shocking Li Cheng's words were, but his slightly heavy tone. Obviously, Li Cheng knew that Carolina, the North Russian guide, must be sitting next to him. If he showed a very excited posture at this time, it would definitely arouse Carolina's heart. Although Carolina alone could not play a decisive role in the whole situation, if she really made her go on strike, it would not be a good thing for Ziming in North Russia. Whether it is good or bad is a matter of one sentence. Of course, Li Cheng, who is the most adept at manipulating favors, can make this choice wisely. Sure enough, as Li Cheng himself said in the book, success is never accidental. If Li Cheng hadn't noticed this kind of details of human relationships, he would not be able to be the richest Chinese man. Since this time he was going to grab money from the Dota project, Ziming of course had to use the power of the Gangqing Chebel, or else he and the North Russian Business Alliance alone would not even have bones left. But at least once you turn your face over there, you will definitely lose a lot. On the other hand, this is also to maximize the benefits you earn. Thinking of Li Cheng's intentions, Ziming was very cooperative and continued in his tone, the news of Dongli is still as well informed as before. Russians, can you imagine a situation like this? Of course, I actually saw the bankrupts in the stock market crash 2 years ago, but I know that the situation in North Russia is much more serious now. Li Cheng said another sentence before proceeding to ask Ziming, now that the ruble has depreciated so severely, do we need to take any measures here? Should we continue to follow it? It must be followed. Now is just the beginning, Ziming said. Li Cheng, who got the answer over the phone, took a sigh of relief, because he knew Ziming's words were serious, but he couldn't accept it, because the Soviet Union was also a superpower on par with the United States, even in the past. The exchange rate must be higher than the US dollar. Now, even if his economy has encountered an unprecedented crisis, this is not the case. Ziming guessed Li Cheng's thoughts very much, and then said to him, Li Dong, if it is only the collapse of the Soviet economy, of course it will not be so miserable, but the key is now not only us, the North Russian Business Alliance and the Dota project. North Russia's central government is also conducting shock therapy, which will exacerbate the severity of the economic situation, so the ruble will depreciate more drastically in the future. How much will it depreciate? Li Cheng asked. 1,300 times to 1,400 times. Over there, Li Cheng heard Ziming's answer and was silent for a long time, and finally said, little brother Ziming is really magnificent. We don't even dare to think of such a thing. No way. I believe Dong Li, You should also have heard the saying that people can be bold enough to be productive. And I am a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers, Ziming said. Li Cheng finally said, well, I will persuade those on the board to continue investing in North Russia, and wait for the final bargaining. Thank you very much. Ziming said to Li Cheng that Ziming also sincerely wanted to thank Li Cheng, because Ziming could imagine that in a country like North Russia that was originally under totalitarian control, they would invest so much money all at once. Those people in Hong Kong are sure. I was very worried, thinking about closing it if I wanted to see him well. I can imagine how much pressure Li Cheng was under. Of course, there is Lin Muking as the chairman, but Lin Muking has a shallow foundation, and the funds he masters and can mobilize are far inferior to Li Cheng. This is why Ziming must pull Li Cheng. Mr. Ziming, is this your Chinese way? Thank you very much for caring about me so much. When Ziming hung up the phone, Carolina, who was next to him, immediately told Ziming that this made Ziming stunned for a moment. And then he also realized that Li Cheng had not concealed it from her just now. Ziming smiled at this, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by a scream outside. Chapter 52 The Winter of Crisco Part 2. What are you doing? You bastards and villains, don't grab my things. A woman's startled scream was like lightning flashing across the night sky. Despite the noise outside, it reached Ziming and Carolina's ears through the car. Ziming and Carolina looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that a few people were pulling together not far from the car. It seemed that several men were robbing a woman, and the woman was desperately grabbing their own things. The two sides just pulled you back and forth like this. The woman obviously couldn't grab it, but said that she wouldn't let go, so she could only yell at it. Although the descendants of northern Russia were called the Fighting Nation, no one came forward to stop all of this at this moment. Everyone was just doing their own thing numbly, as if it were just air. In fact, it is normal to think about it. With the deteriorating economy of North Russia and the crazy depreciation of the ruble, prices have soared. Even middle-income people have begun to sell their property on the streets, let alone other people. When people are in a desperate situation, they can do anything. Some people start to rob on this jail street in order to be full. Judging from the expressions of other people next to it, it is obvious that this is not the first time I have seen it, so they are all used to it, and no one will come up to take care of this nosy. However, Ziming looked intently at that side, frowning, because Ziming felt that there was a figure over there that was very familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. Fortunately, Carolina's voice sounded at this moment. That is Zelaeva, Mr. Ziming. Shall we help her? In the past, after Carolina's reminder, Ziming remembered who the girl over there was who was being robbed. She was the friend Carolina called to bring them into the White House that day. Now that he knew him, Ziming didn't look at the reason why she was robbed like this, so he immediately asked the police to park the car on the side of the road, then opened the door and got out of the car, and went over there with Carolina. What are you doing? Quickly let go of my friend. Carolina yelled at the few people over there. Zelaeva heard Carolina's voice, looked up and saw Ziming, who was coming with Carolina, and cried, "You guys help me. They want to grab my things." Ziming would definitely want to help, but Ziming hadn't had time to make a move, so he rushed over first. It's worth mentioning here that, just now, the police did not take the lead. Even though Ziming also said to ask him to help, he still got off the car with Ziming and went there. He rushed out and solved the few North Russians who were carrying out the robbery. This is a qualified bodyguard, because in the police, only Ziming's safety is the most important thing. As for other things, they can only be done after Ziming's safety is ensured. It is precisely by following this bodyguard rule that the police will follow Ziming. Because the situation on Jell Street is very chaotic at this moment. He must first ensure Ziming's safety and ensure that Ziming can observe it. He will do other things. After driving away the few North Russians, Ziming and Carolina helped Zelaeva to clean up the scattered things together. Looking at the jewelry and perfume that fell on the floor, Carolina asked her in surprise, "My God, Why are you selling things here? Are these not your favorite things before? This perfume is your favorite brand, but you bought it back after thinking of a lot of ways. Why are you selling it now? It's a shame. Facing Carolina's doubts, Zulaeva sighed. I can't help it. You know, I'm just an ordinary civil servant. My salary is so much, and prices are rising so badly now. If I don't sell these things, and my family will have no food tomorrow. Even though Ziming had thought of Zulaeva's answer, she was still surprised. The reason is simple. Under the influence of her thoughts in the past 50 years, if someone tells Ziming that the people in the Zhongnan high class have no money to eat, even this, no matter how normal the situation is, it is still surprising. Of course, it was not only Ziming who was surprised. Carolina was also surprised. But Zulaeva, don't you work in the White House? There is the Central Parliament building of the Republic of Northern Russia. Why is the domestic situation like this? The central government don't you help the people without helping your own people or giving you subsidies? Subsidies? Those bureaucrats don't want to get money from us. They are already thankful. Where can they dare to ask for subsidies? Zulaeva said with a wry smile. Ziming and Carolina were silent. Carolina hated those bureaucrats who were inferior to scumbags. Ziming didn't know what to say. But at this moment, Zulaeva suddenly turned her gaze to Ziming, and said to Ziming like a drowning man seeing a straw for life, "Is Mr. Ziming you? Great. I finally found you. I know you have great powers. Can you help me?" Zulaeva's sudden remarks made Ziming stunned for a moment. Ziming was baffled, because in Ziming's own impression, the only intersection between herself and her was the only time she went to the White House to find Nikolaevich. When drinking, Ziming didn't recognize her at the first moment because of the hurried encounter between the two sides. And even because the language of the two parties was incomprehensible, he had not directly spoken to her even a word. It was for this reason that Ziming couldn't understand why she saw the savior when she saw herself. "Didn't you write the 4 big characters on your face?" Ziming turned to look at Carolina in confusion, because she had to say the reason. Carolina understood what Ziming meant. She shook her head and said, "I have been with you, Mr. Ziming, during this period. It is the first time I have seen Zulaeva since that day." This answer was completely expected by Ziming, because it was indeed the case. At this time, Zulaeva's sentence perfectly answered Ziming. She said, "Mr. Ziming, since you can persuade Mr. President to do such a great job, the speech has promoted the great changes in our Republic of North Russia. So now you will definitely have a solution to this problem in North Russia, right?" This sentence made Ziming a little helpless. Feelings were unnecessary after thinking about it for a long time. This girl simply thought that since she could move the president, she could also solve the economic crisis. Such thinking is undoubtedly wishful thinking, but now for these North Russians who are struggling with severe inflation, any hope is a life-saving straw. Ziming shook his head helplessly and said to her, "Miss Zulaeva, I am very grateful for you to believe in me so much, but I really can't do anything about your economic crisis." Regarding Ziming's answer, Zulaeva didn't accept it at all. "Impossible." "Mr. Ziming, you must not help, right? I beg you for help. If you are not willing to help, all of our North Russia people can't live anymore. By the way, I know that you Chinese like to kneel when you ask for help. Then I will kneel down for you too, asking you to help us." Speaking of Zulaeva, she really knelt down to Ziming, but this is on the most prosperous Jell Street in the entire Soviet Union, and it is still in economic crisis, and the surroundings are crowded with North Russians who have become sellers here. In addition, the robbery and fight just now, no matter how numb the other people were, they also attracted their attention. Seeing Zulaeva's movements now made them react too. "This gentleman, do you really have a way to help us solve our current predicament?" "Miss Zulaeva, I know that she works in the White House." "Then you must be some high official or rich man." "Then we will kneel down for you. Please help us. Please." "I don't know who brought the head." The North Russians around you begged Ziming every word, but they finally developed to the point where they all followed Zulaeva and knelt down to beg Ziming. Seeing the North Russians around him kneeling down to him, Ziming was stunned. This is something he couldn't think of, but if you look into it carefully, the thoughts of these people are all the same as Eva. A drowning person sees help and desperately wants to catch it. But the idea is that this idea is easy to explain. But when it is actually encountered, it is still surprising and unacceptable. Seeing these North Russians have to knelt on the ground, if I changed to ordinary people, I was afraid that they would be in a hurry and didn't know what to do. But Ziming only calmed down in an instant. He did not rush to express his stance, but looking very seriously at the North Russians kneeling around him. Ziming's seriousness quickly spread to the surrounding North Russians, and their begging became smaller and smaller. At this time, Ziming spoke. "Don't you feel that you are embarrassed? Ask me, someone you don't know at all. Do you really think that I have the power to save you? Don't you have any ability to judge? Don't you think that your current behavior? Are you deceiving yourself?" Ziming's words were loud and loud, as deaf as Huang Zongdalu, so that they suddenly realized, yes. Why should we ask a Chinese who we don't know? Are we all crazy? With this thought, these North Russians got up from the ground one by one, and then the whole Jell Street returned to the way it was just now, except for Eva, who was still kneeling on the ground. Ziming and Karolina walked over and helped Eva and said, "Miss Eva, we Chinese people pay attention to finding a place for things, so no matter what we have, it is not good for us to talk on this street. Let's pack things first, then get in the car and talk. Okay?" Eva had already regarded Ziming as her last hope. At this time, it was naturally Ziming who said, and she did what she did. "I'm sorry, a lot of things happened temporarily today, and the small square film can only write one more if he is desperately working hard." Chapter 53 The Population Market? Mr. Ziming, I am sorry for what happened just now. I know that it caused you a lot of trouble. After returning to the car, Eva first apologized to Ziming. Faced with Eva's apology, Ziming shook her head and said, "Now your North Russia's economic situation is like this, I can understand your feelings, and there is no if you don't bother, forget about what happened just now." Eva gave an inaudible, then lowered her head. She was silent for a while, and finally asked Ziming, "But Mr. Ziming, I believe you have the ability to solve our North Russian economic problems, right?" This time Karolina didn't help her with the translation, so she helped Ziming scold her and said, "Eva, what are you doing? We are proud North Russians. You can't force Mr. Ziming to help us." "Karolina, I know that my request is very unreasonable, but I really can't help it." "Karolina, you follow Mr. Ziming, you are happy. You have not realized that we ordinary North Russians are now the life you have lived, so you don't understand our suffering in northern Russia." Eva said. She pointed her finger out of the car window. "You have already seen the situation on this Jell Street and the department store over there. But this is only part of our tragedy in North Russia. There are more miserable situations that you don't know." These words made Karolina stunned. After a while, she translated Eva's words to Ziming, and then asked her, "If this is not counted on Jell Street, then there is what's the situation?" "Let's go to Alba Avenue first," Eva said. "There are some things that I have said that do not mean anything, and the space hole is weak. You will not understand until you have seen it yourself." Karolina relayed Eva's words to Ziming. After hearing this, Ziming only thought about it for a while, then nodded and asked the police to drive the car to Alba Avenue. Alba Avenue is another famous street in Crisco, but it's famous not because of its long history, but because it is a very famous labor market in Crisco. Everyone knows that if you want to find someone to do something, or if you want to find a job, this is the biggest choice. It was precisely because he understood the characteristics of Alba Avenue that Ziming was slightly surprised when he heard it, but soon, when his car got here, he immediately understood it. Although Alba Avenue is famous, it is actually just a short street. There are many labor service companies of all kinds on both sides of the street. Now that the North Russian economy enters a bitter winter, all the middle class in North Russia have to take their property with them. When the upper Jell Street was sold, The labor service companies here were extremely prosperous, and many labor service companies lined up at the door. My God, I'm not mistaken, the situation here is so good. Then it seems that our North Russian economy has not reached a complete collapse. As long as we North Russians can work hard to unite, I believe that the difficulties will be overcome soon, whether it is the war 50 years ago or the current economic problems. Karolina said happily. But Zelaeva's words are completely different from Karolina. I hope so. But when you know what these people are doing here, I don't think you might think that way. This sentence aroused the curiosity of Zuming and Karolina, and following Zelaeva's words, they looked towards the street and indeed found the problem, because the people on this street actually most of them are women. It is not surprising to say that there are women here, because in the past totalitarian system, men and women in North Russia worked equally, which is an honor. On the other hand, this is not a simple export market for migrant workers, but a comprehensive labor market. It is normal for women to find jobs here, but the problem is that so many women are concentrated here, which makes it very attractive. People are puzzled. Zuming and Karolina got out of the car with Zelaeva and walked into Alba Street, but they didn't take a few steps. A few North Russians wandering in the street immediately came over to talk to them. Hey, they say, friend and woman, are you here to find a job and go abroad? I can tell you very responsibly that I can definitely provide the best place here, and on the terms of these two ladies, I can definitely offer the best salary. Looking for a job, going abroad? Karolina asked suspiciously. Of course, if this lady you have intentions, we can go to my company over there and have a good talk. The North Russian said to Karolina, and his eyes were still on Karolina's. The seductive body looked up and down. Karolina felt very disgusted by his insignificant performance. She frowned and said to him coldly, thank you for not taking it. However, the man obviously had the spirit of perseverance. Even though Karolina refused, he still said to Karolina, I know this lady. You must be worried that I will not give money, worried that I am just on the street. Wandering liar, I can tell you that this is completely unnecessary, because I can take you to our company. We are the largest and best company on this Alba Street, and you will believe it. The man then pointed behind him again, and then said to Karolina, look at the people in the line over there. They all want to go abroad to find work, but they don't have an introduction. So they can only be like that. Waiting in line is not only a waste of time, but also cannot sell a good price, at most a few $100s. But madam, you are different. First of all, if you have me as your introducer, you don't have to line up. Besides, with your appearance, you can sell for at least $10,000, said the man. After hearing this, Zuming and Karolina suddenly understood what he meant. This is not looking for a job at all, but smuggling and trafficking in human beings. These women here are all going to be sold. Go to other countries. This thought shocked Karolina, and the North Russian man opposite looked at Karolina's surprised expression, thinking Karolina was tempted by the $2,000, and showed a more wretched smile. This made Karolina couldn't help it anymore and slapped him in the face with a slap in the face. Then he pointed to his nose and cursed, our motherland is already like this, how can you make such a dirty deal? You are a blasphemous villain. You were 100 years ago, to be tied to the stake and suffer the most pain. The man didn't expect Karolina to slap him suddenly, and was stunned for the first time. Then he reacted and became annoyed. You bitch, you dare to hit me? Saying that, he also stretched out his hand to hit Karolina. Karolina stood there and did not evade, but in the end, the man's slap couldn't be beaten, because his hand was just raised and he was caught by the fuck. What kind of mess is this? He subconsciously yelled, but his yelling was only half of it, so he couldn't say anything later, because he saw the eyes just looking at him so indifferently. There is not much emotion in his eyes, but it is the cold eyes that make him feel a kind of trembling from the bottom of his heart, because he can feel a real life threatened. But what scared him even more was the man standing behind this indifferent man next to such a beautiful woman as Karolina. Maybe he hasn't said anything up to now, but judging from the fact that he has such a charming lady and such a cold bodyguard, this man is obviously more difficult to mess with, otherwise how can he master it? Okay, you are good, let's go. The man finally left such a word to Ziming Carolina and left. Obviously it was embarrassing for him to leave like this, but he paid more attention to his life. After he left, Zileva said to Ziming, I see, this is the situation here now. These damn scumbags are really too much. They actually took advantage of the danger at this time, and threatened to abduct people. Carolina said angrily. Zileva shook her head and said, no Carolina, strictly speaking, these traffickers did not bully or lure anyone. As far as I know, at least 70% of them here are willing to go abroad. What? They want to go abroad voluntarily. Why is that? Carolina was even more surprised, because if these people were deceived or what the situation is, it still makes sense, but now they all want to go out by themselves, which makes her unacceptable. It's very simple, because everyone can't live here anymore, Zileva said. A simple sentence caused Carolina to choke for a long time, unable to speak for a long time. And it took a long time to translate their conversation to Ziming. Ziming didn't say anything after listening. On the one hand, he didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Ziming also remembered an anecdote he had heard in his previous life. When the devaluation reached its peak, women in the Soviet Union were madly fleeing abroad. At that time, the most outrageous thing was that you could buy a North Russian woman for $1. Buying a woman for $1 is a fantasy. But it is a real thing that happened. Now the depreciation of the ruble has not reached its peak, and the price of goods in northern Russia has not reached such an outrageous level, so these women both cost a few $100s. So what these women will do when they are bought and sent abroad is obvious. It is for this reason that the North Russian man just showed such a wretched expression when he saw Carolina. Because when these snakeheads buy these women and send them abroad, it's impossible for them to feel refreshed. And Carolina is at the level of a goddess. No matter her appearance or figure, how can she not make people imaginative? In fact, this kind of thing didn't happen here. So many people who fled through customs and fled Hong Kong back then were all with this mentality. That's why I begged Mr. Ziming like this, Zileva said. I'm very sorry to say that there is still only one watch today. There are still things to do in the evening, and I don't have time to write. I can only wait for the Spring Festival holiday to slowly make up for it. Chapter 54. Are you going to seduce me? Please take me and my son abroad. I can do anything. I can do everything. As long as you can give me $600. No. As long as you give me $400. I leave here. Really? Can you really do anything? Then you first come over and let me see. DSK. At your age, it is very rare for your chest to be so big without sagging. And it feels soft to the touch, and it's pretty good. It must have been rubbed by a man too much, right? So let's do it. $350. If you agree, come in and talk about specific work abroad. What do you think? Dear charming ladies, come over to us. We have opened a route to the diamond capital, which can send you directly to the Netherlands. It is by no means other small Eastern European countries with the same erosive economy, or some easier to go to place, although our bid here is not the highest, but it is definitely the best choice for you. Can I go to the Netherlands? It's a big and very nice place, but can your prices be higher? Or I can take my family there. Of course not. We are a labor service company, not an immigration company. You are going abroad to do things, but not to travel. How can you bring your family? I also want to go abroad. Can you take me abroad with me? You can give me as much money as you want. I just don't stay here. Do you have a problem with your brain? All we want here are women. What can you do if you are a man over here to join in the fun? And what can you do when you go abroad? Can you go to Holland to help them fill the sea? Then it's not enough for you to bring your family out. If you really thought about it better, you should bring your wife and daughter out. While we are in a good mood, maybe you can still get a good price. Ziming and Carolina followed Zileva on this Alba Street, and the various bargaining voices in front of the company's door came to their ears. Of course, Carolina's appearance was among these women. For the high-profile Phoenix, someone will still come to ask her, but Zuming and the police are here, and those people have been driven away. After a few waves of people, everyone understands that there will be no more people coming. But this is true. But Carolina still feels pain. Her silver teeth clenched, her eyes flashing with anger and sadness. The anger is undoubtedly against this society and the current economic situation in North Russia, while the sadness is for these compatriots who voluntarily go abroad. They would rather give up all their dignity and treat themselves as goods here for men to choose and choose. Even those people say I'm taking them upstairs to talk, but I'm not sure what they are doing upstairs. How can you say that it is not a kind of sadness to behave like this? But Carolina knew from the bottom of her heart that this was not to blame for them. After all, it was the country that made them unable to live. Otherwise, as a North Russian with a great sense of national honor, who would want to leave? These thoughts made Carolina feel bitter for a while, and now she fully understands why Zulaeva begged Zuming like that on Jell Street. Not only because of her own financial difficulties, but also because of her own financial difficulties. Because she, like herself, has deep feelings for the motherland. You know, just seeing these situations makes her feel very uncomfortable. But she is experiencing all this personally, and watching her relatives and friends live in this kind of distress every day. How can she restrain it? In addition, on Jell Street, Zuming appeared in front of her like a god, and helped her drive away the robbers. At the same time, she also remembered that when he was in the White House, Zuming persuaded President Nikolaevich to give a speech. Things adding up all of this, how can she prevent her from taking Zuming as her only support? How can she prevent her from becoming a drowning person, desperately trying to catch Zuming, the life-saving straw? With this thought, Carolina said to Zuming, "Mr. Zuming, let's go back first." How could Zuming not understand Carolina's current mood? So Zuming agreed to her without hesitation, and then they got back in the car and drove off Alba Avenue. After leaving Alba Street, they sent Zuraeva back. Carolina gave Zuraeva $2,000. Zuraeva didn't want it at first. But Carolina said, "Zuraeva baby, we are good friends. I feel bad to see you like this. I have nothing else to help you, so I can only give you this money. These are US dollars and will not depreciate with the ruble. You can rest assured to take it now." "Thank you Carolina very much. You have finally returned to China. I should have taken care of you. I didn't expect that I would take your money now." "I really?" Zulaeva lowered her head as she said, feeling annoyed and unwilling for her behavior. But Carolina smiled and said to her, "Isn't it just a little money?" "Zulaeva is not like you. I know." Zulaeva should be a very confident and optimistic girl, but she is not so gloomy as she is now. Because of this, she is depressed like this. "Yes Carolina, my friend, you are right." After speaking, Zulaeva glanced at Zuming and wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say a word. Or Carolina said to her, "Okay, Zulaeva, you have to believe that no matter how cold it is there is always a passing time in the winter, and we always have to keep moving forward." Zulaeva nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, we North Russians are very resilient, and we will definitely be able to overcome this difficulty." After talking about Zulaeva, she went back to her home happily and firmly. Instead, Carolina fell into a low mood after returning to the car with Zuming, and she kept her head down and looked glum. Zuming understands her feelings very well. After all, people still have their own heart for the motherland. Even if you think about it from another angle, if you see the people who fled Hong Kong in a rain of guns and bullets in the past, I am afraid that you will do whatever you like. Not happy, let alone seeing her friends selling jewelry and perfume outside. That kind of thing will make her feel even more uncomfortable. Back at the hotel, when they walked into the lobby, the manager of the hotel came over to find them and said to them, "I'm sorry, now we must have known the economic situation in our country. The ruble has depreciated very badly, so in the future we hope that you will pay for the hotel's expenses in US dollars, or according to the price we agreed upon at the time." The hotel manager looked at Zuming twice before saying, "Of course, In order to express our apologies, if the guests continue to stay with us, I can still give you a discount. What do you think? Ziming laughed. In fact, Ziming could not tell from the calculation of the hotel manager. Due to the depreciation of the ruble, the hotel will lose money if the ruble continues to be paid. It is obviously a better choice to change to the US dollar with the exchange rate basically flat. This is normal. As for the discount sentence that follows him, he just wants to keep them living here at a preferential rate. It's okay to change to US dollars, but if I want to continue to live here, of course I will if I have something to do. If I want to leave, I won't stay here even if you don't need money every day. Ziming left after speaking, because for Ziming, he really didn't pay attention to this amount of money. Even if the manager came to raise the price today, Ziming didn't care. On the contrary, when the manager heard Ziming's words, he felt a little in his heart, because looking at Ziming's eyes, he felt like he was transparent in front of Ziming, and he couldn't hide anything from him. And even if it was just a word, it made him feel a lot of pressure. Back to their room, recalling what the manager said earlier, Carolina smiled bitterly. I didn't expect even this hotel to be like this. It seems that this country is really going to die. Carolina's words are not irritating, but true, because in any case, Hotel 1 is the best and largest hotel here, and it is also a place to receive foreign guests. It stands to reason that such a place as it must be supported by the government. This kind of government-supported hotel does not have to worry about economic problems. But now he has begun to use his brains. How can he not be sad? Don't be discouraged. Everything will be fine. Ziming comforted her and said that. Carolina smiled at Ziming, mumbled softly, and went back to her room. Carolina didn't come out after she went back to the room. She didn't get out of the room until before dinner. They had dinner together in the hotel restaurant. Originally, Ziming was going to go back to the room to watch TV. This is also a compulsory course for Ziming every night after coming to Crisco. After all, Ziming is here to get a share of Dota's huge $20 trillion plan. Now it even unites the rich and powerful in the port city and the powerful in northern Russia to fight the Dota project together. How can we not work hard on this information? In the unlikely event that you miss any important information and cause hundreds of millions of losses, you will have no tears. For this reason, in addition to watching the news and listening to the radio every night, Ziming also calls back to Hong Kong City to communicate more with them so as to grasp other aspects of the situation. But today, when Ziming returned to the room and took out the radio and turned on the TV as usual, Carolina came to look for him. Sorry, Mr. Ziming, to interrupt you. Do you have time tonight? I want to talk to you. To chat with. Hearing Carolina's words, Ziming raised her head subconsciously, but was stunned, because Carolina wore a purple gauze dress with a waist and a slim waist, which perfectly set off her bumpy figure. Under the knee-length skirt, there are a pair of slender and straight legs. Now I am wearing semi-permeable black stockings. The faint black reveals the haziness of white and tender skin, which is even more temptation. At the same time, she also put on makeup, whether it is black eyeliner or bright red lipstick, matching his clothes. All highlight the word temptation. Of course, the most important thing is that Ziming clearly remembered that Carolina was not like this when they had dinner. Obviously she changed it after returning to the room. Is it possible that her purpose for doing this is to seduce me? The 27-level FFF Group Master Magician has a blind date tonight. So there is only one more update. Chapter 55, The Story of Carolina. Miss Carolina, you don't seem to be talking. Ziming smoothly put the radio back on the table and turned to say to Carolina. When facing Ziming, Carolina's expression stiffened unnaturally. Obviously this North Russian girl was very smart. Understanding the subtext behind Ziming's words made her feel a little uncomfortable, because she is a very conservative girl and is not stray. But the uncomfortable cannot stop Carolina's determination. She just stunned for a while and then bypassed the sofa and took the initiative to sit next to Ziming, leaning her exquisite body on Ziming and saying to him, Mr. Ziming, There is really something I want to talk to you. Carolina was talking while leaning against Ziming's ear, and Ziming's heart was itchy, which was stimulated by the warm fragrant wind. This was also a normal reaction. After all, Ziming was a man who was physically and mentally normal. Sitting next to him, a northern Russian girl who teases herself. If she doesn't have any ideas, then there is a problem. But Ziming is not the kind of person who will be dominated by the lower body, and Ziming can also feel that Carolina's body is very stiff. Obviously she is doing this bitterly. It's not that Ziming doesn't want this hot North Russian beauty, but Ziming doesn't want it to be done with just one shot. What Ziming wants is to take all of her body and mind. As a man, he must be so domineering. Under this guiding ideology, Ziming turned his head and said to Carolina, "You have lived with me for so long, you know my habits." In a short sentence, Ziming's tone was very flat. Carolina was a little bit down after hearing it. She wanted to say something, but in the end she gave up. Just I know you want to collect now in China. For all information about North Russia, I will wait for you to finish your business. After talking about Carolina, she left Ziming consciously, but she was still by Ziming's side, but not as close as the two of them just now. Ziming glanced at her and saw that she was just sitting there quietly, not teasing herself or doing anything, so she didn't say anything, and started to listen to the radio and watch the news intently. Of course, Ziming's listening to the radio and watching TV is more than just listening and watching. Ziming also prepared a special notebook to write down all the news he heard. This is not only afraid of forgetting, but more importantly, recording. In the notebook, you can better compare before and after. You can easily find the law of changes in some things, and it is easy to prepare in advance. After all, it is impossible for such an important matter without any effort. Carolina didn't speak anymore, and for a while, there was only the rustle of Ziming's writing in the entire room. After about an hour, Ziming finally finished his work today. When he left his pen and habitually wanted to stretch himself, Yu Guang suddenly found Carolina next to him. Ziming patted his forehead. Only then did he remember the incident of the North Russian girl looking for him. "I'm sorry, Miss Carolina, for keeping you waiting," Ziming said to Carolina, but Ziming couldn't say half of what he said, because he saw 2 lines of tears on Carolina's face. Carolina is crying. This situation shocked Ziming. To be honest, Ziming really didn't pay attention just now. Although Ziming paid attention to her at the beginning, she just sat there quietly and didn't bother herself. Ziming gradually turned his attention away from her. How could Ziming know how the girl was crying while sitting there silently? Ziming was arrogant in shopping malls, and he didn't even face state leaders without stage fright, but in the face of women's tears, Ziming really felt a bit of a headache. Now Carolina was crying silently. Her tears ran across her cheeks and dripped onto her veil. Judging from the large water stain, she must have been crying for a while. "Carolina, why are you crying? Just tell me what you have." "I didn't ignore you just now, but you know my habits." Ziming explained to her that he stretched out his hand subconsciously. Originally, Ziming was going to help her wipe off the water stains, but when his hand touched it, he suddenly realized that her tears were dripping on her towering crisp on the breasts and plump thighs. "How can you touch them casually?" So Ziming had to apologize in a hurry. "I'm sorry, I didn't want to take advantage of you, I just want to wipe it for you." Carolina gently shook her head, reached out her hand to wipe the tears from her face, and then said to Ziming, "It's okay. But I thought of something. It has nothing to do with Mr. Ziming. The person who should say sorry is me, it's me. It was so rude in front of you, Mr. Ziming." And Carolina continued, "Just like you guessed, Mr. Ziming, I did come with some ideas. Mr. Ziming, you can do anything." Carolina said so, but Ziming noticed some unnatural blushes on her beautiful and pretty face. Obviously, as a conservative woman, she still couldn't let go of what happened just now. "It's open." Ziming nodded gently, got up and went to the bathroom to get a towel for her, and then sat back beside her. Carolina took the towel and said thank you to Ziming, I know what Mr. Ziming you want to ask me. I came to you specially today. I do have the same thoughts as Eva. I hope you can help us in North Russia, because I see that our situation in North Russia is really bad now, so I am willing to pay more. At the end Karolina added a special sentence, including myself. Ziming did not speak. Karolina went on to say, I understand that my thoughts are excessive, and Mr. Ziming, as a foreigner, you do not have any obligation to help us, but I really hope that Mr. Ziming you can help us in the Republic of North Russia, because now, except for you, Mr. Ziming, no one can help us North Russia. Please Mr. Ziming. After quietly listening to Karolina's words, Ziming said to her, actually, I want to say that Miss Karolina, you misunderstood what I mean. First of all, your favor is really difficult to help, because you as a person the superpower has undergone nearly 100 years of development, and all conditions are very mature, and it is such a large place with such a large population, and now such a big thing has happened, it is impossible for anyone to be able to solve it. Secondly, it is my personal question. Ziming said, I am curious why you are so persistent in doing these things. I admit that the current situation of your compatriots is indeed very sad, but it will not make you desperate. To the point. Because I am making atonement for my grandfather. Karolina replied, atonement? This answer was a little bit beyond Ziming's expectations. Although Ziming had thought that Karolina must be a woman with a story, he did not expect her story to be like this. Karolina nodded and said, it's just atonement, because my grandfather made a big mistake to this country, and is the culprit who destroyed the country's economy, so I need to atone for him. Ziming shook his head and said that he didn't understand. Karolina asked Ziming, have you heard of Yenov? The name Ziming was very unfamiliar. Karolina was not surprised by Ziming's attitude. He asked Ziming again, then you must have heard of Anne's reforms, right? If it were 2 months ago, Ziming would definitely shake his head directly, but in these 2 months, because of the $20 trillion asset of the Dota project, Ziming had made up a lot of things about the Soviet Union knowledge, including this Anshai reform. I know that the ANS reform is an important political and economic attempt by the Soviet Union, and it is also a very successful reform. Is this reform led by your grandfather? Ziming asked. Karolina smiled bitterly and said, I hope so, but unfortunately it is not. Instead of supporting the ANS reform, my grandfather is still standing on the opposite side of this reform. Not only does it make things difficult for reform, but it is even right. The purging of officials who supported the reform resulted in the abortion of this reform and further aggravated the economic problems of the Soviet Union. Karolina's tone became gritted her teeth as she spoke, and my grandfather himself was killed by those bureaucracies since then. Then I don't know, Miss Karolina, what was your grandfather's position at the time? Ziming asked. Minister of the Interior. Karolina said. Ziming nodded silently. This answer did not surprise Ziming. First of all, the importance of this position can be seen from the name, and it is also possible to enter the Politburo as a member of the Standing Committee. Secondly, this position is compared with other countries' leadership positions. It's even less conspicuous, as if it's in China. Everyone knows the head of Zhongnanhai. But when it comes to Zhongnanhai's big steward, I'm afraid there are not many that can be said. Even the domestic situation is the same, not to mention the Soviet Union. If you can remember this, God knows how good a memory is to do it. Actually, my grandfather didn't really want to oppose the ANS reform. Even at the beginning, my grandfather still supported this reform, Karolina said. But with the deepening of the reform, my grandfather's the position has changed. Karolina then told Ziming the story of her grandfather. In fact, this story is not surprising, it is just a pure class antagonism. The ANS reform was a Soviet reform that took place 8 years ago. At that time, the economic problems of the Soviet Union had been highlighted in the long-term arms race with the United States. So the successor General Secretary of the Soviet Union was about to reform the economy. It's normal, after all, if there is a problem, the problem must be solved. And because the General Secretary's skill was very good, Everyone in the country supported his reforms at that time, and his reforms did solve many problems, and the economy of the entire Soviet Union began to gradually improve. But just when everyone thought that the Soviet Union's spring would come again, one thing happened that completely changed everything. The unit is cleaned, and I am exhausted. It is still a change today, but is it finally going to be a holiday? Chapter 56, Keeping Tears, but Not Cry? Just when the reform of the ANZ was gradually on the right track, the Soviet leader who led the reform suddenly suffered a stroke and was hospitalized. Under the totalitarian system, there is a common problem, that is, people take political retreat. The Soviet Union is no exception. The leader's hospitalization caused his ANZ reforms to come to a halt. Of course, it's okay if this is the case, because with the conditions of a superpower's head of state, as long as the situation is not particularly bad, there is always one day to be discharged from the hospital, and reforms can be continued. However, at this time, another incident will be completely ruined. The reform of the Soviet Union. That was on the day that the leader had a stroke. The KGB chairman took a few people to Yenov, who was then Minister of the Interior. Their purpose was simple. Yenov would join them in opposing the reform. I was young at the time, and the gathering was top secret because I saw many KGB agents guarding it outside. Grandpa didn't talk to them for a long time, but since then, Grandpa has been opposed to reforms. Karolina said. Zuming nodded and was not surprised by this situation. In fact, the reform is, in the final analysis, a new interest group to deal with another interest group, and the two interest groups continue to fight against each other until one side overwhelms the other. So far, if the side that conforms to the trend of development wins, then the reform will succeed. Otherwise it will fail. The situation in the Soviet Union is obviously the latter. In the beginning, Grandpa was only questioning all reform plans at the meeting, but later, he began to attack those officials who supported the reform. Of course, at first he only delegated some insignificant officials, but with the leadership of that leader, as the condition got worse and worse, my grandfather did more and more excessively. He even openly asked a deputy prime minister who led the reform to step down at the party congress. When Karolina said this, her tone was a little indignant and a little ashamed. She thought she did not agree with her grandfather's actions. Zuming did not speak, and Karolina continued, in this way, with the death of that leader, this ANZ reform was quickly cut down, and all reform officials were cleared out of the central government, even those officials. His family members have also received various threats. My grandfather said all the time that he did everything for this country, but I don't think his behavior is worthy of becoming the leader of the North Russian people. If I remember correctly, that leader died of kidney disease, right? Zuming suddenly asked at this time. Karolina was surprised by Zuming's question. She obviously did not expect that Zuming would ask such a question at this time. She replied steadily. The leader was originally in poor health and had a myocardial infarction and high blood pressure. He may die from any disease. Karolina's answer seemed to be unanswered, but it actually made Zuming understand. It was obvious that the leader's death was related to her grandfather. This is not to say that it is directly poisoned to death or something, because it is not necessary at all, and the risk is too great. Anyway, the leader's health is inherently bad. At the same time, Western medicine can also cause great damage to the kidneys. With a little touch, the leader will go to see God in advance. However, Zuming would not be interested in this superpower's central struggle, but these things reminded him of other things. What happened later? Zuming asked. Later, that leader can only be regarded as a transition, and he passed away without any achievements in the struggle with my grandfather, not to mention it, and then Bagchev came to power to reform. Karolina said. Bagchev is a very radical faction. He began to carry out drastic reforms as soon as he came to power. Naturally, he had the most direct conflict with my grandfather. This time Bagchev won, Karolina said. At that time Bagchev somehow won the support of the KGB. With the support of KGB agents, he got my grandfather. He opposed the reforms and the evidence that killed the former leader, and made all the evidence public. Later, my grandfather went to jail for this. Mr. Ziming. The time my grandfather was in jail was a nightmare that I didn't want to recall all my life. Alina said that her face was full of pain. My grandfather was arrested directly in the Malin Palace. He did not go home. A group of policemen came back that day. When they arrived at the house, they rummaged around, turning the house up and down, saying it was looking for evidence of my grandfather's crime. After the police left, many people came outside. These people were citizens of Crisco, but they turned into lawless thugs that day. Alina said, they kept being with us that day. They shouted at the door. Not only did they write cursing words on the wall of our house at the door, but there were also people throwing stones and burning bottles at our house. That's terrible. Alina clenched her fists. At that time, my mother and I were the only ones at home. All the servants and guards ran away, and the rest were shivering in the corner. And my father, I heard that he was intercepted by angry citizens outside, and then I learned that he was beaten to death on the street. What kind of crime was this, Mr. Ziming? In fact, the villa number 8 we went to together last time was my former home. After Alina said these last words, she raised her neck high, closed her eyes, and clenched her silver teeth. You don't need to think about it to know that he recalled that painful time. Ziming's expression has not changed, because Ziming has been suspicious since the last time he went to villa number 8. After all, Alina's performance is different from ordinary people, and the Dota project places so much emphasis on her. It's just that Ziming hadn't directly thought that villa number 8 was her original home. But now that I think about it, it should indeed be like this. After a long silence, Alina went on to say, the mobs rushed into my house later, and they beat anyone when they saw it, no matter who it was. It was as if the people here were all demons. Hiding in the closet, I saw my mother was beaten to the head. That day, my eyes were full of blood, and the sky was bleeding. I kept tears, but I didn't cry. Alina said, when those people left, my mother struggled to use her last breath to send me out of the room and leave me to a relative to take care of. The relationship between this relative and our family is very good. My mother originally hoped that I could live a good life, but unfortunately the bureaucrat was not a human at all. He took me from my mother to his house the night he raped me. Alina gritted her teeth and said, in a tone of wishing to swallow him up alive, but it's normal for her to behave like this. Just imagine that she was a teenage girl who suffered such a big change in one day at home. Now her mother, in the last few days of her life, she was sent out to the most trusted person, but that person would rape her that day. How could she not hate her? Everything is over, hasn't it? Ziming said to her gently, holding Alina's little hand. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Ziming. Everything is over, Alina said to Ziming, and then continued, but I didn't let him succeed. I was scared that day. Even when I got to his house, I still couldn't sleep. I heard him push them in and fell on my bed. I didn't know where my courage came from. I broke his head with the bedside lamp, then jumped downstairs from the window and escaped from his house. Later I wandered on the street. Speaking of this, Alina smiled bitterly to herself and said, it's ridiculous to say it. I was so scared at the time, I just wanted to escape there, but forgot where I could go without leaving there. At that time, I was wandering on the street for 2 days. At that time, I was very hungry. I saw someone eating barbecue at home, so I went to ask for it. This time I was lucky. The family warmly welcomed me in and gave it back. I have a barbecue, but theirs is good for a while. Alina said. Later they asked me who I came from. I told them my Yenov's granddaughter, and they immediately turned my face and drove me out and called me a traitor to the North Russian people. Forgiving bureaucrats. During that time, I went to several places and received the same treatment. At that time, I thought of committing suicide, because I was living too hard and I was about to be unable to hold on. But fortunately I was at that time. I still met really good people. They didn't dislike my identity. They just treated me enthusiastically. Alina finally smiled when he said this, but this good guy is not rich in his family. To what extent? To put it simply, If he trains and gets his clothes wet, he doesn't even have any clothes to change. But in fact, his house was not originally like this, because I saw that their house is still very good, which at least proves that their house has never been missed. At the beginning of the AN's reform, their family left their unit and went to sea for business. Although they only had a few months, they made a lot of money. Their house was bought at that time. But the good times did not last long. Soon after that, leader suffered a stroke and was hospitalized. My grandfather began to block AN's reforms, and their family business could no longer go on. Elena said, because they resigned from their work in the unit to do business, the unit could not go back, and doing business was against the policy again, which caused their family life to become tight. I didn't understand until this time what was the purpose of such reforms, and I didn't understand what kind of disaster my grandfather brought to this country, and how much effort it destroyed. Elena said with emotion at last. That's why you have to decide to join the Dota project. Is the purpose to help the Soviet Union transform it with the help of external forces? Ziming asked. Elena nodded and said, yes, since I can't help it, I can only rely on external forces. This is also the last thing I can do for this country, and it is also considered to be the last thing I can do for my grandfather against all the North Russians for him. Atonement for his crime. Stupid, Ziming said. After a busy day, I hope to have a holiday soon so that I can make up for this time. Chapter 57, Relieved and Relaxed. Elena looked at Ziming in a daze. How could she not believe that Ziming would say this? She bit her lip. Her big beautiful eyes were filled with grievance and incomprehension. I know what I just said will be a bit heavy, and I can also apologize to you for what I said just now, but I don't intend to take my words back. Ziming said to Elena, do you think there will be North Russia? The situation like this is also caused by your grandfather at first. You also think that you are doing this to atone for your family and your grandfather, but have you ever thought about some of the most essential problems? The most essential question? Elena looked at Ziming blankly, completely unaware of what Ziming meant. Ziming nodded and said, it is the most essential problem. You always think that your grandfather is opposing reform. But have you ever thought that your grandfather is only the Minister of the Interior, not the head of state? Even though I admit that your grandfather is a veteran of the country, and its position is very sensitive, and it has a particularly large right to speak in many things, but it is not always to the point where it can stop the national line. Don't you think? When she awakened the dreamer, Elena suddenly remembered the status of her grandfather and the things he had done, and remembered her grandfather's attitude that changed after the day the KGB chairman came to the house. So she asked Ziming, what do you mean, Mr. Ziming? Is that my grandfather was kidnapped by those bureaucracies? Are you forced to sit down because of helplessness? I'm just a businessman. I can't see through these political issues, and I can't speculate. But I just can't figure out how a Minister of the Interior can openly dismiss a Deputy Prime Minister and is still a head of state because the Deputy Prime Minister of the right-hand man. This is totally unreasonable. Ziming said, so I think Elena is only part of what you know, and your grandpa is also part of that matter. There is no other important person or group support. It's impossible. I understand, Mr. Ziming. This is the entire bureaucracy of the entire country's top level, fighting against reform together. My grandfather is only a part of that bureaucracy. Elena said. This is another question I want to talk about. Ziming said to Elena word by word, do you really think that reform is saving the country, and opposing reform is harming the country? Elena looked at Ziming and didn't understand what Ziming's words meant, because in her opinion it was indeed like this. Later, her actions were also derived from this, but now I heard Ziming say that. To Ziming's focused gaze, she suddenly lost confidence. Literally speaking, reform is indeed to promote social progress, but such progress must be built on advanced classes and advanced productive forces. Ziming paused with a bitter smile when he said that, and then continued, it seems to be a bit deeper. In short, your domestic reforms are not really about establishing a new order, but those vested interest groups in your country won't officially convert their wealth. Carolina frowned and seemed to understand something. Ziming continued to say, due to your national system, most of your country's wealth is in the hands of big bureaucrats. Even though your country's enterprises, they all belong to the state, but apart from the ownership system, everything else is almost the same as private goods. Then they have to take the path of reform if they want to formally control these enterprises in their own hands. As long as the reform starts and these companies are privatized, the wealth will fall into the hands of the big bureaucrats, said Ziming. Then, according to your opinion, Mr. Ziming, whether it is the previous Sanshui reforms or the current reforms in northern Russia, are these big bureaucrats trying to embezzle the country's wealth? Carolina asked. Ziming nodded and said, this is why I asked Ilbedov to find a way to buy their own unit, because even if I don't let them do it, I will let others do it sooner or later. Facing this fact, Carolina's body shook unnaturally. Obviously she couldn't accept this answer, because in the past she always thought that what her grandfather did back then caused the country to look like now. She would still go to the United States, preferring to join the Dota project or to be a guide for herself in this way, all in order to atone for her family, in order to get the country back on track. This is already the biggest motivation to support her life. It may sound exaggerated, but the fact is like this, because her experience at the time, from the proud girl of the Minister of the Interior, to an orphan who was bullied and wanted to live on the street, and finally met good-hearted people who understood their family's firm belief. This series of things is that a successful person in her 40s or 50s may not be able to accept it, let alone Carolina, who was only a teenager at that time. She must go to extremes. So in the end, she took all the responsibilities to herself, and it was reasonable for her to spend her life to redeem her sins. However, now Ziming tells her that all this is just her wishful thinking. How does this make her acceptable? But this is what Ziming said she would be like this. She would definitely dismiss it if she wanted to be another person. Why have I been thinking wrong for so many years? Carolina murmured, her expression very painful. Carolina, you don't need to blame yourself at all, because it's not your fault at all. But that things in the world are originally like this. There is no right or wrong, only interests are different. Ziming said, I believe that your grandfather would be so opposed to reforms back then. It was not entirely because of other people's instigation. It was more for the benefit of the country. Mr. Ziming, is what you said is true? Carolina asked, looking at Ziming in a daze. Ziming answered naturally, of course, because no one can wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep, and your domestic economic situation is like this. Otherwise, the capital of the country has to be reformed for several generations. But why can we only let the economy go? Is it getting worse? As it is now, the Soviet Red Party, which controls the Central Committee, has been proposed to dissolve. The Republic of Northern Russia and other Soviet Union countries also have a lot of autonomy, and Northern Russia is also after Nikolaevic's tank speech. The privatization reform started. This should be the result Carolina has been expecting. But how is the situation? Ziming asked and replied, the depreciation of the ruble and the soaring prices. All the people of North Russia can't solve even the most common food and clothing problem. Everyone has taken to the streets to become sellers, just to have a black bread to eat. Can you? Do you think their lives will be better now than before? Carolina shook her head and said, of course it's not good. That's it. Ziming said, it was very unreasonable to put this pot on your grandfather's head. Your grandfather is just a person, and he is not the head of state. How can he destroy a country's economy? It is totally unreasonable, and as far as I know, during the years when your grandfather opposed the reform, the quality of life of the citizens of the Soviet Union has been greatly improved. This is your grandfather's contribution. But so many angry Crisco people came to our house that day, and they beat them desperately, and even killed my parents. Carolina was anxiously trying to explain something, but Ziming held her hand at this time and stopped her from saying, those are not real. They are all arranged by the abominable bureaucracy. Because your grandfather prevented them from embezzling state property, and their revenge against your grandfather. Mr. Ziming, you are not lying to me. Is my grandpa really a hero who wants to save this country? Carolina asked Ziming idiotically. Of course, otherwise he wouldn't have a granddaughter like you who is desperate for the motherland. Ziming then added, what do you think? The answer that Ziming encouraged so much made Carolina's tears all flowed down, and she choked up and said to Ziming, Mr. Ziming, thank you. Thank you very much. Carolina's gratitude is from the sincerity, not for anything else, because for her, Grandfather Yenof's business is a big rock in her heart, which makes her burden heavy, and feels that she owes this. The country will let her do her best to atone for her sins. Now that Ziming's words enlighten her, although it is impossible for her to let go of all the psychological baggage so easily, she has finally removed the stone that has been pressing in the bottom of her heart. That kind of relief is the ease that all people who don't have this experience will never be able to experience. Just tell the story. We Chinese often say that frowning is a day, and being happy is also a day. Then why don't we let go of our worries and face each day happily? There is no gap in this world that will never pass. Ziming patted her little hand and smiled and said to her, actually I want to say that I am not helping you, but also helping myself, because I don't want my translator to hold such a heavy heart in her life. I also hope that my translator will be happier. Only in this way can I better work for me and be squeezed out of surplus value by me, a Chinese capitalist. Ziming's serious nonsense made Carolina burst into tears and laughed. Carolina said, I hate it, Mr. Ziming. Don't make fun of me anymore. Since I have decided to follow Mr. Ziming, it's clear to me. I have identified you, Mr. Ziming, and will serve you well. I have ordered a man and will serve this man well. These words are all very different meanings, but now is not the time to think about these miscellaneous things, Ziming said to her. I'm not talking about past work. In fact, I don't have so much time to look back. What we have done in the past. I just want to do what we have not done in the future. In the future, Mr. Ziming, do you have any arrangements? I will help you, Carolina said firmly to Ziming. What is the arrangement? Ziming said, of course it is to save you North Russian people from the fire. Otherwise Carolina, you and Miss Zelaeva have been begging me for so long. If I don't agree, no, is it too unkind? Chapter 58. High over Albedov. In the location of Geller Street near the Red Square, there is a slightly Gothic building in the center of Crisco where everything is onion-topped. This is quite special. This is where the securities company of the North Russian Republic is located. As in the domestic situation, although the name here is only called a securities company, it has assumed the functions of all stock exchanges. It is different from those securities companies in later generations, and it can be regarded as a transition in reform. As the place with the largest flow of funds, securities companies are overcrowded at all times. When securities companies open their doors, there will be countless people coming in and out. Some of them are happy to make money, and some want to jump off the building when they lose money. There are all kinds of people, and even when the securities company closes, there will be many people waiting at the door. I don't know if this will lead to better news or a pious belief, but in any case, when the securities company reappeared in Crisco after disappearing for more than 70 years, it immediately became a trend. After all, regardless of whether they have money or not, they will not have trouble with money. Especially now the new financial oligarchs in northern Russia and the Gangching consortium gathered by Ziming are engaged in a financial war with the Western consortium of the Dota project, bringing securities companies to a greater height. When the entire North Russian economy has entered the winter, when so many North Russian middle-class people are forced to take to the streets to sell their property, securities companies are so prosperous, it can be regarded as a pathological situation. The trading floor of the securities company was full of voices. Everyone was staring at the huge display screens above their heads. Basically, everyone was holding pens and notebooks. From time to time, as the numbers on the display changed, everyone shouted in various colors. Sound. Suddenly, The roar of anger in the trading floor suddenly became louder. Everyone in the hall made a huge yelling. They tore the paper on their hands to shreds and threw them in the air like a pot of water. It was finally boiled, and obviously something happened. My grass. Why did the damn ruble fall again? Wasn't it still up when the market opened this morning? Why did it suddenly fall like this now? I just changed the dollar into the ruble. I just hope that he can rise a little bit more. Why did it fall all at once? And why the shares of Southern Oilfield Company are also falling? This is not logical at all. Yeah, this must be the securities company doing tricks inside. It must be these nasty officials who cheated our money away. We cannot compromise with them. We must not let them cheat our money so easily. We to take back the money that belongs to us. Everyone in the lobby was screaming angrily, and even in the end, someone smashed the computer in the trading floor to vent their anger. In this situation, the staff in the exchange have long been used to it. Just as the commotion in the lobby had just begun, the security guards on duty at the door rushed in. At the same time, the police stationed here and a rubber baton came in. After the fight, many people immediately became honest. And of course there were also people who hid in the crowd and kept cursing these people. You are the dogs raised by officials. Obviously you can't eat anymore, and you are still helping those scumbags. Don't you know that it is because of them that our brothers and sisters have to go to the streets to become sellers? And the simplest one, black bread, can't be bought, all because of this sinful securities company. If it weren't for this, how could the ruble depreciate? How could Crisco become like this? This is the sinful Pandora's box. We just want to defeat this demon. Everyone can no longer be dominated by them. Do you still have to help them? Some of the people in the crowd began to persuade these police and security guards who were very eloquent. These police officers and security guards were also a little confused. This is true. Now that the ruble depreciates and prices are soaring, everything seems to be done by this evil securities company. Why do they still staying here? Isn't this helping the evil devil? Sorry for yourself and your family. But this thought was instantaneous, because at this time an uproar sounded again in the corner of the trading floor. Mr. Erbedoff, it is Mr. Erbedoff who is here. Amidst the cheers of the people, I saw a grateful Jew walked into the trading floor, and people voluntarily gave him away. Erbedoff quickly walked to the middle of the hall and climbed onto a chair. On a table. The movements are very familiar, and I have a lot of experience when I want to come. Standing on the table, he looked at the following people and said, "Hello everyone, I think everyone should know me. I am Erbedoff." A simple self-introduction made the following noise a lot less, but there are still many people whispering, and some people are surprised. Is that the major shareholder of this securities company? Then the stock market and the ruble are behind. He is manipulating it. I heard that he is still the big boss of United Bank, and recently he is also buying automobile and oil companies. That is our richest man in North Russia. Some people are accustomed to, he has come out again. I guess that whether it is the rise or fall of the stock or the depreciation of the ruble, he must be leading the way. Otherwise, if we are here, why did he run away? Come out. Isn't it just afraid that we will expose his scam? Of course there are some people who also admire him. They all say that the Jews will make money. I didn't believe it before, but when I saw this Mr. Erbedoff, I believed it. Now, how many days have we started the privatization reform in North Russia? He bought Union Bank, and now he has taken over the securities company. I heard that his fortune is hundreds of millions of dollars. And he has several villas in Europe and the United States. This is really amazing. Erbedoff enjoys this feeling of being above himself. He also knows that the people below are evaluating himself, whether it is good or bad, but it doesn't matter to Erbedoff, because these people only need to know it's all right here now that you are in charge. However, Erbedoff also understood that this is not the time for ye, no matter how much the people below admire themselves. Some things should be resolved or must be resolved. With such thoughts, Erbedoff said, I know that everyone has great opinions on securities companies, and you might even think that I took your money, but I don't understand why the situation of stocks and rubles. I wrote it at the door. and you all turned a blind eye. Now that you are losing money, but you are making troubles here, are you still 2 or 3-year-old children? If you have any problems, blame others. More importantly, there is no such thing as a stable profit in this world. If any of you find out, please be the first to contact me. Ilbedov said. Erbedov's words calmed down those who were still excited just now, because Erbedov's words were critical, especially his last words, which made people feel blushing. After people have problems, they will always habitually put the blame on others, even in games, let alone other aspects. This approach is subconscious, and it sounds like it's okay, but you have to think carefully. I think this is basically what a child thinks, because only a child can be so unaccountable and dare not recognize his own affairs. If it is a real rascal, he will find countless reasons to refute this, but the North Russians here at the moment, they all just feel their blushes. Erbedov was standing on the table, a bit higher than below, and he had a panoramic view of the expressions of the people below. Looking at the appearance of these people, Ilbedov knew that his goal had been achieved, and he had successfully used their self-esteem to dispel their thoughts of making trouble here. At this moment, Ilbedov felt like he was possessed by Zuming. He finally understood the mood of Zuming's previous speeches at Hotel No. 1 and at the Kulun banquet. It was indeed very impressive. Intoxicated, I have a sense of accomplishment to persuade these people here, so Zuming is the rich man who persuaded, so his psychological comfort is definitely better than himself. But this is nothing. Zuming just started earlier than himself. After a few years, he would be able to surpass him. Ilbedov thought this in his heart, but then he felt his heart beat because he had seen a Chinese person walking in at the door of the securities company. This Chinese person was not someone else. It was exactly what he had just thought of. Zuming. Seeing that it was Zuming, Erbedov immediately jumped off the table without thinking about it. Under the escort of bodyguards and security guards, he drove away through the crowd, and walked to the door in 3 steps and 2 steps. This action of Erbedov confuses everyone present. Everyone stared blankly at him running to the door. They didn't understand what he was going to do until the week when Erbedov ran to the door. In front of Ming, when he took the initiative to shake hands and bow, everyone was in an uproar. What's going on? What is the identity of the Chinese? Mr. Ilbedov is already the richest man in our Northern Russian Republic, right? Why should the Chinese want Ilbedov to greet him? But in my impression, those powerful families in China don't seem to be like this, right? Everyone was speculating about Zuming's identity, but Erbedov didn't care about this. He just shook hands with Zuming honestly, because he knew very well that he had the credit of who he is today, and more importantly, it was Zuming who could deprive him of everything at any time. Hello, Mr. Zuming, you can come to our Crisco Securities Company, and also ask Mr. Zuming to guide our work. Ilbedov complimented Zuming, and then he asked, I know China there is a saying that you can never go to the 3 treasures hall. I wonder if Mr. Zuming, what happened to you this time? Of course there is something. Zuming said, we hope that the attitude of our securities company should be changed, and I still have things to discuss with you. Chapter 59 Let's be the savior together. Little Fang Pian wishes everyone a happy new year. Oh my god. Is this true? Am not mistaken? The Chinese just said there was something to discuss with Mr. Ilbedov, and Mr. Ilbedov invited him into the reception room inside. Then if the respectful attitude were not for seeing it with my own eyes, I would really think that the head of state had come. I also heard the Chinese say that he wants to change the attitude of the securities company. What does this mean? Doesn't it mean that Mr. Ilbedov is not the big boss of the securities company? Is that Chinese talent? We are still poor here. Do we still need us to help them? How could they have money to come to us to buy securities companies? God. This must be the most terrible nightmare in the world. This must not be true. Those Chinese are ignorant. All their knowledge is taught to them. Even we have a little understanding of these stocks and securities. How can they understand? He must be a Chinese from the United States. Actually he is not a real Chinese. He has another identity. that is, the big capitalist of the United States. He must be like this. The entire trading floor was noisy, and everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Obviously, they all felt incredible about Ziming's arrival, let alone the conversation between Ziming and Ilbedov just now. After all, no matter what the situation in the Soviet Union is, at least they were once a superpower. Even if their status has declined a lot, these North Russians still have the pride of the big country's nationals in their bones. How can they accept the younger brothers of the past to climb? What about this kind of thing on your own head? Since they can't accept it, but the facts are hard to come by, then these people can only choose to find themselves a step down. Regarding the performance of these North Russians, Ziming could only shook his head helplessly, but Ziming was not interested in educating these proud North Russians, because he had a very important thing to do when he came here today. Ziming followed Ilbedov into the reception room of the securities company. Ilbedov personally made a cup of coffee for the three of Ziming. Then he sat down and said to Ziming happily, "Mr. Ziming, that's right. The securities company, the financial market, is really a great place to make money. Tens of millions of rubles are rolling in the market every day. If you do anything in the middle, it will be a huge income." Ziming just smiled and didn't say anything, because this kind of market manipulation by Ilbedov is actually very bad, but under a totalitarian system, this is the most normal. Even after 20 years, the bosses of listed companies in China regard the stock market as the company's best cash machine, shouting that it is illegal to rob the bank. Is it reasonable and legal to steal money in the stock market? Ilbedov went on to say, there is also the ruble matter. I never thought that money games could be played like this before. Just send out a message. Everyone is like crazy to change their rubles into US dollars. The result was a further depreciation of the ruble. And more importantly, there is a Dota plan to take the lead. We only need to follow them to pick up money, so it doesn't take any effort to make money, Ilbedov said happily. But Karolina looked a little nervous in the face of Ilbedov's excitement. Although she did not show it on the surface, Ziming felt her hands were already clenched. Raised a small fist. Ziming certainly understood why she was like this, because she was very worried that once their money-making plan started, they would not be able to stop. On the way to the securities company, Karolina was very worried and told Ziming about this. Ziming's answer was to reassure her. Ziming said that since he has the confidence to say this, since he has the ability to let this thing begin, then he has the ability to stop him at any time. Ziming answered with a certain tone, but Karolina was still worried, and she couldn't help worrying. Even if she trusted Ziming again, it would be the same. Because letting a group of people start making money and stopping them from making money is not the same at all. The difficulty level. How easy it is to make money, how hard it is to stop making money. Perceiving Karolina's thoughts, Ziming patted the back of her hand lightly, and then said to Ilbedov, Mr. Ilbedov, I came to you today, just to tell you about stopping things that devalue the ruble. Mr. Ziming. Are you kidding me? Ilbedov asked in a daze. Completely unexpected that Ziming would say this suddenly. Ziming shook his head and said, I'm not joking, I'm serious. The ruble should be depreciated slowly now. At least it will be no good for us to continue. Why is this? Mr. Ziming, I remember that the ruble has not depreciated to the lowest point you said, and there is still a lot of room for devaluation. Why should we stop at this time? Ilbedov asked immediately. Don't you think Mr. Ilbedov should stop now? Ziming asked. Not to answer. Of course it shouldn't, because I think it's the time when our North Russian financial sector is most active, and when the ruble is playing its greatest value. There are tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of funds rolling here every day. As long as the ruble depreciates even 100%. For one, we can make millions of US dollars. With such a speed of making money, even if the entire US banknote printing plants are started collectively, I'm afraid it won't be possible. Ilbedov said to Ziming. So Mr. Ziming, I don't understand. Why do you want me to stop, Mr. Ziming, when my partner and I are making money? Excuse me for saying that Ziming is now. Ilbedov said at last. Although I respect you very much, I am more responsible to my business partners, and I also know that Mr. Ziming, you also need to treat you. The Hong Kong City Consortium that supports you is responsible. So I hope that Mr. Ziming can pay more attention and not say such irresponsible words. But Mr. Erbidoff, if I tell you that I will give up the devaluation of the ruble, it is precisely because I have found a better way to make money, Ziming asked rhetorically. Erbidoff was taken aback when he heard the words, and then asked Ziming, is this true? Is there any business that would be better than following the Dota plan to make money? Erbidoff asked Ziming this way, but Ziming could hear his tone of distrust. In fact, this is normal, because in Ziming's previous analysis, this time the Dota plan required the looted wealth of the Soviet Union can reach as much as 20 trillion. Such a large sum of money, if you just miss a little soup, is a huge amount of wealth that ordinary people will never see for a few lifetimes. More importantly, during this period of time, Erbidoff has seen the charm of money through the manipulation of finance in securities companies. How could it be so easy to believe Ziming's words? This was what Karolina was worried about, so after hearing Erbidoff's distrustful tone, she became nervous again, but Ziming's next sentence turned the situation around. Ziming said, I admit that there is nothing more profitable than the Dota project. But I don't know if Mr. Erbidoff has thought about another issue. Mr. Ziming, what is the problem? Erbidoff asked very concerned. Will the Dota project's money be ours? Ziming asked. Strictly speaking, Ziming's problem is not a problem at all. The Dota project had nothing to do with them. It was a plan by Western countries to plunder Soviet assets. In this case, how can the money looted by the Dota project be repaid? Will it be theirs? The answer seemed obvious. But now it was in Erbidoff's ears, but it made him fall into contemplation. At this time, Ziming continued to strike while the iron was hot and said, it's undeniable that we are now following the Dota plan and we have indeed made a lot of profits. But we always do this by picking up things behind other people's buttocks. Watching other people's faces and acting. What if the people in front suddenly turn their faces? What will happen to us? The clever Jew, Erbidoff, immediately thought of the key to the problem, which made him panic, because their money follows the Dota plan, and is invested in the financial market. Once Dota plan uses any tricks, it is easy to let all their money go inside, just like those outside. Russian retail investors are average. This is something Erbidoff doesn't want to see. So he immediately asked Ziming, Mr. Ziming, did you get any news? Ziming smiled and said, how could I get any news? It's just an intuition, because Mr. Erbidoff, you can think about it. If you are leading the Dota project instead, you will allow us to exist? Erbidoff shook his head. The answer is undoubtedly number. Although there is no such thing as a bed in Europe, no one is allowed to snore, but a slightly domineering person will not allow others to share their cake. So since it is not allowed to do so, it will naturally end up doing everything possible to kill and cruel competitors. It is said that shopping malls are like battlefields and they must be so cruel. But the devaluation of the ruble is far from the bottom line you mentioned, Mr. Ziming. Erbidoff said with the last glimmer of hope, but Ziming's answer cruelly crushed his hope. If you reach the bottom line and then do something, what is the point? To kill the opponent. It is to take advantage of the fact that the opponent is not there yet. When it comes to reaction, Erbidoff lowered his head. Then Mr. Ziming, what do you mean? We are going to get out now. If I remember correctly, I didn't say that. I just said that we need to do business in another way, Ziming said. Ziming's remarks made Erbidoff's eyes light up. Then Mr. Ziming, what do you want us to do next? I want you to join me and be the savior of the people of North Russia, Ziming said. Chapter 60, 200 billion no interest, 200 billion only serious? Bow thanks to Louis Eyes Hong and Funky 999 for their monthly pass support. New Year's Eve. Xiao Fangpian will also learn from other authors to give red envelopes to all readers who follow Xiao Fangpian. The time is set on the 30th and the first day of the new year. The specific time will follow the update, and everyone is welcome to grab the red envelope then. On May 20th, Ziming took his Volga to the most famous Red Square building in North Russia. He parked his car in the parking lot. At this time, there were many cars parked in the parking lot of the Red Square building. Among them, there are many high-end German cars. When the entire North Russia economy is in depression, and many people are selling their property to survive, these newly bought high-end cars undoubtedly represent the upstart status of car owners. In fact, the people who can come here today are all the people who have become rich with the economic crisis of North Russia. They are also the main players who are robbing the wealth of the Soviet Union with the Dota plan this time. It is conceivable that when this economic crisis passes, these people will definitely become an oligarch that controls the economic lifeline of the North Russian Republic, just like the 6 major consortia in the previous life. But these are not what Ziming is considering now, because there is another question before him. Mr. Ziming, I believe you will succeed, Karolina said to Ziming, just like persuading Ilbedov in a securities company yesterday. Ziming smiled slightly and said, of course, I must also succeed. Otherwise Ilbedov alone cannot compete with the Dota plan, and will be quickly eaten by the Dota plan. It's just that Ziming said so, but in fact there is still a lot of pressure in his heart. Although I have persuaded Ilbedov yesterday, he is only one person anyway, and what I have to face today is in the entire wealthy class of North Russia. Everyone in them has their own unique ideas. The difficulty is not as simple as 1 plus 1. But an increase exponentially. Ziming didn't tell Karolina about these pressures. On the one hand, he didn't want her to worry about it. On the other hand, Ziming liked to challenge the difficulty. After all, it was difficult to make progress. When Ziming took Karolina to the door of the conference room of the Red Square building, before opening the door, he could hear the sound from inside. It was a very noisy sound, which did not seem to Ziming. The meeting of a group of wealthy people in the upper class is more like a farmer's market in any county. But this situation is also normal, because today Ziming came here to make them give up and continue to follow the Dota plan to sell the ruble to depreciate the ruble. Instead, he wants to support the ruble, become the economic savior of North Russia, and fight the Dota plan. Yes, this news is thrown out. How can it not be surprising? You know, during this period of time, under the auspices of Ilbedov, they have already tasted a lot of sweetness following the Dota project. Now they suddenly let them give up. They will definitely not be able to accept it, and they will leave without turning their heads. Can restrain. Karolina looked at Ziming with concern. Ziming gave her a relieved smile, and then opened the door of the meeting room. As the door of the meeting room was pushed open by Ziming, the sound inside also stopped abruptly, and everyone's eyes focused on Ziming at the door. Ziming walked into the meeting room under everyone's gaze, with his head held up, like an emperor in front of all his subjects. He walked to the top of the meeting room, because here, Ilbedov specially reserved a place for him. Ziming walked here and didn't sit down directly. Instead, he stood there and looked around the conference room, and then said, I believe everyone already knows the topic of today's conference. Our next goal is the Dota plan. Although Ziming's words were completely expected by everyone, when he really said it, everyone was surprised. After a while, someone stood up and asked Ziming, Mr. Ziming, I can't understand. Now is the time when the financial market in North Russia is the hottest. I don't understand why we should give up at this time. The speaker's name is Boltarsky. He is currently the richest man in northern Russia, second only to Ilbedov. Since he controls the largest private bank in northern Russia, he is also the biggest benefit of following the Dota plan this time. People, now that Ziming said he would resist the Dota plan, he was naturally the first to jump up and question. After Boltarsky, others also jumped out one by one to question Ziming. Mr. Ziming, I think it is too early to resist the Dota project, because the resources we have at hand are simply not comparable to them. Mr. Ziming, don't you think it's a bit too hasty? Mr. Ziming, you said long ago that we are also defending our own wealth by following the Dota plan. But now Libya hasn't reached the peak of the decline. You have to turn our guns to deal with Dota plan. Do we hand over our wealth to others? Mr. Ziming, You said that you are a capitalist who will not sell your own interests, so of course we North Russian businessmen are the same as you. Mr. Ziming, we are all North Russian businessmen with our own ideas. We admit that you have a very accurate understanding of the Dota project. We are also very grateful to you for showing us such a way to make money, but this is not what you drive us. For the reason, we are not your vassals. Everyone questioned each and every one of you. At the beginning, their words were very careful, but later, as the atmosphere got up, their words became less and less particular, and their tone became more and more tough. Ming is a state of non-cooperation. Ziming was not angry about this either, because their reaction was also in his expectation. After all, he was not even a North Russian, so he wanted them to stop their current methods of making money, and they had to take risks to do other things. Especially this thing still wants to go against the money they want to make now. If they can agree so easily, that's incredible. So Ziming just sat there and watched them making a fuss underneath without saying a word. After they had said enough and his voice went down, Ziming asked, "Have you all finished talking?" A very simple question irritated everyone below, making them immediately realize how impolite their behavior just now, and all bowed their heads in shame. This is great, but Ziming was not proud of his courage. He didn't even take this matter too seriously. He just looked around and said, "Actually, I want to say that you are really stupid. You have been emphasizing that you are businessmen and that you put your interests first, but you seem to forget that I am essentially the same as you, and even I have entered this step before you." The words awakened the dreamer. Ziming's words awakened everyone like Huang Zongdalu, and made them react. That's right. Ziming is also a businessman. He also puts profit first, and he was the first to lead them to make money following the Dota plan. How could he destroy the Great Wall by himself? Sergeyevsky, who has the closest relationship with Ilbidov, immediately reacted and took the lead and asked, "Mr. Ziming, with that said, you must have found some more profitable business, right?" "Yes, but unfortunately, this business must be built on the opposite of the Dota plan, otherwise it will be difficult to develop, so I decided to give up following Dota plan." Ziming nodded and said, "Of course, this is also part of my original plan. I don't know if you still remember that when I was in a meeting for you, I told you that I was going to fight the Dota plan, and now I'm just fulfilling my original promise." That's it. Ziming's words reminded everyone that Ziming did say such things at the time, and even Ziming still had to fight the Dota plan on the top of the red square. But later when the winter of Crisco came, the ruble was like jumping off the building generally depreciates, and they all make a lot of money, and they gradually forget about it. Then Mr. Ziming, if we fight the Dota project, we can make more money. Can we have 200 million? This time the question is still the financial tycoon Boltarsky. Although he really wants to step on Ziming and Ilbidov to become the #1 financial oligarch in North Russia, he is still more inclined to continue as far as the current situation is concerned. Follow in the footsteps of Ziming to carry out the primitive accumulation of capital. Facing Boltarsky's question, Ziming smiled disdainfully. "Mr. Boltarsky, what are you asking about 200 million? Of course it's dollars." Boltarsky said, "The ruble has no credit with us." Ziming let out a cry, and then he threw out a sentence that stunned everyone. "I'm sorry. If Mr. Boltarsky you want to ask this question, then I think I have no interest in answering you at all. No matter it is 2 billion rubles, is still US dollars. If you are asking about 2 billion, or 200 billion, or even 200 billion, then I think I will answer you very seriously." One stone caused 1,000 waves of waves, and Ziming's words were translated by Karolina, which immediately shocked everyone. Everyone looked at Ziming in a daze, their eyes full of weirdness. What they were shocked was not the scary figure that Ziming blurted out, but the attitude of Ziming. 200 billion is not interested. 200 billion I will answer you seriously. What kind of domineering do you have to say such a thing? Of course, if someone were to change, they would think that that person was just bragging, but Ziming, They believed that he really had this ambition. 200 billion? Can we really make 200 billion? Someone below asked in a daze, although what he said had knotted his tongue, but he still got the unanimous approval of other people. Faced with such a problem, Ziming confidently asked, "Why not? I think you must have forgotten it. I also told you at the beginning that if the Dota project succeeds, it can make 20 trillion. Then we are now it's against the Dota project. If we don't even earn 200 billion, what are we going to do? Give up early and go home and play in the mud?" In the end, Ziming deliberately asked them, "What do you think?" Chapter 61, Challenge is only progress? Bow to thank Dancing Wind for the big red envelope of golden goat and goat. There was silence in the conference room, and no one could speak to Ziming's rhetorical question. Perhaps Ziming's words were very vulgar, but at this time, no one would care about them, because there was only Ziming's words in order to reflect his spirit. At the same time, Ziming's words also made the following people feel even more ashamed, because they have always claimed to be businessmen of a superpower, and they still have to grasp the lifeline of this country's economy in the future, but now their vision is so small. Even second Ulbidov's financial tycoon Boltarsky opened his mouth and said the figure of 200 million. On the contrary, Ziming, a person from a poor country, casually opened his mouth to be 10 times 100 times his. How could this not make them feel ashamed? In fact, the number of 200 million is not what Boltarsky himself said nonsense, because in the previous devaluation of the ruble, he made 100 million. Now Ziming says there is a better opportunity to make money, he naturally wants doubled it again. And speaking of this North Russian businessman is also very ambitious. After all, such a doubling of asset growth is not something ordinary people would dare to imagine. It's just that he accidentally ran into Ziming, a lunatic who was reborn and dared to take the Dota plan to make a game, so in comparison, his situation was destined to be small. But Boltarsky was not convinced. He said to Ziming, "Mr. Ziming can make money and dare to make money. I am very convinced. The plan to make 200 billion is also very surprising to me, but there is one thing Mr. Ziming you seem to forget. Now, our opponent is the Dota project, a consortium family from the entire Western world. Look at them, and they have turned our country's economy into this way as soon as they took action. Crisco Winter, this is the headline in the newspaper. Mr. Ziming, you also said that this headline is very appropriate." Boltarsky said, "We can now get hundreds of millions from the Dota project. It's already not easy. How can we go to fight them again?" Ziming smiled, looked at him meaningfully and asked, "What, is Mr. Boltarsky scared?" "How could I be afraid?" Boltarsky was aroused at the time, but immediately he calmed down again. "I just think our approach is too risky." "How can you make money without risking it?" Ziming shook his head and said, "Since ancient times, profit and loss have been integrated. There is no reason to make a steady profit without losing it. Isn't there a saying in the West, the more profitable business comes with it, the greater the risk? This is the truth. But I also know that it is too easy for everyone here to make money for some reasons. That's why you have lost the courage and ability to fight hard. You always want to sit at home and get something for nothing. This is simply impossible." Ziming's remarks obviously stimulated the self-esteem of these new North Russian tycoons. When Ziming's remarks stopped here, someone immediately retorted, "We don't want to get something for nothing. But we rarely escape this gris. Kesedong, we don't want to jump in on our own initiative." Ziming nodded slightly. "It turns out that this is the case. Then it seems that what I said is not wrong. You are really scared." Ziming did not give the following people a chance to refute himself, and immediately continued, "Actually, in my opinion, what winter is not winter is just our mentality. For the same thing, how we look at him, there will be a different possibility. Let's take the current Dota plan for example." Ziming said, "The reason why everyone here is afraid of confrontation is simply because they have more funds than ours and their methods are better than ours. Then can we change our perspective? Looking at it, Does it mean that we have a lot of room for improvement? If we upgrade this room, will we be able to fight the Dota project? Mr. Ziming, the truth is the same, but saying and doing are completely different things. Someone said below, if we can do it by saying what we say, our economy in North Russia will not be like this anymore. What you said is correct. It is because saying and doing are completely different things. That's why we have a meeting here today. If I say we can do it right away, then we can start work immediately. Ziming paused at this point, and then went on to say, it is said that striving for ideals is a life challenge. What we are doing now is a challenge. I think in this situation, whatever we do is a challenge. Because of challenges, we will all work hard to make progress. Crisco winter is a description of the economic situation in North Russia as a whole. All North Russians, including everyone here, are saying that the economy is not good now and nothing can be done. Ziming said, everyone said nothing wrong, and the situation is indeed the same as everyone said. But what I want to say is that these words are more like a grieving woman venting his own dissatisfaction. It is the Xiamins towards the whole society. Resent. But you are all different. You have the ability to change all of this, but you dare not do it. Do you think you are still a man? I have always believed that there is no problem in this world that cannot be solved. There are only unwilling brains. Now you say that you have no money, then find a way to make money. Just like you bought your own business in the first place. No. If you understand the Western financial instruments, then you can learn it. Once you learn it, you can wrestle with them. You must know that it is under your feet. But Crisco, Ziming said, here, your ancestors have defeated Sweep, French and Germans in Europe. Do you tell me that you have to choose to be ostriches now? Ziming said with a disdainful smile. Of course, you can also not do it, and no one pointed a gun at you to do it. But now you have been stagnant, and the next time Dota plans to point your guns at it. When you are in your time, you can only stand by your hands. At the end, Ziming added, and do you really think that the Dota project will let you make money with them all the time? Ziming's last sentence immediately broke through everyone's psychological defenses, making them no longer an ostrich, because at this time what they want most is to make money with the Dota plan without pressure, then just break it. Their illusion can wake them up from their dreams. After all, no matter who it is, they will not allow their cakes to be distributed to others. The missing soup does not matter, but if there are other groups, it won't work. Or Boltarsky, he asked Ziming, Mr. Ziming, I admit that what you said makes sense. So now the question is, how do we fight the Dota plan? They used the method of creating panic and selling rubles. Are we going to get all their rubles back? This method is very stupid and we won't use it. Mr. Boltarsky, you raised this question quite well. Ziming praised. There is something called a hedge fund in Western countries. From a literal analysis, since it is a hedge, it is to collide with the mainstream situation. In order to draw a contrarian trend, we can make huge profits. What we are going to do now is indeed very similar to a hedge fund, but I want to ensure that everyone can make money. But Mr. Ziming, you just said that there is no business that makes no money without losing money. How can you guarantee that we can make money? Media tycoon Korhodo asked Ziming. Ziming nodded and said, I did say these things, and I still don't change my words, because this is in North Russia. As long as we are the saviors of North Russia and can mobilize the masses to control the masses, it is not difficult to deal with the Dota project. Ziming's words made everyone in the conference room look at each other, including Urbidov, who had heard Ziming's words beforehand. They all looked blank and didn't understand what Ziming's words meant. Now, they don't even know that when Ziming's plan is successful, they will cheer Ziming's throat, just because Ziming's plan is so awesome. When Ziming and other North Russian businessmen were having a meeting on the Red Square building, on the other side, Villa number 8 belonging to the Dota project, David Yi, who was in charge of the Dota project, was also planning something. At this time, David I was sitting in the meeting room of the villa, with several phones in front of him. This is the way of meeting for Dota Project. Due to some special reasons, many people participating in Dota Project are reluctant to show up. They can only communicate in this way of conference call. Mr. David Iyer, the current Dota Project is proceeding step by step. According to our estimate of the ruble, it is far from the end. I don't understand why you want to stop. This question was issued on a phone in front of David. David glanced at the phone and said, "Mr. Taylor, I think you may have made a mistake in the order. It is not that I want to stop, but that we are now should stop." "Why? Is it because of Ziming?" the person named Taylor asked. Hearing Ziming's name, the muscles on Davy's face twitched unnaturally, and then said, "Mr. Taylor, I think you must know that some rich people in northern Russia are also shorting the ruble with our Dota plan." "Things?" Taylor said disdainfully. "They want to drink some soup with us and let them drink it. You don't have to worry about them at all." Mr. Taylor is really majestic. Davy first praised the other party, then changed the front of the conversation and said, "But this is not the case. I want to temporarily stop the Dota project, except for those who follow us to speculate. In addition to attacking the North Russian businessman, we still have to further increase the short selling against the ruble, because only after the upper level of North Russia is defeated, we can truly wipe out the entire North Russia." There was silence for a while, and then another person asked, "Then what are you going to do?" Hearing this voice, Davy immediately became respectful. "Mr. is like this. I plan to increase the intensity of selling rubles first, let them continue to follow up, and then find an opportunity to suddenly recover them all, so that I can beat them." One was caught off guard and left them with nothing. "Very good, just do as you say," the man said. After getting the approved answer, Dave grinned in his heart. Ziming, I know that you are now taking a North Russian businessman to pick up trash in our Dota plan. I see how long you can pick it up." Chapter 62 The Selling of the Ruble? Kenan is an ordinary citizen of Crisco. He works in a bank and leads a very ordinary life. However, when the economic situation of the whole country continues to deteriorate, after this year's Crisco winter, his life is ordinary. It was completely disrupted. Like other North Russians, with the continuous devaluation of the ruble and the soaring prices, the life of the Konon family has become more and more difficult, and even meals have to be carefully planned. It's just that Kenan is better than others. Since he works in a bank, he can accept financial knowledge faster and easier than others, so he invests his surplus money into the financial market and uses some of the money he gets in the bank. Inside information makes a lot of money, which can make your life easier. Of course, at the same time, the salary that the bank gave him was also the reason why he didn't have to go to the streets to change his property like other North Russians. That morning, Kenan sneaked out to the securities company as always, and it was still so busy and noisy, with countless people coming in and out. Kenan knew that these people came with the idea of getting rich overnight. Some of them made money, but more people went bankrupt here. But anyway, there is so much money in this place. The small area is still full of morbid vitality. Kenan didn't take care of them. He went directly to the trading floor, where people were most concentrated. They might sit or stand in different postures, but their eyes were all staring at the big screen in unison, motionless. Obviously these people are buying and selling stocks and ruble information. Perhaps many of them still don't understand the principles of the financial market very well, but they all understand that the numbers that are fluctuating on the big screen are always the same every time they go up and down. A large sum of money, if they can get this money. They will probably not spend it all their lives, but this money is not something ordinary people can play like them. Kenan also came for this money, otherwise he should be working in a bank instead of taking the risk to come here. You know, after the bank was restructured, it was no longer a state unit, and the system was much tighter than before. However, for Kenan, he must come out no matter how tight it is, because it is related to his family's bread money tomorrow! Today there was something in the bank temporarily, so Kenan came late, and there was no space in the trading floor, so Kenan had to take out a newspaper mat and sit in the lobby. He skillfully took out his pen and notebook, and began to record the changes in today's stock price and the ruble exchange rate as usual, so as to make plans for his next investment. But at this moment, a few people rushed in from the door and pushed a lot of people in the road very roughly. Although these people didn't say a word, they attracted the attention of the entire trading floor. Also interrupted Kenan's thinking. What are you doing? Are there any rules? You can't make trouble here casually. If you are to be thrown out by the security guards like this, our fists won't have eyes. Many people in the hall clamored at these people and were very dissatisfied with their actions, but these people did not buy their bills, and they still walked inwardly, until they reached a service window and directly faced the inside. The account manager yelled, "Help me sell all the rubles in my account and exchange them into US dollars, immediately all, at any low price." The fans shouting that all people have also clamored for their dissatisfaction are stunned for a moment. In the north of the Russian government had liberalized financial markets, securities companies to open the door after each business day to sell ruble are a lot of people. This is not I was surprised, but the answer from the account manager in the following made everyone here no longer calm down. "Hello sir, there are now 200 million rubles in your account. And now the ruble exchange rate has fallen, and the exchange rate of the ruble has fallen, and it can only be converted to less than 10 million US dollars. Are you sure you want to sell them all?" The account manager said to him very politely, but the man ignored it at all and just said, "Sell it all." "Okay sir, but I have to remind you that because the amount of rubles you sold at one time is too large, it is likely to cause market turmoil and further drop the ruble exchange rate. In the end, it is very likely that you will not even be able to exchange 9 million US dollars. You have to be prepared for this. In addition, the exchange rate of the ruble will rise slightly when the market opens every day. You can then, the account manager kindly reminded him. But he didn't appreciate it at all. Instead, he shouted at the account manager impatiently, "I told you to throw it all away, don't you understand it? Don't deliberately delay my time." This sentence immediately caused an uproar at the scene, not because he interrupted the customer manager's words very rudely, but because the money he threw was not a small amount of money. That's 2 billion rubles. Even though the ruble depreciation after the previous winter of Crisco is very serious, it is still not as good as toilet paper. It can still be exchanged for nearly 10 million US dollars. Even if it depreciates a little bit, there are still $9 million, and if it comes every morning when the ruble exchange rate rises, if you are lucky, you can exchange another $1 million. But now, this person has sold everything so indifferently. How can this not make people feel curious and surprised? Kenan felt something was wrong right away. Driven by his curiosity, Kenan took the initiative to push aside the crowd and asked him, "My friend, why did you sell rubles like this? Is something wrong?" The man looked back at him and said, "I don't know you. Why should I tell you?" After being touched, Kenan didn't get discouraged or flinched. Instead, he became more vigorous. Kenan explained to him, "There are so many people here that everyone doesn't know, but everyone's resources can be shared." Yes, because everyone knows that the economic situation in North Russia is very bad now. Western countries are invading our economy. If we don't unite, we can't compete with it. But the other party still said coldly, "It's you, it has nothing to do with me. I just want to sell the ruble, that's my behavior." Kenan still smiled and said, "I understand that this is indeed your behavior. It stands to reason that it has nothing to do with us, but the problem is that we are all investing here. Your act of selling the ruble like this will cause the ruble to continue to depreciate. That is, it affects our interests. Do you think if you don't tell me why, can you get out of here with peace of mind?" Kenan's words made the person's heart beat. He subconsciously glanced around, and the people next to him stared at him in cooperation. Under the gaze of so many people, Kenan threatened him again. The man seemed to be a little guilty. After thinking about it for a while, he said to Kenan, "Well, it doesn't matter if I tell you this, but if there is a word I have, first of all, I don't know too much. I also do things for others." Kenan waved his hand and said, "It's okay, as long as you tell us everything you know." The man nodded and said, Actually, it's not complicated to speak of. My boss told me that there will be a greater trend of devaluation of the ruble in the future, just like the first day when a securities company opened the market, so let me no matter how low the price, it must be sold out. This sentence is like a heavy bomb, and it blows everyone up. Everyone is doing finance here. How can you not understand what he means? But what everyone does not understand is that the exchange rate of the ruble has been very stable during this period of time. Why is it going to plummet again? Does this give people a way to survive? Or is he doing the game? Everyone is thinking this way. At this time, Conan has the same thoughts as everyone else, but he is more concerned about that he has just exchanged the ruble. If he exchanges the ruble with him now, would it be worthwhile, cost-effective? But the reality did not intend to give him much time to consider. Just when everyone was in a daze, another group of people rushed into the trading floor. Like the previous group, they also rushed directly to the counter after they came in. The account manager inside said loudly, "Selling rubles, I want to sell all the 500 million rubles in my hand and convert them into US dollars." The words of this group shocked everyone once again, including Kenan. Kenan's eyes widened, and he felt incredible about what was in front of him. Judging from the actions of the customer managers at the counter, what they said is true. They really want to throw away the rubles in their hands. I am afraid they do have so much money. But here comes the question, why do they want to do this? Nothing has happened in northern Russia now. When something goes wrong, there must be a demon. From the things in front of him, Kenan instinctively feels the problem, and he can subconsciously feel a huge situation. But Kenan was just a flash of inspiration, because when the group of people who sold 500 million finished speaking, someone immediately reacted and rushed to the front of the counter in 3 steps and shouted like them, "Quickly, help me also convert my rubles into US dollars. Be quick." This man's actions were like thunder on a sunny day, and everyone was awakened immediately. They also immediately followed in, rushing to the counter one by one, yelling to sell rubles to exchange dollars. Kenan was naturally also in this large force selling rubles. Although he had a little sane existence before and felt that there was something wrong with this matter, when he saw that people in the entire trading floor were rushing to the counter, he wanted to sell. At the time of the ruble, he knew that he could not wait any longer, because no matter what the problem was, he was sure of one thing, that is, after today, the ruble would definitely fall sharply. After confirming this situation, Kenan can't control other things, so he can only sell the rubles in his hand before talking about it. It's just that when Kenan and other North Russians were frantically dumping rubles, none of them noticed that the 2 groups that brought the trend had smiles on their faces that were successful in conspiracy. Chapter 63 Whose Game? Haha. Davy, the securities company's progress is going very smoothly. Jim only sold 500 million rubles on his side, which drove a new selling craze on the trading floor. When I called back just now, it was said that there were already hundreds of millions of rubles have been sold off, and now the trading floor is full of people selling rubles. If this situation continues, the ruble can depreciate by more than 30% in no more than 3 days. In Villa number 8, a chubby American walked into the study of Dota project director David Yee with a mobile phone, and said to him excitedly, "Hey, William, how many times have I said that you have to knock on the door before entering my study, and you have to call me Mr. David? There are still no rules at all. You are a future American financial expert." David put down the book in his hand, frowned and said, he looked at each other up and down, and then taught, "Also, you should also lose weight. Your body shape will become a big burden in the future. Keep healthy. Figure." The American named William spread his hands together and said helplessly, "Well, my Mr. David, you have to teach me every time you come. I just want to be free." Having said that, when William saw Davy's brows frowned again, he immediately changed his words and said, "I know, I will definitely pay attention to it in the future, but now the most important thing is the North Russian side, isn't it?" Davy shook his head helplessly. having no choice but to do his own way of William. What happened to Ziming and the North Russian businessman? Not yet, but it is estimated that our launch was too sudden. They didn't react at once. When they reacted and started to sell rubles following the trend, they were already going to fall into the trap of David. Sir. Inside, William said. David Ye also raised his mouth, a Chinese with a group of North Russians, both of whom are completely ignorant of finance, but want to fight against us, really knowing the truth. But Mr. Nordman is very loyal to Ziming. He has a high evaluation, so let's just believe it for the time being and pay more attention to him. Davy said this, but he picked up the book he had put down before, and then said to William, William, tell Jim to pay close attention to the situation on the trading floor. If Ziming and the others follow what's going on, I'm going to tell me immediately. What else can they make? It's nothing more than spinning behind our ass. They will do what we do. What other tricks can these people turn over? William shrugged and said to Davy with disdain. Only when William's words fell, the cell phone in his hand rang. William picked up the phone and got on the phone. When he heard the news there, he became a little confused. Davy, there is news from Jim. It is said that Ilbedov just appeared in the securities company, but he wants to stabilize the ruble. Davy had an expression that he had known for a long time. The result is the ruble falling even more, and there is still a lot of money to continue to sell the ruble. That's it. Why did you already know, Davy? William nodded and said, it's not that I knew it a long time ago, but these people only use this method. Davy said contemptuously, they want to throw out news to maintain the ruble's credibility, but secretly they are desperate. The selling of the ruble is to allow them to get the most out of this time when the ruble is falling. This is the idiomatic method of this traitorous bureaucracy. It's really a little bit that they use propaganda to make others rush forward and hide behind themselves. Nothing new. Then they are really disgusting. But fortunately, we are here to liberate them, William said. Then David, what should we do next? Should we recover the ruble immediately? Will the exchange rate of the ruble be brought up again? Davy immediately shook his head and said, not only will I not raise the exchange rate, I will help them continue to sell rubles and let the exchange rate continue to fall. William immediately understood Davy's plan. Davy, you are going to put a long line and lose the big fish. You guys are too bad-minded. You have to wait for them to sell more rubles. There is no way in a short time. I'll do it when I get it back. If it's not that they are greedy, but they don't have enough IQ, they wouldn't be able to do this. But as long as some things start, they don't stop when they want to stop, Davy said. But then he thought of something again, and said to William very dissatisfied, William, how many times do you need me to tell you before you understand? Call me Mr. Davy. Two flowers bloomed with one side each. When these two arrogant Americans were arrogantly pointing the country in this villa number 8, in the securities company on the other side, something they would never expect was happening. In the trading floor of the securities company, Conan, who had thrown away all his rubles, was still in the corner of the hall, looking up at the big screen. Kenan's fists were clenched, and his white face was flushed. He was obviously very excited. Fall. Please continue to fall without looking back. Kenan made such a cry in his heart. On the big screen of the trading floor, the exchange rate of the ruble is continuing to fall. Compared with the opening of the market this morning, it has fallen by more than 2% in just 2 hours. 10. Oh my god. Why can't I sell rubles now? I can accept any low price. Suddenly there was a wailing from the counter in front of him, and Kenan subconsciously glanced at it, and he became disinterested, because this was not the first one. Kenan knew that it must be the pain of people who hadn't had time to throw the ruble. This is finance. If you have not mastered the first-hand consultation, please keep up with the trend for the first time. If you can't even keep up with the trend, then you can only be eliminated by the trend. Kenan was very fortunate that he had just squeezed forward to throw away the ruble in his hand. Otherwise, if he hesitated for a while, I am afraid that he would be like these people now, crying and crying here, but there is nothing he can do, because it is a complete transaction that needs to be bought and sold. Now everyone is desperately selling and no one is going to buy. So even if the price is low, isn't it useless? Hey Kenan, you are really here? A familiar voice reached Kenan's ears, and he was startled. He looked back and saw that he was a short and chubby North Russian. Kenan said embarrassingly, "Hello, I am here because there are some special things to deal with, and I never absent from work." The person here was Kenan's supervisor in the bank. Kenan never expected that his supervisor would come here, but I'm afraid that the leader was also attracted by the collapse of the ruble. This made Kenan feel very irritable. Why didn't he forget that his leadership was also concerned about finance? But it is also very unfortunate that in the trading floor with so many people, how did the leader find himself? Although he has made a lot of money in the financial market by buying and selling rubles, he has always been habitually afraid of losing his job in the bank. However, the man just waved his hand and said, "We will talk about whether you have absent from work. But now I have another job to give you. If you do this job well, I will assume that your absenteeism has not happened, but if you don't do it well, I'll do business." The leader's words made Kenan feel tight. He worriedly said, "Leader, I only sell rubles after listening to other people's news. I don't know how to control the financial market, and I'm just a bank employee. I don't have much money. I really can't help you." "Comrade Kenan," the leader said to him solemnly, "I am not asking you to buy the rubles in my hand. Besides, with the current conditions, you can't guarantee that you will receive me with your money." Hearing what the leader said, Kenan felt a little relieved, but the leader's next words made him dumbfounded. "I'm going to give you the opportunity to manipulate hundreds of millions of dollars." "Operate hundreds of millions of dollars? What do you mean by leading you?" Kenan didn't understand what leadership meant. "You will understand when you see someone with me." His leader said this to him, and then led Kenan out of the trading floor and went up to the securities company's office from the side. "This is Comrade Kenan, you are welcome." A voice sounded. Kenan followed the voice and looked over. His eyes widened suddenly, and he pulled his leader very excitedly. He wanted to say but he couldn't speak, or his leader finally said to him, "This is Mr. Urbidov, the chairman of our Union Bank." Kenan nodded desperately and said, "Yes, Mr. Urbidov, you are my idol and the pride that I have always worked hard for. I am very happy to see you here." Urbidov smiled at him. "I am also very happy to see you today, Comrade Kenan." Although Kenan understood that Urbidov was only polite to himself, this sentence still made him feel excited. "It was Mr. Urbidov who was looking for me. I'm not dreaming, am I? God, if this gentleman asks me to do something, then I have to finish it no matter what." Kenan swears in his heart, but when he had this idea, he suddenly saw Urbidov turned his head and asked another person next to him, "Mr. Ziming, what should I do? Please also tell him." This made Kenan a little dumbfounded, because in his understanding, Urbidov is not only the chairman of the United Bank, but also the general manager of a securities company. Shouldn't he be the richest person in North Russia? He can give orders on what matters. Why should he ask others for advice? If this person is a high official of the Malin Palace, forget it. But this person seems to be just an ordinary Chinese. Why is that? Kenan couldn't figure it out here, but Ziming over there spoke first. "Comrade Kenan, I have $500 million to hand over to you, and your task is to go to the trading floor below to recover rubles." Kenan's heart froze. He suddenly remembered that today's fall in the ruble was indeed unusual. Someone was deliberately doing it. This idea made him feel very scared. He thought that this was the situation that those Western countries were doing. Now it seems that things are not that simple. Chapter 64 The Chinese are too terrible. "Mr. Ziming, do you think our plan can be successful? What if there is an accident?" In the office of the securities company, Urbidov looked at Kenan's back and asked Ziming uncomfortably. Ziming didn't answer him, but instead asked, "Do you believe Kenan or don't you? Trust me?" Ziming's rhetorical question made Urbidov's question bewildered. First of all, whether he believes Kenan is actually not important. because their money is in the account of the securities company, which is monitored by the securities company throughout the process. Knon doesn't have any power to control. He is naturally happy to cooperate. It doesn't matter if he doesn't cooperate. It's great to change another person. If you insist that you don't believe him, you are worried that he will leak the news. But for a small person like him, he doesn't even have the interest to pay more attention to. As for Ziming, how could Ilbedov dared to say a word of disbelief? It's not that he doesn't dare, but what Ziming has always done has made him convinced. From his point of view, Ziming is like a god who rules everything in the dark. If he says anything, he will definitely do it. Go in the direction he said. Ilbedov thought for a while and said, Mr. Ziming, I don't mean to disbelieve it. It's just that we have such a large sum of money. No matter how careful we are, it will always have a certain impact on the ruble exchange rate. You can find out if you take a closer look at the tower plan. Once they find out and take countermeasures, I'm afraid our efforts will all be in vain. It's true, Ziming nodded his head at first, but then changed the conversation and asked him, but Mr. Ilbedov, how much do you think I have in financial control? Of course it's very good. Although Ilbedov didn't understand why Ziming asked this suddenly, he immediately replied, Mr. Ziming, your financial knowledge is absolutely very general. In this field, even the slightest movement will definitely not escape your careful observation, Mr. Ziming, otherwise you will not be able to take us to grab money in the Dota project. But Mr. Ilbedov, you seem to have forgotten that I am Chinese, and I have just appeared in my country's capital market. Ziming added, what's the matter with the Chinese? Even if Mr. Ziming, you are Chinese, even if your country's capital market has just emerged, but your judgment on the financial sector and capital market. Ilbedov's words came to an abrupt end here, because this wise Jew had already understood what Ziming meant. Ziming was a very powerful character in his Ilbedov's eyes, because they were together for the sake of the fight against the Dota project. To the Americans, they don't think so. They only think that in closed places like the Soviet Union and China, there is no economic activity at all, and they can't even eat enough. Where can they have any energy to engage in finance? Perhaps this Ziming's ability to accept this is very fast. He went to Hong Kong for a period of time and was exposed to Western financial knowledge, but he was still far from the financial elite. In the eyes of Americans, he was just a joke. This is not American arrogance, but it is indeed the case. After all, the transition from a planned economy to a free economy is not so easy. Just kidding, the financial development of the entire Western world for more than 400 years can be understood and learned by a person who has emerged from a closed country overnight. Maybe you have different talents, but the wealth of the Western world for hundreds of years, the endless financial means, is something that people like you who have not had enough food before can never think of or learn. Even if it is a wealthy North Russian like Ilbedov, he is also the most proficient Jew in business. After the Dota project began, he has been supplementing relevant financial knowledge day and night. Up to now, he still has a little knowledge. This kind of financial knowledge can be said, but when it is used, there are still many concepts that cannot be changed, and it is always subconsciously moving in the direction of the planned economy of the past. This is the case in the Soviet Union, so why should China be different? It is precisely because of this that they will not put Ziming in their eyes. Looking at Ilbedov's expression, Ziming understood that his thinking had been synchronized with himself, so Ziming went on to say, the idea is not something that can be changed in a short while, just like our closed system. Regardless of our whatever we do, the Americans will definitely think that we don't understand finance at all, and what we do is just picking up trash behind them. Speaking of this, Ziming chuckled slightly. Since they think we are picking up trash, then we will pick up the trash and show it to them. I admit that the financial background of the Western countries for hundreds of years cannot be learned overnight, but there are always things that are inseparable from their origins, and what we have to do now is to grasp their roots. Ziming said, I said if they won't allow us to keep sharing their cakes, then they will definitely set a trap on us to bring us down. And their trap, the most commonly used method is hedging. The so-called hedging, in simple terms, is to go against the trend, artificially set off a momentum, so as to stifle huge profits. Ziming said, first sell the ruble, create a ruble panic, let the ruble exchange rate continue to fall, and wait until a certain extent. In the future, they will reclaim these dumped rubles and concoct news to increase the exchange rate of the ruble, so that every time it falls and rises, all the wealth goes into their pockets. Finally, Ziming added another sentence, including our money, because we saw the ruble exchange rate plummet. If we want to keep our wealth, we must join them. But it's a pity that the abacus on the Dota plan was very good, but they encountered a demon like Ziming, which was destined to bankrupt their plan. This is the last thing Ilbedov added to Ziming in his heart, because as Ziming's partner and the general manager of a securities company, he knew very well that today's ruble plummeted, and they actually took the lead. In Ziming's plan, he also wanted to return this pit to the Dota project so that they could bear the consequences of exchange rate fluctuations. In the words of their Chinese people, this is called administering a tactic to treat the human body according to the human way. This is terrible. This thought made Ilbedov shiver uncontrollably. For him, there was no problem with the Dota plan. If he changed to himself, he might be fooled. After all, this time the ruble, after falling so sharply and so suddenly, I must be trying to keep the wealth in my hand. How can I even think of countering the other party? Those Americans obviously have the same idea. But how can those Americans expect that in the magical land of the East, a genius like Ziming was born, obviously born in such a closed and poor country, but understand finance better than the most advanced Americans? Sometimes Ilbedov even suspected that he and Ziming were not in the same world at all, but only when the door of hell was opened, Ziming had a chance to come from another world. This idea was absurd and unruly in Ilbedov's mind. But how did he know that his mythical idea was the closest to reality? Ziming did come from another world, but that world was in it. 20 years later. The next 20 years are the 20 years of great development for the whole world. Many principles that even elementary school students understood at that time were very advanced and incredible in this era. It is precisely because Ziming came with the knowledge of previous lives that he appeared to be more advanced than the Americans. Of course, there is the most important point. In terms of strategy, the Chinese do not know how many streets these white people have left and play with Ziming. They are doomed to ask for hardship. If Mr. Ziming was born half a century earlier, then I think you must be a general on the battlefield, because your enemy will always be led by your nose. Ilbedov admired Ziming. Ziming shrugged with a smile. Perhaps, but compared to a general, I am more willing to be a person who controls the overall situation behind the scenes. Mr. Ziming, you are really ambitious, Ilbedov said. But Mr. Ziming, but our strength is still too small after all. Now that the ruble is falling so sharply, we can really stabilize the situation and let the exchange rate rise? Facing Ilbedov's concern, Ziming shook his head slightly in his heart. Judging from the performance of the Ilbedov in front of him, he understood why their nation is the most profitable in the world. But there is no fixed place to live in exile forever, and Ilbedov, as the #1 financial oligarch in North Russia, will be driven out of North Russia in just 1 year, and finally killed in his own apartment. It is because he lacks the courage to truly dare to challenge. But that's okay. What you lack is what I have. So let me teach you how to do things. Ziming said to Ilbedov, if it is just as, I can tell you very responsibly that there is no way at all, but now we have the Republic of North Russia under our feet, then I have a way. Let us let those Yankees have insights, what is called People's War. Ziming's voice fell, and Ilbedov had no time to respond. Ziming's mobile phone on the table rang. Ziming picked it up and said a few words, and then said to Ilbedov, okay. With Mr. Ilbedov, the ship we have been waiting for has arrived. Let's set off for Petrograd. Ilbedov let out a surprised cry, as if he hadn't changed his mind from what he had just thought, and asked in a daze, is it here so soon? Ziming nodded and said, of course. Sometimes we Chinese are more pragmatic than Americans. This sentence irritated Ilbedov, making him suddenly feel that the little brother country in the east that has been asking the Soviet Union to help, in fact, should be a terrible place, and he should learn more about him. Chapter 65 10,000 tons of daily necessities. Bow, thank you Ariozo504 for your monthly pass support. Petrograd is the pride of our Northern Russian Republic and a jewel on the northwest coast. It is not only because it is home to the largest number of scientific research and educational institutions in our country, but also the cutting-edge scientists and industries that make the world tremble. For us North Russian businessmen, it's more important that this is the largest port city in our country. The annual throughput of nearly 10 million tons of cargo is amazing. Mr. Ziming, you may have heard that the Soviet Union moved its capital after the founding of the People's Republic of China. In fact, for us North Russians, this is the capital, a northern capital belonging to the Republic of North Russia. On the jet airliner to Petrograd, Ilbedov gushed about the situation of Petrograd to Ziming. Although Ziming had checked the information about the situation in Petrograd, he still smiled. Tell him this is very proud. More than an hour later, the plane landed at the Petrograd airport. Ziming and Ilbedov got off the plane. On the tarmac, a very young North Russian was waiting there with his team. Before Ilbedov's introduction, Ziming knew that this man was named Hoplov, who was the richest man in Petrograd. He was in charge of more than 30% of the entire Petrograd factory, and even some defense industries. Perhaps in the capital Krisko, Urbedov, no matter how rich he is, because of his proximity to the center of power, there will always be someone who can compete with him, but in Petrograd, Hoplov is the well-deserved number one. Hoplov came up to greet him happily. He first greeted Urbedov. Dear Mr. Urbedov, on behalf of all Petrograd people, I welcome you. Hoplov is very grateful, and I am also very happy to come to Petrograd, Ilbedov said, and he then introduced him to Ziming. This is Mr. Ziming. He is a good friend of our North Russian businessman partner. Hearing Ziming's name surprised Hoplov. So you are Mr. Ziming? I have heard of your name on Petrograd's side. You helped us North Russians resist the American economic aggression. Knows that you are a fascinating legend. Ziming simply thanked him, and then Ilbedov said, Mr. Ziming is going to the port in Petrograd this time. Are you ready for us, Hoplov? Of course, this is not only a matter for Mr. Ziming, but also a major event related to our North Russia. Of course I will take it to heart. Hoplov said, I just contacted the port, and the ship with Mr. Ziming has already arriving at the port. I am docking. I have prepared a car for Mr. Ziming. I can send Mr. Ziming to the hotel and take a rest before going to the port. Ziming waved his hand and said, no, since the ship has arrived, let's go directly to the port. Ziming's words completely finalized the itinerary. They boarded the minibus prepared by Hoplov and went directly to the port. It was more than an hour later that Ziming and the others arrived at the port. Petrograd Wharf is no different from other ports. They are both on a map. There are many containers of different colors stacked on the front and back warehouses, and the port cranes go back and forth, transporting these containers to trains and cars, and finally out of the port. It was a busy scene. Under Hoplov's car, Ziming and the others went straight into the port and came to the dock. A huge freighter with Chinese logos was docking on the shore. The cranes on the dock made a roaring sound, and they kept moving. The containers were unloaded from the ship one by one. This is the freighter of the Gangqing shipping group that arrived at the port early this morning. According to the port's news, there will only be one freighter from the Gangqing within half a month. I think it should be the ship that you are waiting for, Mr. Ziming. Hoplov said to Ziming. No need, it must be this ship. Ziming said. The ship or the person in charge of the shipping group is also here, too? Take me to find them. Hoplov nodded and said, I just contacted the port and said that they are still on the dock and are talking to the person in charge of the dock. I will take you to find them. Ziming nodded and said yes, and then followed Hoplov onto the pier. On a clearing on the embankment, Ziming saw a few people standing there. They looked up and watched the aerial work of the crane, talking about something. This is normal. After all, A 10,000-ton freighter docks at a port. Whether it's cargo loading, unloading, stacking or transportation, it needs to be communicated with the port. Everyone negotiates with each other. You can't put it at random like a dump, but it's true. Garbage dumps are also placed in different areas, not to mention port terminals. These boxes and boxes are all money. What surprised Zuming was that he saw three familiar figures, which Zuming did not expect. Chairman Tong Li Dong, I really didn't expect you to come to Petrograd too. Zuming said that because these three people are not others, they are Zuming's old acquaintances. The future richest Chinese man, Li Cheng. Hong Kong City is also the world's #2 ship Wang Tonggang, and his son Tong Hua, who will become the chief executive of Hong Kong City in the future. Hearing Zuming's greeting, Li Cheng and Tong Hua turned around and greeted Zuming happily. At the same time, Li Cheng said to Tong Gang, Chairman Tong, I said Zuming will definitely come over as soon as possible. Well, he is a very time-conscious person and will not delay. Li Cheng is also serious when he said that. After all, the loading and unloading of 10,000-ton freighters is not as simple as the loading and unloading of ordinary cars. Whether it is entering a port or arranging a warehouse, it takes several hours. It takes time. Generally, it takes at least 3 or 4 days to complete the loading and unloading of a 10,000-ton freighter, and even more than a week for a long time. After waiting for such a long time, many people would not choose to be there the first time, but wait until the goods are fully loaded and unloaded and checked out before processing, which can save time. While talking, Li Cheng and Tong Gang came up to shake hands with Zuming. Tong Gang said to Zuming, we all know that Zuming, you have done so many horrifying things on North Russia, but only half a short time. We have quadrupled our wealth in just a month, and now we have to face with the Americans. How can we still stay in Hong Kong City? We must come to witness your miracle moment. Speaking of this, Tong Gang added with a little regret, it's just that there is no direct route from Port City to Petrograd, so we can only come with the ship. In fact, this is also in time for such a good time. With the help of friends from North Russia, Zuming introduced Ilbedov and Hoploff to Li Cheng and Tong Gang. Ilbedov greeted Li Cheng Tong and said with emotion, after this time, I really want to tell you Chinese. I saw it with admiration. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you would be able to find such a big ship and bring so many things. It's really amazing. I don't think even Americans can do it. Li Cheng smiled and explained to him, Mr. Ilbedov, you have a good reputation. In fact, this is not as exaggerated as you said. This Mr. Tong Gang is the chairman of our Port City Shipping Group. This ship is one of the ships under our hands. The only troublesome thing is to count the 5,000 tons of cargo, but fortunately, we have just so many on the European side, so we ship them all at once. Anyway, I still want to represent all of our North Russians. Thank you for your help, Ilbedov said sincerely. Although Li Cheng said lightly, this smart Jew could understand that behind his words, many difficulties must be overcome. At this time, Hoploff stood up and said, since everyone is here, that is also a good thing. Now the loading and unloading of this freighter takes a certain amount of time. I can send you to the hotel to rest first, and then I invite you to enjoy our Northern Russian meal. In a Chinese phrase, since you are here, you are a guest, and let you feel the enthusiasm of our North Russians. There was no objection to Hoploff's proposal, so Hoploff took them to his villa on the outskirts of Petrograd. This villa is actually a medieval castle. When they walked into the hall, it was already set up. It was a round dining table covered with white tablecloths, cutlery, and a few bottles of flower plants. A glance at the past is very pleasing to the eye. Mr. Hoploff is truly an industrial tycoon in Petrograd. This move is worth learning from. Li Cheng praised him. Thanks to the Chinese friends for their compliments. As long as the friendship between everyone can be brought closer, I think any method is okay. Hoploff said so, and then took Zuming and the others to sit down at the dining table, and as they sat down, a few North Russian girls in maid costumes walked in with a plate like flowers and butterflies, and served them. dish regal treats to dinner. The food is naturally the most particular, but at this time, they are not paying attention to eating. So even if they eat the best wild salmon in Norway, they drink the best 45 years Graphite, they wouldn't care either. Of course, everyone is a person with status, and no one will ask questions from the beginning. Everyone will greet them first, and wait for the atmosphere to become active before moving on to the topic. I used to stay in the Hare, where I saw the enthusiasm of Gaul girls. If it weren't the fear of delaying things here, I really want to live there for a long time. Tonggang's words drew a lot of kind laughter, and Erbidov also said an idiom he had just learned. Hoploff interjected at the right moment and asked, I know that place in France. It is the most romantic place in the world, so your goods are all transferred from France? Aren't they all luxury goods? The current economic situation of our North Russia may not be able to afford it. Ziming and Li Chengtonggan looked at each other, knowing that these two North Russians were finally about to get into the subject because they couldn't bear their temper. Li Cheng explained to him, Mr. Hoploff, of course we will not ship any luxuries. In fact, we are not even ranging the goods in France. We are just concentrating all the goods we can consolidate in Europe. Then it was loaded on Chairman Tong's boat and finally shipped over. Then I don't know what you are transporting. Ilbedov couldn't help but asked. Mr. Ziming said that it can help us rescue the ruble crisis. Is it all gold? Ziming laughed. Mr. Erbidov can really be joking. We can ship these tons of gold. And we don't have the ability. These tons of goods are actually the simplest daily necessities. The clothes we all wear, shoes and socks, and the tablecloth knives and forks we use. Chapter 66 Starting from the root. In Villa number 8 on Geller Street, the young William hurriedly pushed open the door of a room, and shouted at the inside, Davy is not good. There has just been news from Jim that Ziming and Yi Erbidov is flying to Petrograd together. This is David Yi's study. The Dota project manager was watering the flowers at this time. William shook his hand when he shouted. The water in the pot spilled all over the table. He was very dissatisfied with the shower and put down the shower. I should really throw you to Columbia instead of bringing you here. You can't have a little memory. How many times have you said that you knock on the door before you come in? Why can't you remember? William, who was taught, wanted to say something wronged, but Davy remembered something, and then said, and what did you call me just now? I said I was going to call me Mr. Davy, you unruly bastard. Facing Davy's accusation, William raised his hands. Okay, dear Mr. Davy, I was wrong, but this time the matter was so anxious, I just forgot it for a while. Davy had no way to deal with William, so he waved his hand and asked him, then what did you just say? Ziming and the North Russian businessman went to Petrograd. What are they going to do there? Did Jim tell you? When talking about specific things, William calmed down. He thought for a while and replied to Davy, Jim doesn't know exactly what Jim does, but it's said that a 10,000-ton freighter from the Port City Shipping Group docked last night. Petrograd Port. From the perspective of time, their trip to Petrograd is likely to be related to the arrival of this freighter. Dave sighed. Obviously, this answer made him feel a little surprised. It turns out that Ziming is behind the Hong Kong City Consortium. The Hong Kong City Consortium has a few very powerful guys. They learned about the North Russian side. Quiet. It's reasonable to want to get a share of the pie. Listening to David Yi's analysis of his own words, William suddenly asked him, David Yi, do you think this is really a coincidence, or it's just the smoke screen he released? Because I really can't think of North Russia now. The financial situation in China. What can a 10,000-ton freighter change? Unless this 10,000-ton freighter ships all gold, it can't be changed at all. It's true. But 10,000 tons of gold. This is simply a fantasy, Davy said disdainfully. Not to mention whether it is possible to get 10,000 tons of gold in the port city, even if it is changed by magic. After they came out, how could they be transported to North Russia in such a short time? Besides, Those Hong Kong city families, why are they wasting so much wealth here? This is simply illogical. But what else could it be if it wasn't gold? I really couldn't think of it. It seems that this can only be a coincidence. William said, actually, I think it doesn't matter whether coincidence or not coincidence, William. As long as you remember that our turret plan is running, nothing can stop it. That's it. Our goal is 20 trillion US dollars. Davy said conceitedly. Then he remembered something and said to William, compared with this, I think William's question of politeness is the most worthy of my attention. You just forgot to add my name after the suffix of Mr. Shang is gone. You must remember that this is the top priority. Facing Davy's criticism of the carbine, William wilted like an eggplant beaten by frost. Here, Davy and William are very conceited, but they never expected that this freighter brought over 10,000 tons of daily necessities. However, it is normal for them not to think of it, let alone proud Americans. Even the rich North Russian Ilbedov who has been following Zeming can't figure it out. At this moment, in the ancient castle of Petrograd and Hoplov, both Ilbedov and Hoplov looked at Zeming with widely open eyes, their eyes full of surprise and confusion. Mr. Zeming, these 10,000 tons of daily necessities. Are they just the most common clothes, footwear and cutlery? Ilbedov asked Zeming in a daze. If it weren't for Zeming's previous stories, if it weren't for Zeming to sit in front of him now, he would really think that he and he did not live in the same world, because if they were the same people in the world, why would he not understand Zeming's thoughts at all? Zeming shrugged his shoulders meaninglessly and said, it's very simple. Don't you North Russia lack these things now? I can see that on Geller Street, everyone is rushing to become sellers or barter. Not all. Is that so? Zeming's answer made Ilbedov an impulse to vomit blood. This is not how bizarre Zeming's answer is. In fact, if Zeming's answer is so profound, I'll feel better in his heart. Because that was a very deep answer after all. But the point is that Zeming's answer is as simple as that, so simple that even Crisco's 3-year-old can understand it, which makes Ilbedov crazy. Indeed, Crisco lacks daily necessities. This is a sequel from the Soviet Union's focus on military industry. This is common sense. Now the entire North Russia lacks daily necessities. Anyone with long eyes can see this. But the key is what is the relationship between daily necessities and finance. Thinking about this, Ilbedov subconsciously cast his gaze to Li Cheng and Tong Gang next to him. At present, Tong Gang, who is relatively more advanced, put his hands together, and answered him first. Mr. Ilbedov, please don't look at me that way. I don't understand, so I came here with Mr. Li Cheng. Li Cheng said, Zeming told us that there is a big business here, saying that if we ship over 10,000 tons of daily necessities, we can make a lot of money. Not only this 10,000 tons, but there will be several ships in the future. When the freighter comes, it is also full of daily necessities and some grain. Ilbedov felt dumb, looked at Zeming in a daze and asked, Mr. Zeming, shouldn't this big business refer to the Dota project? In fact, Ilbedov still has a sentence. Is it possible that you want to sell clothes, footwear and daily necessities here? I didn't ask, but Ilbedov thought for a long time, but finally couldn't ask. But Ilbedov's inability to ask the question doesn't mean Zeming couldn't tell. Zeming said to him, Ilbedov is what you think too much. The big business I'm talking about is actually the Dota project, and the daily necessities and finance. They are one. Ilbedov shook his head and said, Mr. Zeming, please forgive me for my shallow knowledge. I really don't understand how the two sides are one. When Ilbedov asked this question, Li Cheng and Tong Gang also followed Zeming curiously, waiting for Zeming's answer. Zeming thought for a while, and did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, what do you think is the root cause of the current sharp drop in the ruble exchange rate? This question confuses Ilbedov and the others. And it is also because this question is too simple. They don't think Zeming's question will be so lacking in depth. Zeming then asked again, Do you all think that the current sharp drop in the ruble exchange rate is due to Dota's plan to sell rubles in securities companies without restrictions? Rebirth and the others couldn't help but nod their heads when facing this problem, but they all held back in the end, waiting for Ziming to reveal the final answer for them. Ziming went on to say, Chairman Tong Li Dong 1 Mr. Rebirth, you are all very powerful businessmen. I believe you understand some of the most basic financial logic. Then I would like to ask, if the ruble depreciation is worth such a severe price, how much is enough to sell? Ziming continued, finance and doing business are sometimes the same. You need to invest money first and wait until the entire business model is operated to achieve the results you want before you can recover costs and generate profits. It is true that many things have the same effect, but Mr. Ziming, now the Dota project only needs to invest a small part of it to create panic and let the North Russian people sell the ruble themselves, which can also achieve the same effect. Rebirth said. Ziming nodded and said, this is hedging, which is to use your own financial advantage to create the trend you want within a certain range, so that people blindly follow the trend created by the dealer, and then you can profit from it. But there is a problem here. What made the people lose confidence in North Russia's economy and would blindly follow the ruble panic created by the Dota plan and spontaneously sell rubles and help them short rubles? This time, Li Chengtong and Rebirth didn't speak, because through Ziming's guidance, they had already thought of something. Of course Ziming didn't need them to answer anything at this time. Ziming asked and replied, it's because of the extreme shortage of daily necessities in North Russia. Clothes, footwear, cutlery, and other daily necessities, usually seem inconspicuous and worthless, but once these things are missing, it is very terrible. As far as I know, North Russia is now lacking in salt. Ziming said, I was born in mainland China, and I have not studied financial knowledge systematically, but I can understand that the price of an item must be increased because there are few things, otherwise there are many streets and lanes. They can be sold everywhere. Do you still think this item will increase in price? This is the truth of the saying that things are rare and expensive. Go back to the ruble problem. Ziming said, it is because of the scarcity of the most basic daily necessities in northern Russia that prices have soared, and finally the ruble exchange rate has plummeted. The reason is very simple. Just imagine that when a bag of salt costs thousands of rubles to buy, what value is there in this ruble? Who would believe the ruble in North Russia? Ziming said, because of this, the Dota plan only needs to create a little panic here, and it will be flooded immediately, letting the people of North Russia spontaneously help them sell rubles. So, Ziming, you just want to solve the problem from the root. As long as the daily necessities crisis is resolved, the ruble exchange rate will naturally rise. Li Cheng analyzed. Ziming nodded and said, that's it. As long as we insist on paying in rubles, we can trade. When the supply of these cheap daily necessities exceeds demand, I can't find a reason for the ruble to continue to fall. What do you think? Facing Ziming's rhetorical question, Li Chengtong and Rebirth looked at each other a few times, and finally gave Ziming a thumbs up. Ziming, you have such a great idea. It's finally the Spring Festival. New Year's Eve is the first day of the Lunar New Year. Today and tomorrow, red envelopes will be distributed at 12 noon. Xiao Fang Pian welcomes everyone to kill and grab red envelopes. The quantity is limited. First come first served. Chapter 67 Who can save North Russia? Today's New Year's Day. Xiao Fang Pian is here to wish all my friends the New Year, wishing everyone good health and good luck, family happiness and wealth, and a double harvest in love and career. In addition, at 12 noon, Xiao Fang Pian will continue. Send red envelopes. Welcome everyone to continue grabbing red envelopes. Cherv is a famous market in Crisco, the capital of the North Russian Republic. Anyone who has lived in Crisco for more than a month does not know about this place. It is not only because of the most famous Chinatown in Crisco. Here it has an architectural and decorative style that is different from that of the entire North Russia. More importantly, it is the largest commodity distribution market in the entire Crisco, which supports the city trade. However, On August 15, 2012, a team of North Russian law enforcement vehicles drove here to forcibly close the Chinatown due to temporary sanitation inspections. The Chif market needs to be temporarily closed. I hope that the majority of businesses will immediately close their business and cooperate with the law enforcement inspections of relevant departments. The North Russian law enforcement vehicles swaggered into the market. The radio overhead of the car continuously broadcasted shouts. As the radio broadcast, one Chinese businessman also walked out of their shops. They looked at these North Russian law enforcement officials suspiciously. Kiankian asked, "Comrade Secretary made a mistake. Isn't our market a sanitary inspection that ended last month? Have all of them met the standards? Why do we need to close inspections now?" Faced with the questions of these Chinese businessmen, the director replied disdainfully, "Who told you that you have met the standard? I said that if the standard is not met, the standard is not met. I said that if you want to close the inspection, you must close. Now you are all closed and closed within an hour. Otherwise we will take coercive measures." From what he said, all Chinese businessmen have heard the problem. The chairman of the leading chamber of commerce said, "I'm sorry, we are a formal business place here. You can't ask us to stop business casually. This is illegal. I need to talk to you." Communication with superiors. The director looked at him with a faint smile and said, "It seems that you are not ready to cooperate with our law enforcement, so don't blame me for being impolite. You have to take coercive action." After he waved his hand at the director, the North Russian law enforcement officers who followed him immediately rushed up aggressively, each holding the seal and going to seal the door of the shop. But how could these Chinese businessmen let them seal the shop like this? Those are their lifebloods, so naturally they have to obstruct the resistance. When the director saw that they were obstructing, he said again, "You still dare to violently resist the law? Then don't blame me for giving an order to detain you all." The leading chairman of the China Chamber of Commerce also said solemnly, "We have not violently resisted the law, but there are problems with your law enforcement methods and reasons, and we need to explain." Explanation? Tell you. What I mean is to explain. I said that today is to be blocked today. If you dare to stop, you will all be taken and detained. The director's remarks made the chairman of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce understand that today's matter was deliberately done by the North Russian high levels, and the purpose was to use administrative means to ban the market and then transfer the market to the North Russians. Knowing this, these Chinese businessmen did not dare to move, because these North Russians made it clear that they were going to bully them. So what else is there to resist? Isn't that the way people are in a foreign land? All Chinese businessmen are at a loss. They are even more reconciled to the fact that the shops and markets they have built over the past few years have been forcibly closed without any basis, but they have no way out. Do you really want to watch these hateful North Russian officials just shut down this market? Just as all Chinese businessmen thought this way, suddenly many cars drove from not far away. The rumbling engine sound attracted the attention of this side. These cars drove into the market without stopping and stopped in front of North Russian law enforcement officers and Chinese businessmen. A 60-year-old old man walked out of the car and shouted to all the North Russian law enforcement officers with a loudspeaker, "I am a scientific farmer of the Securities Trade Union. I ask you to immediately stop this illegal closure of the Chif market." Behind this old man, other people also got out of the car one after another. These people are all North Russians. They all have a common characteristic. They are all over 40 years old and they are firmly standing in front of Chinese businessmen. You said one thing to the North Russian law enforcement officers. This Chif market must not be closed. You shit from the Law Enforcement Bureau, get out of this place. Seeing so many North Russian old people, the law enforcement chief was confused. He couldn't think of why so many North Russian old people came, let alone why they stopped in front of himself and those Chinese businessmen. "What are you doing?" "We came here to close the market under the order of superiors, because the sanitary condition of this market is not up to standard." Are you trying to help those Chinese businessmen? This is violent resistance. Before the director of law enforcement finished speaking, Kenan immediately said, What sanitation status is not up to standard? My Kenan has been buying things here for a lifetime. I never feel that there are any sanitation problems here, but it is what you stipulated. In those markets, I see a piece of mess. They can't be closed here. We don't allow it to close here. Kenan's emotions became more and more excited, and in the end he roared. Under the leadership of Kenan, other people also raised their arms and shouted at the law enforcement officers. The officers of the Law Enforcement Bureau were all scared for a while. Don't dare to do anything. Seeing the stalemate, the chairman of the China Chamber of Commerce immediately went over to hold Kenan's hand and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Kenan. If it weren't for you." Before he could finish his words, Kenan interrupted him and said, "Speaking of gratitude, we North Russians have to thank you Chinese business people. This Jiff market is not only a market for your Chinese businessmen, but also a market for Chinese businessmen. It is the memory of all our North Russians. Without your Chinese businessmen and the Jiff market, I believe that we Christians and even the entire North Russia would not have a happy today." Kenan's words shocked everyone. All Chinese businessmen looked at him blankly. He was very moved and said, "No matter how old I am, I will definitely remember it. Just 23 years ago, on that day, it was your Chinese businessman who changed and saved us North Russia." Not only Kenan, but after he finished speaking, other North Russians who followed also said, "Yes, it is not that you want to thank me, but we North Russia want to thank you. This Jiff market is also something we want to defend." Precious. In the tumult, Kenan raised his head and looked at the sky, and his thoughts also recalled those events of that year, things that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Putting time back on June 12, 1989, the ruble selling frenzy has lasted for nearly a week. The value of the ruble has fallen by more than 50% compared to a week ago, and the entire Crisco has completely fallen into one panic. Kenan walked aimlessly on Geller Street, which was originally the most prosperous street in Crisco. Although many North Russians later took to the streets and became sellers, this street was not only chaotic and congested. In addition, there are still some prosperous looks, but now, it is a hellish situation. On both sides of the street, there were many North Russians walking or sitting. Some of them were hiding their faces and crying, while others were at a loss and face like ashes, as if they had completely lost confidence in the future. Why is this? What use is the North Russian ruble now? It's not much better than waste paper in just a few days. I can't even pay the rent now. Even if I sell everything at home, I will eat it. I can't even afford a piece of black bread. Why is that? Does God insist on pushing us to a dead end and let us dedicate our souls to the devil? There was a whisper in Kenan's ear. Kenan did not look back at him. This was because Kenan knew very well that this was just the most ordinary person among so many people on Geller Street. Opposite Kenan, there was a couple. The woman was crying in the arms of the man. "I beg you to sell me, even if it's only for $1. I really can't live here in Crisco." Going down. "I don't want to sleep with you on the street every day. I just want to have a house and I just want to eat hot dishes every day. But these are simply not available here in North Russia." These words made Kenan feel extremely sad. How long did the women in his country become so cheap? But one thing that can make Kenan feel gratified is that his wife will not clamor to sell him abroad for $1, and he can still eat brown bread, and sometimes even add a glass of vodka. But it can only be done like this. It can be considered a joy in hardship, because I agreed to Mr. Albedov to help him manage his funds. My supervisor once gave him a large sum of money, which is still a strong exchange rate in US dollars. In this way, he will not be the same as these people, but Kenan also understands that he is the same as the difference between the second and the third. According to the situation that day, as long as the Chinese repented, he would immediately be unable to live. This situation made Kenan feel desperate in his heart. He didn't understand how this good country became like this. Kenan was born after the war. Since his birth, he has always known that he is a citizen of a world superpower, and he is of considerable status in the world. Although the country has had some economic problems recently, This country, it is a country that is comparable to the United States. How can it be able to survive the difficulties, as long as you bear it for a while? But now more than a month has passed, and the country's situation is getting worse and worse. The ruble is depreciating every day, but people don't believe that it is still the money to buy things. People are more willing to believe that it is toilet paper for wiping buttocks. Both Western countries and Chinese people can behave in Crisco, but they are the only ones who can't live on. Even a piece of black bread has become a priceless treasure. Everyone in Crisco has become a walking dead. Kenan wants to one question, at this time, who else can save this North Russia? At this moment, a broadcast attracted Conan's attention. Chapter 68, Shelf, Your Hope? Bow. Thank you Unrequited Love Interpretation for your support and monthly ticket support. Thank you Yano07 for your monthly ticket support. In a tall presidential office in the Mlin Palace, President Nikolaevich of the North Russian Republic is standing by a bright window. From this position, the wide Gel Street is unobstructed, including those on the street. Staggered by the side of the road, North Russians like a gathering of beggars. Suddenly the door of the office was knocked, and his secretary brought in a tall North Russian, who was the director of North Russia's presidential office, Kazia. Kassa first greeted Nikolaevich, and then came to him after receiving Nikolaievic's approval and reported to him, Mr. President, very bad news. Just an hour ago, thousands of mobs attacked securities companies and the White House respectively. Several major markets were also robbed, and more than 10,000 people were sitting in the racetrack to demonstrate. Nikolaevich gave a gentle bene. His eyes looked to the right. There was the location of the securities company building. From this presidential office, the securities company building could not be seen, but Nikolaevich could see the plume of smoke rising from the street over there. Even though it is impossible for Nikolaevich to see the scene there, with the plume of smoke and the report of the chief of staff behind him, he can guess a lot of things. Kassa went on to say, Mr. President, according to the latest statistics from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, more than a quarter of the entire Crisco population will go hungry this week. The security pressure in the capital will be very high at that time. The Ministry of Internal Affairs hopes the President Sir can come up with countermeasures as soon as possible. Nikolaevich sighed and waved his hand to him and said, I know all of this. Let the Ministry of Internal Affairs support it for a while. This country is going to transform, and some things will always be experienced. Kassa nodded silently. As the director of Nikolaievic's office, he knew well that now Nikolaievic's main energy is focused on the struggle with former Soviet officials and Red Party organizations. Although Bagchev had previously announced his resignation and proposed to dissolve the Red Party, Nikolaevich finally moved into the Mlin Palace as he wished. But the Soviet Union, which is so big and one of the world's two superpowers, is impossible. It falls so easily. How can it be said that the Red Party, a big party that has governed this country for more than 70 years, will be dissolved after it is dissolved? To solve all this, Nikolaevich still has a lot of struggle to do, so he can take care of the domestic economic situation. Of course, this is also the result of his consistent practice of shock therapy. The so-called shock therapy means that in the face of domestic economic problems, reforms are carried out with the most drastic means, which may cause great turbulence in the process. However, as long as it can survive, when all economic policies begin to operate automatically, the country's economic situation can be improved. Now whether it is privatization reform or liberalization of the financial market and the ruble exchange rate, allowing Western capital to wreak havoc are all part of shock therapy. Otherwise, as long as the government intervenes a little bit, the ruble cannot be devalued like this. It's just that now the whole Crisco is starving. All the North Russians no longer need reforms, but need a savior who can feed them and wear warmth. This word whirled in Kassa's heart, and in the end he couldn't say it, because he didn't say it to Nikolaevich, but the president only had his reforms in his heart, which was a few million to Crisco. Turn a blind eye to the ardent desire of man. Kassa thought for a long time, and finally just said to Nikolaevich, Mr. President, according to the news from Petrograd, Mr. Zooming and Mr. Ilbedov were shipped through the Port City Shipping Group. 10,000 tons of daily necessities have been shipped to Crisco. In the last words of Kassa, Nikolaevich still did not take it to heart. In contrast, he was more concerned about whether there would be any large-scale riots in this Crisco. If this is the case, freshman, can the North Russian Republic establish its prestige? He didn't want to be driven out before moving into the Malin Palace, even if Zooming brought him a lot of surprises. Nikolaevich's concern is certainly not groundless, because at this moment, in the securities companies at the door of the White House in Crisco's major markets, unimaginable riots are taking place. This damn securities company is the source of our scourge. Without this securities company, our ruble would not depreciate at all, and our current lives would not become so difficult. Everyone knows that securities companies were originally looting wealth in Western countries, the place where the original war started. We were able to become a world-renowned superpower because we eliminated the securities companies, and now the securities companies are resurrected. That caused us to suffer like this. Then we must unite, and then down with him once. Now, please gather all the North Russians together, and let us once again use our hands to break the shackles that enslave us. At the entrance of the securities company, a young man stood high on the steps of the building, shouting at the thousands of North Russians below, and the North Russians below, under his guidance, also yelled angrily. These North Russians are not party members who swear an oath here. They are ordinary citizens who have been hit by this financial crisis. Due to the crazy devaluation of the ruble, these superpower citizens suddenly feel that their life's wealth has evaporated out of thin air, and their wages have been saved. In addition to their property, they can't even get a full meal. Some people even sell their houses, but they still have to go to the streets to beg for food. When people are pushed to the limit, they will make unimaginable forces, not to mention that these North Russians were originally the victims of North Russian reforms, and their grievances are even heavier. Under the leadership of that young man, these North Russians rushed to the securities company. In their view, the securities company was the devil from hell. Otherwise, how could they be transformed from a rich middle class into a sudden what about beggars who can't even eat enough? Da. As a series of bean-like sounds sounded, these mobs rushing towards the securities company immediately uttered heartbreaking screams. It turned out that the anti-riot troops had been blocked at the gate of the securities company. He was holding a gun. At this time, he was shooting rubber bullets continuously at all the people who rushed over. The bullet could not kill anyone, but it was very painful. Many people cried and shouted, and the attacking team was delayed because of this. Down. Don't be afraid. These are the lackeys of those in power. They are colluding with foreign capitalists and sucking our flesh and blood. We should unite to defeat them. Just like the time in the White House, we must not back down. Seeing the team slowly retreating, the young man in the lead raised his arms and shouted again. But at this moment, two high-pressure water jets suddenly poured down from the second floor of the securities company and directly hit the young man. The power of the high-pressure water gun directly pushed him out. The high-pressure water jet was aimed at the leading young man, but after defeating him, he did not stop, and continued to smash into the crowd, making the already out-of-form team even more chaotic. Some people still want to rush forward, but more people just want to retreat. But the military was not over yet. After the high-pressure water gun lasted for a while, several bangs and several tear gas grenades were shot into the crowd. The crowd, who was already chaotic enough, was finally completely destroyed after these tear gas bombs, and fell into a total collapse. All the North Russians hid their faces and wept loudly, or cursed the authorities loudly. Some people simply ran around with their heads in their hands. In short, no one can raise the courage to continue to attack securities companies. Why do you treat us like this? We are North Russians. This is the Soviet Union and now the Republic of North Russia. This is still the capital of Crisco. It is the place where the president lives. But why do we not have enough to eat? Why? We have worked so hard all our lives, and in the end we will sleep on the streets. The current authorities have been so brutal. Are they traitorous to such a shameless level? This securities company is clearly a tool for officials to collude with foreign capitalists to plunder our wealth. It is a blood-sucking evil spirit. We need to get rid of these malignant tumors. Why do you want to stop the dog? Are you going to watch this country become a captive livestock in Western countries? We just want to eat and eat. We just don't want to live the days of sleeping and sleeping. Is this also a luxury wish? What's wrong with this country? This must be the end of the world. At least the end of the Soviet Union and the Republic of Northern Russia. We no longer have the status of a superpower, and the money in our hands is no longer valuable. Those in power are all beasts that should go to hell. Who can save us? Do we still have faith in God? Everyone, you cursed and screamed at the door of the securities company, not only at the door of the securities company, but at the racetrack, at the door of the White House, and in several important markets in Crisco, all confronting the anti-riot forces. The citizens of Crisco made such a desperate cry. They can't help but despair. Not only have their life's wealth been inexplicably looted, but they have become beggars from a big country. Anyone will collapse and despair from such a gap. Now they have found the culprit, the officials in the Malin Palace, and the securities company that suddenly emerged. They want to conquer all these places, as long as they can expel the foreign capitalists. Officials who have colluded with foreign capitalists are arrested, so they can restore the peaceful life of the past. These people are the literate middle class of Crisco. They shouldn't be so ignorant, but now they really have nowhere to go. They can only carry this kind of expectation. However, this kind of foolish expectation was ruthlessly crushed in front of the rubber bullets and tear gas of these anti-riot troops. They really didn't know who else could come to save them. Could they only be like this? Has the story sunk down? When the whole Crisco was in despair, a broadcast suddenly sounded. The shelf market opens. There is your hope. Chapter 69. Peanut seeds for sale in the front row. Bow, thank you for the red envelope of funds. Peanuts and melon seeds and a variety of drinks are sold in the front row. This was the first word all North Russians heard when they came to Church Market. They stared blankly at the Chinese who were shouting with a loudspeaker on the high platform. Their minds were blank and they didn't know what to say. Of course, beside the Chinese, there was a very beautiful and charming North Russian girl. At this time, the North Russian girl was also talking to the bottom with the loudspeaker just like the Chinese. Everyone understood this North Russian girl. The Russian girl is working as a translator for the Chinese. They are in a daze not because of how charming the North Russian girls are, or because they don't have the heart to love beauty, but because they have lost this mood at this time. These North Russians all came from places such as securities companies and the White House, because just an hour ago, a few propaganda vehicles drove onto Geller Street, continuously broadcasting the broadcast of Church Market as hope. In normal times, this kind of broadcast will definitely be ignored, and it may even be treated as a joke, but now, when all the North Russians are in the most desperate, this kind of broadcast has become the Sanskrit sound of the Buddhist language and become them, the last straw that they wanted to seize in their hearts, even though they didn't understand why the Church Market was their last hope. Many Crisco people are not unfamiliar with Church, because since the reform and opening up of China and the Soviet Union, business exchanges have been very frequent. Many Chinese businessmen have come to Crisco to do business, and the Chinese have the habit of clustering. I don't know who took the lead. After a few years, Shelf has gradually developed into a Chinatown due to some political factors and many reasons in the past. In the eyes of most foreigners, China is synonymous with poverty, backwardness and barbarism. For this reason, the Church Market is also the messiest and dirtiest place in the eyes of the Christians. Except for some poor people who can't help it, the serious Christians will never set foot here, but today, they have all come here. Isn't this the last hope? Why is only one Chinese shouting about selling peanut seeds? All North Russians invariably posed such a question in their hearts. At this time, the Chinese on the high platform seemed to be able to read minds. After seeing through their thoughts, He asked them directly, "Why am I selling peanuts and melon seeds and a treasure porridge here? Don't ask me this question. I'm just a Chinese businessman." I have to ask yourself. Please think about yourself. Why are you here? This question has been asked by everyone at once. It is not how complicated or philosophical the question is, but that they don't understand it themselves. Because these North Russians only followed the broadcast of the propaganda car on Geller Street, and followed the people in front of them, they themselves didn't understand why. The Chinese didn't really want them to answer anything. He helped them answer. It's very simple. It's because now as a whole, Crisco, when your officials colluded with Western capitalists and pushed you to a dead end, I was the only one, your last hope. His words were like a bolt from the blue, and everyone below was awakened at once. All the North Russians nodded silently, and they suddenly thought, yes, didn't they come here just looking for the hope of continuing to live? So now the question is again, why is the hope here? At this time, the Chinese said again, what is hope? There is no standard answer to this question, but I believe that for you now, being able to eat and where is your hope? With me, there is all you need. Why should I sell peanuts, seeds and various drinks here in the front row, just to prove to you North Russian idiots that I am not deceiving you? People are very cheap. If there are Chinese who dare to speak to the North Russians like this in normal times, their violent temper is absolutely unbearable. But now, what he said can only make these North Russians more convinced. The Chinese man took out a bottle of Coke while he was talking, and said to the North Russian man below, I'm sure everyone is familiar with a bottle of Coke in my hand. Perhaps for you big Arctic guys who drink vodka, it's the sugar water that women and children drink. But I'm afraid you can't even drink this sugar water now. First, it's very expensive, and second, it's sold in many places in Crisco. At this point, he changed his words fiercely, but I have it for sale, and I have as much as you want. Not only Coke, but also your favorite brown bread and caviar. Chill is behind me. In the husband's market, there are a lot of clothes, footwear and socks and daily necessities that you no longer see in other markets. There are only things you can't think of, and there is nothing I don't have here. These words shocked them, and the crowd below was in an uproar, because these words were the greatest good news for these North Russians who despaired a lot of people. However, someone still reacted and asked him, then the things here are very expensive, right? This question immediately resonated with other people, because during this period of time, Crisco's prices were soaring like a rocket, and they will now be poor like this, except for the depreciation of the ruble. To a large extent it is these daily necessities. After all, only the scarcity of things can cause prices to rise. The rise in prices naturally drives the continued depreciation of the ruble. It can be said that this is a vicious circle. So when the entire Crisco was short of supplies, such a large business suddenly appeared here. How could it not be expensive? You should know that during this period of time, there are many things that businesses have been hoarding. The Chinese man laughed at this time. He said, expensive? It depends on how you look at it, and hearing is false and seeing is believable. As for the bottle of Coke in my hand, you only need 400 rubles to buy him! Exclamation mark. One sentence made all the North Russians below boil, not because of how high and ridiculous the price is, but because the price is so fair. You know, since the outbreak of the financial crisis of the devaluation of the ruble has been transformed from an international currency that was as strong as the US dollar into a worthless waste paper. In the past, the exchange rate between the ruble and the US dollar was 1-to-1, and even the ruble was even more expensive, a little bit higher. But now, in a securities company, 500 rubles may not be worth a dollar, because everyone is not optimistic about the ruble, and no one wants to change it. But now in the chief market, you can buy a bottle of Coke for 400 rubles. Although it is only a bottle of Coke, this is also a sign. According to this price, what about the other commodities in it? This idea made all the North Russians ecstatic, but the next sentence of the Chinese surprised everyone, because a North Russian man suddenly asked, would you not be able to buy this bottle of Coke for only 80 cents? This is lower than the price in the United States. The Chinese said, "This North Russian friend, I think you have misunderstood something. I mean 400 rubles, but I didn't say 80 cents. What's the difference? Isn't the exchange rate of the ruble against the dollar now at 500? Someone below curiously said that at this time the Chinese said, "The exchange rate is unreliable, and I will not believe in the exchange rate. I only believe in the money in hand. So I can only trade in rubles here." Why is this? The North Russians below were very surprised, and many people blurted out their questions. Faced with this question, Ziming smiled, and then asked all the North Russians to be ashamed to death. "Why, isn't this North Russia? Isn't your official currency the ruble? Then I ask here, you trade in rubles, is there any problem?" All the North Russians bowed their heads. They had no face to look at Ziming, because as North Russians, they gave up the ruble. On the contrary, the Chinese still insisted on using the ruble. How could this not make these North Russians feel ashamed? And when the North Russians were ashamed of their behavior, bursts of laughter were heard from the chief market. "Great, this chief market is really North Russia's hope. I'm going to the securities company buys rubles, and I want to use more rubles to buy things here." These North Russians subconsciously raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. Only a few North Russians were dragging a small trailer out of the market. When he saw the black North Russians outside, he immediately panicked. Said, "The things I buy here are all from the market inside. The things are very cheap, and there are everything, and you can buy them in rubles, and you can buy them if you want." After speaking, the North Russian dragged his small trailer and ran out of the market. Obviously, he was afraid that he would be treated harshly. When the ruble depreciated wildly, there were many such things. But his fear was not entirely unreasonable, because the North Russians at the door, their eyes were all focused on his small trailer. Of course, this gaze is not the gaze of any illegal means, but the things on this trailer are the most scarce and most wanted by everyone. The trailer on this small trailer is not jewels, diamonds, or luxury wines, famous paintings, but some of the most common clothing, footwear, and daily necessities, but these are what all North Russians want most. Speaking of it, the Soviet Union used to be a superpower alongside the United States, but now it has become a luxury for its citizens, even the simplest daily necessities, which is a kind of irony. However, no matter what the situation is, when the North Russians said these words, they immediately ignited the enthusiasm of all the North Russians. When these North Russians screamed, they immediately rushed into the chief market. At this time, the Chinese on the stage looked at the following situation, silently turned off the speaker in their hands and said, "As long as today, the chief market will be the most influential market in North Russia. Not only today, but also it's later." The beautiful North Russian woman next to her nodded firmly. The reason she believed so was because the Chinese man's name was Ziming. Chapter 70, The Ruler of Northern Russia. Ha, Mr. Ziming, you are so amazing. I have been here for more than 10 years since the first Chinese shop settled here, and I have never seen such a hot situation now. Ziming and Karolina walked off the platform, and a middle-aged man walked out of the market in high spirits. Seeing Ziming here, he walked up very happily and said to Ziming excitedly. Ziming also understands where his spot is. It is nothing more than the current situation. But now the situation in the chief market is indeed incredibly hot, because at the moment when Ziming was speaking on the high platform, I can see several of the largest shops in the market. The stalls that were originally full of dangdang have all been snapped up. They are now being restocked. One can imagine how many North Russians rushed into the market just now to buy things. Maybe it doesn't make sense to just say this. After all, in this huge city with a population of 8 million, when some big shopping malls offer special prices, this will happen. However, it is precisely because of this that it is more exciting. The reason is very simple. Now the entire Crisco lacks daily necessities, only here are sold. Then if the next 8 million Crisco people will come here to buy things, even one person just buy a bottle of Coke, that's hundreds of millions of dollars in sales. Of course, this account is not calculated in this way. It is not that the 8 million people in Crisco will really come here to buy things, but that they will not just buy a bottle of Coke. This is very imaginative, especially for Chinese businessmen who did not have any status in North Russia in the past. This meaning is even greater, so this middle-aged talent is so excited. Ziming smiled at him, and after a polite sentence, there will be even more popular things. Behind him, Li Cheng and Tong Gang Tongwu and their sons also followed. They also gave a thumbs up after seeing Ziming. Ziming, you are really amazing. It turned out that Ziming, you told us that there is a shortage of daily necessities. I still don't believe it. Now it seems to be the case. It's incredible. Chairman Tong is polite. After all, the Soviet Union is a superpower. The lack of these most common necessities is always unacceptable. Ziming explained. Tong Gang asked again. There is just one thing. I still don't understand that, Ziming. You require rubles for all transactions. The exchange rate of the ruble is very unstable. I heard that it is very likely that the ruble's exchange rate will plummet hundreds of times. Then we will lose a lot. Ziming said. Chairman Tong, in fact, I can't guarantee you whether the ruble will continue to plummet hundreds of times. But what I can say is that this matter cannot be viewed in this way. It is necessary to look at the problem with a developmental perspective. Don't say that I don't think the ruble will be so miserable. Even if the ruble will plunge hundreds of times in the future, I will still insist on trading in rubles today. Faced with Ziming's stubbornness, Tong Gang asked, why is this? Ziming replied with a smile. Because whether we sell daily necessities or insist on trading in rubles, it is not the ultimate goal. Our ultimate goal is to become the master of the entire North Russia. In the presidential office of the Malin Palace, the newly admitted North Russian President Nikolaevich is lying on his desk, struggling to write, but judging from the style of this notebook, it is obviously not a file, but his diary. The crime model of the Soviet Union has made the entire North Russia dying. If we want to save this country from the sad hell, we must use some extraordinary means to eliminate all the problems of North Russia going up and down into the bone marrow with a scalpel. It is a pity, however, that such a method cannot be accomplished by the Soviet Union alone. It can only be done by itself and the new North Russia under its own leadership. Nikolaevich paused here, and then continued to write. I thought that the only people who participated in the shock therapy that gave North Russia this time were only those Western countries, but they did not expect Chinese people to participate. But it has to be admitted that this Chinese is very thoughtful and capable. He can persuade the emerging financial oligarchs of Ilbedov to act with him. I heard that there are some Hong Kong city consortiums behind him. This is also good. With these people confronting Western countries, it will also be possible to minimize the loss of North Russia in this incident. Originally, he followed the Dota plan to make money together. This was a good idea, but unfortunately, this idea could not go on forever, because no one would agree that someone would share his cake. Since there is no coexistence, then confrontation is a matter of course, but what people didn't expect was that Ziming didn't know what to think. He actually shipped 10,000 tons of daily necessities. Does he think these daily necessities can help him defeat the West capitalist? It's a big joke, because no one in this world can save this country except myself. In the history of the new North Russia, only Nikolaevich was the real master. As for the Chinese, at best it was a used knife, even though this knife was very disobedient. When Nikolaevich finished writing the last sentence in his diary, the door of his office was knocked suddenly, and Nikolaevich raised his head subconsciously, only to see the president of the president's office, Kassa. Hurriedly, he ran in and came to Nikolaievic's desk. Before he could catch his breath, he reported to him, Mr. President is not good. There is something wrong with the securities company. Before he finished speaking, Nikolaevich asked, what happened to the securities company? Is it because someone has released some news that they are selling the ruble so that the ruble will continue to depreciate? This is normal. Recently, After so many things, it's not surprising that the ruble will definitely fall again. Kassa then said, Mr. President is not like this. The ruble has not depreciated but is still appreciating. Someone is buying the ruble on a large scale. This answer made Nikolaevich amused. Is the Chinese from Ziming buying the ruble? At this time, I can only say that this Chinese is too stupid and naive. How can the ruble be? It will be so easy to appreciate. If other people see that the ruble is being acquired, there will definitely be a larger scale sell-off. Then the Chinese will wait and cry. But Mr. President, Kassa said to him, it is not Mr. Ziming or other North Russian financial oligarchs who are buying the ruble, but all the people of Crisco. What? All the people of Crisco who bought the ruble? Didn't Ziming and the others participate? What's the matter? Nikolaevich asked in surprise. I heard that it was Ziming who transported all the 10,000 tons of daily necessities to the Chinese chief market, and asked all the Christians to buy their things. They must pay in rubles, Kassa said. Nikolaevich frowned. He thought for a while, then slammed the table and stood up and exclaimed, this Ziming is a financial genius. Speaking of this, Nikolaevich stayed here, and then he asked Kassa, does Ziming have plans to transport daily necessities and other necessities? Although Kassa did not understand why Nikolaevich would ask himself this way, he still answered honestly. According to the news from Petrograd, there should be at least 2 freighters on the port city shipping group. Drifting on the sea, you can reach the port in a week at most. Nikolaevich silently nodded and sighed and said, sure enough. This Ziming is really too powerful. If he continues like this, I am afraid he will become the most important master of our North Russia. Facing the sighing Nikolaevich, Kassa was completely stunned. He stared at Nikolaevich. He didn't understand why he had this idea. How could Ziming buy some daily necessities at the chief market? Will become the most important ruler of North Russia? Kassa wants to say that Nikolaievic's words are a bit exaggerated. Now the domestic economic dominates can only be those Western capitalists. But he never imagined that at this moment in the 8th villa, the person in charge of the Dota project die after hearing the news. Vi showed the same expression as Nikolaevich, and he shouted, we must stop this damned Chinese man, otherwise this North Russian will become his. The world is over. In front of Davia, there was still William, who was very impolite. He also frowned like Kassa and said to Davia, I said Davia, I think you have said a little too much. I admit the Chinese guy is really beautiful and unexpected, but it can only be done like this. Is it possible for the people to buy rubles and turn this situation around? William's tone was still disrespectful to David, but this time David didn't teach him. Instead, he shook his head with a wry smile and said, William, you are still young, so you don't see this thing thoroughly. It's not as simple as we seem to be. If the despicable Chinese is really successful, it will be difficult for us to have the right to speak in North Russia. Davy paused at this point, and then sighed again, but we can't seem to stop him anymore. After speaking, David ordered William to say, William, you go to prepare the conference call immediately. I request that this conference not only connect to other Dota project leaders, but also connect to the United States to find Mr. Matar. You understand? Do you still want to connect to Mr. Matar? This is a bit too fussy, right? William was surprised, because in his heart, Mr. Matar is a very sacred person. He didn't understand that it was just a shit Chinese person. How could this matter start to alarm Mr. Matar? Davy didn't have time to explain to him at this time, just ordering him, you go to prepare the conference call. Be quick, hope you can make it in time. Otherwise we are all sinners of the Dota project. Chapter 71 Mastering the Ruble? Mr. Ziming is really lofty. The middle-aged man with the oldest qualifications in the chief market stretched out his thumb to praise Ziming, but he said so, but everyone here can hear the politeness in his words. But it's no wonder that Ziming said just now that he wanted to sell some of the most common and least valuable daily necessities. Only by insisting on trading in rubles, he could become the ruler of North Russia. Isn't this a fantasy? If this is the case, Then whoever transports a ship of daily necessities can dominate this superpower, and then this superpower is too useless. Li Cheng and Tong Gang next to him also said at this time, Chief Kian, this is why you don't know Ziming. He is very smart. He always has unexpected thinking. Otherwise, we Hong Kong businessmen I won't spend so much money here to invest all the way. Tong Hua, who will become the first chief executive of Hong Kong City in the future, suddenly said, Hong Kong City suddenly loses so much money, but the stock market in Hong Kong City has been in a downturn. Tong Hua has his own financial company. Recently, because of our large-scale fundraising from Hong Kong City, it has been difficult for his company to do it. Tong Gang explained this to his son, causing everyone to laugh. Ziming said, the difficulty now is for a better takeoff in the future. These people chatted a few more words here, and then the Chief Kian said, there are too many people here and it's too messy. Let's not talk here. My home is in the market. Or few gentlemen will go to me. Let's drink tea and chat. I have a good Duong Pao, and now I have a chance to take it out. He said that he gestured to invite Ziming and the others to enter the market, but Ziming shook his head at this time and said, thank you very much, Chief Kian. But I think we should go to the market next time if we have the opportunity to taste it. Let's go to the market now. Wait for the management office at the door. If nothing else, our Western friends should be coming soon. After all, they don't want to let us take the initiative to dominate this country. Regarding Ziming's words, Director Kian was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said yes, leading Ziming and the others to the front management office. When they arrived at the management office, a few people drank coffee in the reception room, chatting every time, but Ziming could see that no matter what they were talking about, they were not thinking about it, because in their opinion, what are they talking about now? The illness is not important. What is important is the next thing. There will be Western friends coming soon, and they all understand who this so-called Western friend is. Nothing more than the people of the Dota project. But I understand. But will those people really come? Do they also think that Ziming's shipment of 10,000 tons of daily necessities to sell here can really dominate the country? This is too mythical, so they have to wait here for the moment when the miracle happens. Compared with the waiting and doubts of these people, Ziming seemed confident, which made them even more suspicious. They didn't understand where Ziming's confidence came from, and Ziming didn't explain it. In this way, in doubt and waiting, an hour passed quickly. Suddenly, the door of the reception room was knocked quickly, and then a secretary ran in. He reported to Director Kian, there is a person named Williams. Americans came to look for Mr. Ziming. Li Cheng and Chief Kian both turned their heads and glanced at Ziming subconsciously, and then Chief Kian asked the secretary, then did he say anything else? The secretary nodded and said, yes, he said that a gentleman named Davy asked him to come over, saying that it was related to the Dota project. The female secretary's voice is soft and sweet, but at this time her words are like dropping a heavy bomb in the office. First of all, Davy, even the most unintelligible people, also understand that is the highest person in charge of the Dota project in Crisco, the commander who plans to plunder 20 trillion of wealth on the North Russian side. How could such a person send someone to find Ziming? Is it really going to compromise with Ziming? Director Kian's heart was shocked, and he was speechless at the time. With his thinking, he couldn't understand why selling daily necessities could really dominate a country. At this time, Ziming's thoughts were still peaceful. He asked which secretary. Did this Mr. William say anything? Is he coming in to find me? The secretary shook his head and replied, no, Mr. William just explained that someday he wanted to ask Mr. Ziming to go to Villa number 8. A very important husband came from the United States and wanted to talk with you in person. Coming from America compared to David Yi's identity is more important. Adding these two pieces of information together makes people involuntarily think of a name, Mr. Matar. Speaking of which, this name is not as famous internationally as those of the world's richest man, and even not as well known as some small stars, but now it is. Both Li Cheng and Tong Gang took a breath of air. just because they both knew that this person was the financial warfare expert of the US president and the highest person in charge of the entire Dota project. Ziming also fell silent for a while, then nodded and said, "I know, but please tell those Mr. William. I am not interested in going to Villa number 8. If Mr. Mato is really sincere, please invite him to hotel number. Find me." The secretary seemed to have noticed that the atmosphere in the room was not right. She subconsciously glanced at her leader, Chief Kane, and only after obtaining the approval of the leader, did she withdraw from the room to convey Ziming's words. When the female secretary left the room, Li Chengkai said to Ziming with emotion, "Little brother Ziming, you can't help but admire your ability. If you say those Americans will come here, they will really know it." Tong Gang next to him asked him, "However, Ziming, I'm very curious why this is, because it shouldn't be reasonable." Ziming nodded and said, "Chairman Tong is right. This is really not right, because those Americans, who have the Dota project, are trying to plunder the wealth of the entire Soviet Union of 20 trillion countries. So much money, no matter what. Wherever you are, you should be a big figure above all else. We just sell some daily necessities here, and there is too much difference in class." Li Chengtong and Chief Qian couldn't help nodding their heads as they listened to Ziming's words. Although they could understand Ziming's words, they sounded a little weird. They always felt that Ziming's words were mocking something. What Ziming could see from their expressions, Ziming said, "You don't need to understand it, because I have said before, whether it is selling daily necessities or insisting on trading in rubles, it is not my ultimate goal." "Then I don't know what is your ultimate goal, Mr. Ziming?" Tong Hui asked Ziming. As the eldest son of the Ship King, Tong Hui is also in his 40s this year, not much younger than Li Chengdu, but asking Ziming so respectfully now does not make people feel weird at all. It is quite natural. "My purpose is to master the ruble," Ziming said. Hearing this answer, Li Cheng and Tong Gang were both silent. Tong Hui and the Chief Qian were a little at a loss. Alina, as the translator, looked at Ziming in admiration. "What is the ruble?" "It is the currency of North Russia. Although the ruble has depreciated greatly due to many reasons, even the people of North Russia don't believe in the ruble. If they want to sell it at the securities company, they are still North Russia." "Isn't it the only legal tender recognized in Russia?" Ziming said. What did Li Cheng realize at this time? He raised his head and asked Ziming, "Are you trying to use these daily necessities to absorb Crisco's rubles into our hands as much as possible?" A very calm question shocked everyone in the room, especially the Chief Qian. He stared at Ziming with his eyes wide open, and looked at Ziming incredibly. "Mr. Ziming, you are saying you want to use commodity trade has absorbed all of Crisco's rubles into our hands? My God, what kind of handwriting is this? And how is this possible? Why is it impossible?" Ziming asked him back, "I think you have seen the situation outside, Chief Qian. How many North Russians are rushing to buy them crazy, because there are problems with the industrial configuration in the Soviet Union, these most common necessities of life. But it is what they lack most." Ziming paused at this point, and then continued, "Of course you may doubt the value of these daily necessities. Indeed, the value of these commodities is not high, but it is not important, because in the current economic environment of North Russia, the price has been artificially increased. Otherwise, where can a bottle of Coke sell for 400 rubles? You know that just 2 months ago, it was only 5 rubles at most, which is nearly 100 times higher. But huge profits." "But Mr. Ziming, this is not the calculation. 2 months ago, the ruble hadn't depreciated so much. How can it compare with the present?" Chief Qian said with a weird expression. Ziming smiled and shook his head and said, "I think you still don't understand what I mean, Chief Money. What I said is to ask for as many rubles as possible, and control all rubles in your own hands. It's nothing else." "But, Mr. Ziming, didn't you lose?" Director Qian asked curiously. "In fact, it is not a loss," Li Cheng said to the speaker this time, and he replied to Director Qian, "because with the business on the turf market, all the North Russians, in order to be able to buy things here, they will all exchange for the ruble, so the ruble exchange rate will naturally rise again. Since the ruble exchange rate can rise and our things are sold at a relatively high price, we will not lose money. Tong Gang also reacted. He took Li Cheng's words and said, and there is another very important thing, that is, the little brother Ziming said that he has mastered the ruble. Ziming nodded and said, yes, maybe many people have not noticed it. The ruble devaluation this time is not a general ruble devaluation, because neither the former Soviet Union nor the current North Russian government existed to over-issue the ruble. This means that the issuance of rubles has been stable. In other words, there are only so many rubles in circulation on the market. Ziming didn't say anything further. He asked Director Kian, do you understand what I said? Is this what Mr. Ziming means to master the ruble? Director Kian said dumbfounded. Yes, Ziming said, no matter where you are, only those who have the money can be the masters of this country. Chapter 72. The most important thing is money. Davy, this Ziming is too bastard. He is not polite at all. I think we should find an organization to teach this rude Chinese man, so that he understands what proper etiquette is. When William returned to Villa number 8, he walked directly into Davy's study and said cursingly. He looked extremely annoyed. But that was the end of his words, because this time Davy was just standing in the study, looking at him at the desk. He was surprisingly not criticized for the first time, which surprised William. He asked, what's wrong with you, David? Before Davy spoke, another familiar voice came to his ears. I didn't expect that, William. You are still so ignorant of the rules until now. I really don't understand how you are embarrassed to say that the Chinese is rude. William was taken aback by the sound, and then he opened his eyes wide and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a middle-aged bald-headed man with glasses sitting on the sofa in the study. When William looked over, he looked over. He was also smiling at William. Seeing this person, William suddenly became dumbfounded, and tremblingly moved his lips and murmured, Mr. Mata, why are you here? This middle-aged man is the commander-in-chief of the entire 20 trillion Dota project, Mr. Mata. He beckoned to William not to sit in a daze. Of course he also asked David to sit. William sat beside him in a daze. Mata patted him on the shoulder and said, William Jr. didn't expect you to be here for so long, and now you still look so dull. If you go back to the United States, your father shouldn't scold me to death. William would still refute Davy's lesson, but in the face of Mr. Mata's tepid remarks, he just silently bowed his head to express repentance. Mata didn't chase William's polite behavior. He just clicked it and took it lightly. He then gave them an unexpected answer. I've always been here, never in the United States. Mr. Mata, have you been in Crisco all the time? Why didn't you come to Villa 8? William asked in surprise. Because I am not here 24 hours a day. I have other things to do here, Mata said. I think you should all know that in the previous period, the Soviet Union has been relying on gold exports to maintain its righteousness. The domestic economy still has the support of the ruble, so I went to London to help them a little. A very light sentence, but it was very unusual to William's ears. He suddenly remembered the sudden drop in the price of gold in London just 1 month before the start of the Dota project. At that time, William thought it was just a very accidental speculation, but now it seems that this is not the case, but the final preparation Mr. Mata made for the Dota project. The reason is just like what Mr. Mata said. The Soviet Union's economy was on the verge of collapse, and it relied on the last bit of gold exports to support it. Now Mr. Mata suddenly came and sent the Soviet economy directly into it. The grave. Then Davy came over with 3 cups of tea, 1 for each. Mata took a sip from the teacup, and then said, this tea turned out to be a specialty of China. It is said that in Europa 200 years ago, only the nobles were the special drink that can only be seen at the banquet, but now it is very common, because in Africa and India, many countries know how to grow tea. He is not a special tribute, but the taste of tea and the unique East tea culture can give him a lot of meaning, so that he can conquer the world. Speaking of this, Mata puts down his teacup and asked, do you understand what I mean? William shook his head blankly, but Davy thought for a while and tentatively replied, Mr. Mata, do you mean that the Chinese also understands finance? Mata nodded and said, yes. Financial capital has a long history on the land of Europa, and it also has a very heavy historical accumulation. In this regard, we are proud of the world, but it does not mean that the Orientals will never learn. Mr. Mata, it seems that you have a very high evaluation of that Chinese. William said, because he is totally worthy of this evaluation, Mata said and waved his hand. Well, let's not talk about it yet. Why did you come in so hurriedly, William Jr.? Hearing Mata's question, William slapped his forehead suddenly, remembering the reason why he had come, so he immediately said to Mata, Mr. Mata is like this. Didn't you ask the Chinese to come to Villa 8? Go to him and convey your meaning, but he actually rejected your proposal, saying that if you want to see him, he can only stay in the #1 hotel. At the end, William curled his lips. This coward, he must not come here because he is afraid that we will be against him. Mata nodded disapprovingly. He did it in a reasonable way. After all, now Crisco is here, but he has the initiative. Mata's words shook Davy and William. William grabbed his hair and said with a completely unacceptable expression like constipation, Mr. Mata, do you think too much of that Chinese, right? It's not that I can afford it, but that's the case. Mata sighed and said, what do you think is the most important thing in a country's economic system? Davy and William were silent and did not answer. Of course, Mata did not need them to answer. He then gave the answer. It is currency. Currency is the foundation of the entire country's economy. If it loses currency, then this country will also there is no economy at all. Mata's introduction to currency only ends here, because there is no need to do more detailed introductions. Currency is money. Even an ordinary person understands that whether it's trading, buying, or borrowing, even if it's going out to eat a meal, you must have money. Money is an indispensable part of people's lives. If money disappears suddenly, it will definitely cause a country to panic very badly. Mata only paused and then continued, the ruble is the currency of North Russia. But now the sales of his daily necessities are slowly concentrated in the hands of Ziming. This is really our negligence. Mr. Mata, I don't understand whether this daily necessities really has such a great power. It is incredible to be able to gather the currency of the entire country. William said with emotion. This situation is of course impossible under normal circumstances, but now North Russia is just suitable for these necessities of life to play a role. Mata said, first of all, the industrial configuration here is very deformed, and all resources are placed on heavy industry. As a result, these necessities of life are extremely scarce, and now that the ruble exchange rate is just now undergoing major changes, this result is normal. As he spoke, Mata picked up his teacup and said, look, it's such a teacup. If it were placed a few months ago, it would only cost 10 to 20 rubles at most. Even a better one would probably not be the case. It will be more than 100 rubles, but now, you go to the market to see which cups are not casually sold for 700 or 800 rubles, and better ones are available for tens of thousands of rubles. I don't understand, Mr. Mata, William asked questioningly. But shouldn't this be caused by the currency devaluation? Actually the value of this cup hasn't increased, hasn't it? This time it was not Mata, but Davy who answered him. William, you are such an idiot. Have you not understood what Mr. Mata meant? What he said is not in the value of the cup at all, but only against the ruble itself. Because of that, what the Chinese need is not how much money they can make from these daily necessities, but the need to gather more rubles into their hands. William is of course not a real stupid, he just didn't turn his mind for a while, and now listening to David say this, he suddenly realized it. That's right, Ziming's daily necessities business really didn't make much profit if it's just value. He might even lose a little bit because of his pricing in line with the current ruble exchange rate, but if it's the ruble itself, he has succeeded. The reason is very simple. The current decline in the ruble exchange rate is not caused by the North Russian government's abuse of currency. In other words, the currency circulating in the North Russian market is still at the original quota. But at the same time, the price of daily necessities has risen by 100 times, And these daily necessities are still the things that North Russia lacks most. Millions of Crisco snapped up together. Even if each person sold one of the most common cups, it was hundreds of millions rubles. But how can so many people buy only one cup? As a result, a large amount of rubles was concentrated in Zuming's hands through the daily necessities trade. Do you think what happens when most of the currency of a country is concentrated on one person? Metu asked suddenly. Facing Mr. Mehta's question, neither David nor William answered, because this question does not need to be answered at all. The answer is unquestionable. Even the most ordinary people understand that money has great magic power. Otherwise, why do banks? Will it be a very important institution in a country? No matter which country, even if the economy is down, it must find a way to keep the bank, because once the bank has a problem, the whole country will face a disaster. Countless economic crises basically start with the bank. And the bank is this country has the most currency. Mastering the money is tantamount to seizing the lifeblood of a country. Unless the authorities of this country are determined to mess up the entire country, they must unite the people or families who master the money. Both David Ayer and William are Americans. They all know that a certain financial family in the United States has become the first financial family in the United States because of the control of the Federal Reserve. Even the president will give him a lot of face. Because once the people who have the money are upset, whether it is selling currency or transferring these currencies, it will cause financial turbulence in a country. Unless the authorities of this country have the determination to disrupt the entire country. Damn it, let that nasty Chinese take advantage of this loophole. William spit out, and then asked, Mr. Mehta, can we really have nothing to do? Mehta shook his head and smiled bitterly and said, in this respect, he has already walked ahead of us. The Chinese man named Zhu Ming is really a genius. He can actually think of this way. Now he has this trump card, we can only find him. Have a good talk, there is no other way. At this point, Mehta paused and said, I think the one in the Mlin Palace, I'm afraid it will have more headaches than us. Chapter 73 Nikolavic's Visit. Bow. Thanks to Fantasy Wind for your support and monthly ticket support. Thank you for the big red envelope from Fantasy Wind. Today, Xiao Fang Pian took the bus for a day and returned to the unit, so today this one is a lot late. Xiao sorry for Fang Pian. Nikolaevich did have a headache. When Mr. Mehta rushed to Villa number 8, in the presidential office of the Mlin Palace, the North Russian president who was about to inherit the mantle of the Soviet superpower was just right now. He looked at the papers on his desk with an annoyed look. The director of the president's office, Kassa, stood at Nikolaevic's desk and reported to him respectfully, Mr. President, together with the news from the Ministry of the Interior and the KGB. At least 30,000 people went there this morning. When buying goods in the Chief market, the Ministry of Internal Affairs conservatively estimates that at least 80 million rubles have flowed through transactions. 80 million? This is only a short morning, and the true number is probably much higher. Nikolaevic smiled bitterly and said that the North Russian leader's face was full of helplessness. He then asked, what about the securities company's situation? Kassa replied honestly, it is roughly estimated that 800 million rubles were exchanged this morning. Due to the hot ruble market, the ruble exchange rate has risen. As of an hour ago, the ruble exchange rate has skyrocketed compared to the time the market opened this morning. More than 40 percentage points. This report made Nikolaevic groan again in pain. Why is this happening? Nikolaevic's words are from the sincerity, because the current situation is completely inconsistent with the script he originally envisioned. At the beginning, he thought that under the attack of those Western consortia, Zhu Ming and others would definitely not be opponents, even if he had the port city. The support of the consortium behind the scenes, but it cannot be compared with the powerful Western consortium at all. You know, Hong Kong City has not yet recovered from last year's stock market crash. Furthermore, if the Hong Kong City Consortium is really that powerful, it would not have the ability to resist the stock market crash and collapse along with the United States. On the other hand, it is also common sense. It is the American financial warfare experts who command the DOTA project. This plan must also bring together other top figures in the Western financial world. On the other hand, Ziming's side, the China he grew up in, is a country that needed Soviet blood transfusions in the past. The poor and weak countries aided, not to mention the capital market since the founding of the People's Republic of China, that is, the commercial market is under a state of high pressure, and it was only 10 years ago that the country was carefully opened. What kind of finance can someone who comes out of such a country understand? Not only can it be played around by the top Western traders. This is indeed the case before. Several times the ruble exchange rate has suddenly plummeted. Isn't it the Dota plan that took the lead? On Ziming's side, he could only pick up bones from the back of others' buttocks. Although it's not impossible to follow others to pick up the benefits, but this way, you will be completely passive. Once you want to play any tricks, you can easily dig a hole for Ziming and make him lose money. In fact, when the ruble exchange rate plummeted suddenly, Nikolaevich wondered if the Americans were doing things, and it was going to be a pitfall for Ziming. But who knows that Ziming only shipped more than 10,000 tons of daily necessities, and now he is turning this situation over and becoming the person with the most say in North Russia. Although this result was beyond Nikolaievic's expectations, he couldn't help but accept it. He then asked Kassa, "Old man, what is your office's attitude toward this matter?" Kassa thought for a while and replied, "Unless other shopping malls that can replace the Church market are found to solve the domestic shortage of daily necessities, the Church market can be used to keep rubles flowing in." Speaking of this, Kassa hesitated for a while, and then went on to say, "Or we can take some administrative intervention, such as charging heavy taxes on Chinese shops, or simply closing the Church market." "This is a temporary solution," Nikolaevich said. "It is simple to use administrative means to close the Church market, and it is also simple to collect heavy taxes. It is an administrative order, but if the Church market is closed, it will be paid. There will be other Church markets that will open up and impose heavy taxes on Chinese shops. They can also continue to sell under the name of North Russian shops. Those Chinese are very active and these methods will not work." Kassa had no choice but to say his last resort, "You can also take some economic measures." Nikolaevich took a look at Kassa. Although Kassa didn't say clearly about the economic means, how could Nikolaevich fail to think of it? This is to overissue the ruble and artificially cause inflation. This is indeed true. The best way to deal with Ziming, because Ziming's purpose is to use the daily necessities to collect rubles, and then use the rubles in his hands to do things. In such a situation, as long as the government continues to issue more rubles, the rubles in Ziming's hands will become waste paper. But the solution is a good way to draw a salary from the bottom. But which president can make this decision is the key. Even if Nikolaevich is determined to save North Russia with shock therapy, he cannot push his country to the brink of chaos in this way. In the end, Nikolaevich had to sigh, "It seems we have to find this Mr. Ziming from China to have a good talk." This decision was not unexpected. Kassa nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. President, I will contact you right away." Nikolaevich raised his arm, "Don't contact me. This time I will go personally." Kassa looked at Nikolaevich in amazement. His decision made Kassa never expected, because Nikolaevich is the president of the North Russian Republic and has now moved into the Malin Palace. And who is Ziming? It's just a speculator from China. Even if you use the daily necessities trade to master the ruble, it won't be to the extent that the president of a country visits it in person, right? Kassa didn't understand what Nikolaevich thought, but he was only the director of Nikolaievic's office, so he could only execute orders. The trip of the head of state of a country is usually scheduled in advance. It is certainly not possible to go wherever you want like Dr. Mundo, but in many cases, for some special reasons or special people, the itinerary will be changed temporarily. However, this kind of thing is usually very sudden, but today's Ming's thing is obviously an exception. After half an hour, Nikolaevich's motorcade set off for the Church market. At this moment, in the reception room of the management office of the Church market, Li Chengtong and Director Qian were still at their nerves, in a state of extreme excitement. But they can't help but be excited. After all, mastering a country's currency and becoming the ruler of a country is basically a businessman's highest achievement. An uncrowned king, and everyone's dream. However, they did not lose their minds completely. At this time, Tong Gang raised a little worry. Ziming, I admit that your ideas are very good. Under the current situation, they are also very realistic, but you seem to have forgotten a little. That is the current political system of North Russia. Tong Gang went on to say, this is a very totalitarian system. Although the new North Russian President Nikolaevich is carrying out privatization reforms, the concepts that are etched in his mind are not so easy to remove. So if this is the United States, Ziming, I'm not worried about you doing this. But here is Crisco, I'm worried that they will take strong administrative measures to intervene, and it will be troublesome. Hearing Tong Gang's words, Director Kian immediately reacted. Chairman Tong, do you mean that the North Russian government will send people to forcibly shut down Archiev Market? As if to prove something, when Chief Kian's voice came down, the sirens immediately sounded outside. As if thunder was on the ground, the whistle of the police siren shocked everyone in the room. Li Cheng and Tong Gang were okay. After all, as rich people in Hong Kong, they still have the quality of their snacks. But the Director Kian on the other side can't calm down anymore. He was taken aback for a moment, and then he stood up in panic. What should I do? The North Russian government is really going to forcefully shut down Archiev Market. Listening to so many sirens, there must be a lot of cars coming. This posture is still necessary. Get us all up. Maybe we have to be shot. What can we do about it? Ziming also froze for a moment. But Ziming was not because of the sirens outside, but because of the rich imagination of the Chief Kian. Director Kian then set his sights on Ziming and said to him, Mr. Ziming, you made the idea of selling daily necessities in Archiev Market. Now you have to find a way, or else I have to tell you about it. Facing Director Kian's words, Karolina, who had been translating by Ziming, immediately stood up and said to Ziming, Director Kian, you are not right to say that. At the beginning, Mr. Ziming said he was going to cut it. When the Wolf Market sells daily necessities, you are just as happy as anything. I wish you could help Mr. Ziming move things by yourself. Now you are like this. Do you still have any responsibility and responsibility? That's not one moment or another, Chief Kian said weakly, looking very emboldened. When Karolina saw him being counseled, she chased after him. What do you mean by now and then? Could it be that this 10,000 tons of daily necessities were forcibly transported in by us and have nothing to do with you? It's profitable. At that time you smiled brighter than anyone else. Now that something is about to happen, you have to run away and shirk responsibility. I tell you, there is no such good thing. Chief Kian lowered his head. Ziming stood up at this time and smiled and said to Chief Kian, don't be so pessimistic. Chief Kian, it might not be a bad thing to ask me to watch the police sirens outside. Director Kian was surprised by Ziming's words, and then Ziming went on to say to him, perhaps the North Russian president came here to investigate. Chief Kian stared at Ziming. He couldn't understand where Ziming's confidence came from. He thought he was, but he was just a speculator selling daily necessities. How could the president of North Russia come here on his own initiative? But the development of the next story made Director Kian completely dumbfounded. He only heard a rush of footsteps. The secretary of the management office hurriedly pushed open the door of the reception room and reported to Director Kian an incredible event. It's okay, gentlemen, Mr. Nikolaevich, the president of North Russia, is here. Chapter 74 Small Business of Over $100 million. What did you say? Did you say that there are those police sirens outside because of the arrival of Mr. President? Director Kian looked at his secretary dumbfounded and asked him. He was infinitely shocked when he got the affirmative answer. He couldn't believe his ears. He felt like he was in the world of mythology. He didn't understand if Ziming really had this magic. Can you do anything you say? He didn't dare to look at Ziming, because he felt that the matter itself was hitting himself in the face. If Ziming said anything, he would be speechless. However, Chief Kian's thoughts are obviously superfluous, because Ziming will not waste his brains on this. No matter how much the Chief Kian slaps his face, Ziming is not interested in taunting him. In fact, Ziming himself does too. I didn't expect Nikolaevich to come so in time. Well, since our Mr. President is here, we can't really put on such a big air. We have to wait here for him to come. Let's go out to meet him. Ziming's words sounded like a question, but in fact he had already made a decision. He got up first after speaking, and then walked out of the three-story building of the management office with Li Chengtong and Director Qian. Coming outside, the entire Chief market became turbulent due to the arrival of many police cars. Numerous North Russians who came here to buy things shouted, "The market is about to be sealed up. The police are here to arrest people. The goods are here. They are all smuggled in, and the Chinese who sell things are robbers," and they fled like flies without their heads. The scene was in chaos. In this chaos, some women were eaten tofu, some were robbed of things, and some children who had separated from everyone were sitting on the side of the road and crying loudly. This was the scene Ziming saw when he came out. He frowned at that time and turned to Director Qian and said, "Director Qian, the market can't do business like this. The management office must find a way to stabilize the market." "Mr. Ziming, your request may be a bit difficult for you," Chief Qian said, his eyes staring outside intentionally or unintentionally. Ziming understands what he meant. First of all, the situation in the market is indeed too chaotic. On the other side, the police cars outside are just parked at the entrance of the market and have no intention of coming in. Regardless of whether the police want to ensure the safety of the president or for other reasons, they can't even control them. There are only a few people in his management office. How can he stop the chaos in this scene? I'm afraid the past will be overwhelmed by this chaotic crowd. Some things, no matter how difficult, require someone to do it. Ziming said to Chief Qian, "Ask Chief Qian to bring me a speaker." Director Qian was stunned by Ziming's request. He tentatively said to Ziming, "Mr. Ziming, now Mr. President is outside. Should we meet with Mr. President first?" Ziming ignored Director Qian's suggestion at all. It was not that Ziming was arrogant, but that his suggestion was not constructive at all, because in Ziming's view, his most important thing at the moment is this: the wolf market. With this market, Ziming can use the sales of daily necessities to collect rubles for himself, and Nikolaevich, the president of North Russia, will take the initiative to come and visit. Ziming can still tell the priorities of things, and more importantly, the chaos in the Chief market may be what Nikolaevich would prefer to see. It was for these reasons that Ziming decided to settle in the market first. With his insistence, Director Qian brought him a loudspeaker. Ziming took the loudspeaker and jumped onto the high platform before the door could be demolished, and then shouted inside. Said, "Please be quiet, everyone. I am the businessman who manages this batch of daily necessities. I can assure you that the Chief market will never be closed, as long as everyone can abide by the order and normal transactions." This was a simple sentence, but when it came out of Ziming's mouth, it seemed to have magical power, and the whole market gradually calmed down. Everyone looked up at Ziming on the high platform in a daze. "Really not closed? Are all transactions here legal?" Suddenly someone below asked in a daze. This question represented the aspirations of all North Russians below. Ziming replied to this, "Of course legality will not be closed." Following Ziming's words, the North Russians below fell into silence. But this silence was short-lived. Soon after the first person went to the shop to continue buying goods, the others quickly followed. After a few minutes, the market resumed trading again. Although everyone was still a little trembling, the situation is now very good compared to the panic just now. "Mr. Ziming, this is amazing. How did you do it?" "If I didn't understand the situation, I would definitely think that these people are all extras you hired," Chief Qian exclaimed. His eyes looking at Ziming were full of admiration and weirdness. He couldn't help but be surprised. In fact, Ziming didn't say anything. He couldn't figure out how these people calmed down. Regarding this, Ziming said, "In fact, many things are not as complicated as we think. Sometimes all people need is an affirmation for themselves to make a decision, and they don't need any gorgeous language." When Ziming finished speaking, he threw the loudspeaker back to Chief Qian and then turned and walked off the platform. leaving Chief Kian on the stage at a loss. This Mr. Ziming deserves to be someone who can do these things, old man. It seems that our face-to-face communication with him is inevitable. In the car at the entrance of Chief Market, Nikolaevich said to his chief of staff Kassa, and then he got out of the car without waiting for Kassa to say something. Kassa could hear the sighs in Nikolaevich's words. As the director of Nikolaevich's office, Kassa understood that the chaos in the Chief Market just now was indeed very similar to the North Russian president. Otherwise, he should have let the police in to stop the riots just now, instead of waiting for Ziming to come out and stand on a high platform to give a speech to these people. After all, Ziming's current trump card is to use the daily necessities trading in the Chief Market to gather rubles for him, so as long as the market is messed up, isn't it all right? It's just that Nikolaevich is the president of North Russia. Some things are not blatant. Otherwise, Ziming will be rushed. He has such a large amount of rubles in his hands. It is too easy to make something. Nicholas Ravich can't help but think about the stability of this country. The reason is the same, but it's okay for Nikolaevich to give Ziming a predicament, so he will sit back and watch the chaos in the Chief Market. But he didn't expect that Ziming only took a few speeches on stage with a loudspeaker to suppress the chaos. Kassa followed Nikolaevich towards the market. The police formed a cordon next to protect Mr. President. Ziming also came over there. Ziming was put in and took the initiative to fight with Nicholas. Vicky shook hands and said, "Welcome Mr. President to visit the Chief Market." Ziming's performance was very enthusiastic, and it was hard to tell that he had just been cheated by the president. Nikolaevich also said, "Mr. Ziming is too polite." Mr. Ziming is a large multinational businessman. He knows that we are short of daily necessities. This time, we have brought such a large quantity of goods to North Russia. We North Russians are grateful. Mr. Ziming is right. Ziming waved his hand and said a gesture of effort, and Nikolaevich immediately went on to say, "However, the conditions in the Chief Market are really bad, and the place is very small. Mr. Ziming, you want to sell so many things. Not enough. I suggest that Mr. Ziming can enter a few more markets. This will be more secure. As the president of North Russia, I can give special approval to Mr. Ziming in this regard." When Nikolaevich said these words, everyone, including Li Cheng and Tong Gang, was shocked. Even Ziming did not expect that the president of North Russia would be so straightforward, without any kind words, directly go straight to the topic when you come up. Of course, they were surprised that people like Nikolaevich would also play such tricks. As for what he would say, it is simply to disperse Ziming's capital inflow. After all, if Ziming's goods are sold elsewhere, they will be sold. Ziming won't have all the rubles dropped. As long as Ziming doesn't control the funds, then Nikolaevich has a countermeasure. It's just that the Tao is 1 foot high and the devil is 1 foot high. How can Ziming be caught up in such a trick? He immediately nodded and said, "Of course it's okay." Then Ziming turned around and said, "But Mr. Nikolaevich, I believe you must also know about the Hong Kong City stock market crash last year, and the supporter behind me is the Hong Kong City Consortium." Ziming said that he introduced Li Cheng and Tong Gang who were next to him to Nikolaevich, and continued, "During that stock market disaster, our Hong Kong City suffered heavy losses, and even now we have not recovered our vitality. It's not easy to ship so many daily necessities at one time, so it's okay to put my things to other people, but I need to check out in advance to ensure that I have sufficient funds." At the end, Ziming also deliberately sighed and said, "We are all small businesses. What we pay attention to is fast in and out, so I hope you can understand, Mr. President." Ziming's answer made Nikolaevich want to jump and scold others, because Ziming's words were obviously showing a face of a money fan. What kind of small business? If your business with tens of millions and hundreds of millions of rubles in and out is a small business, then where is there any big business? But in the face of Ziming's face, Nikolaevich really can't help it. After all, you can't force others to owe money, right? Nikolaevich thought for a while and said to him, "Mr. Ziming, you say that you are rejecting the opportunity to expand the market." Ziming shook his head and said, "As long as the things I sell are scarce here, no matter where I am, there are several markets selling them, and the result will be the same. At this point, Ziming paused. He looked at Nikolavic's hesitant expression and said, "Mr. President, I think you'd better make a decision as soon as possible, because an American will come to Hotel 1 to talk to me tomorrow. The thing is likely to be about this small business and the market." This sentence made Nikolavic no longer calm down, because Ziming said that the American identity can be understood without guessing. Chapter 75 My answer is sorry. An extended Cadillac courtesy car parked in front of the number 1 hotel, attracting many people to watch. After all, even if Crisco is the capital of a superpower, it is not a place where Dubai is completely piled up with money. This is just a country. The strength of military strength does not mean that everyone here is really millionaires, especially in the current economic crisis. Both the ruble and the price have reached an unreasonable moment, and there are so many ordinary people struggling to survive. They are all yearning for wealth and luxury. This is human nature. I know this car. This is the car used by the wealthy people in Western countries. This is worthy of the number 1 hotel. It's amazing. Yesterday I heard that there are many daily necessities for sale in the Chief Market, and Mr. President personally went there. I've visited. I'm afraid these people did it, and only these Western wealthy people can have such a handwriting. Many people watched the courtesy car and talked about their guesses one by one. At the courtesy car, the assistant in front helped to open the door, and then 3 Americans in neat suits got out of the car. They did not stop at the door, but walked directly into the hotel. After the 3 Americans entered, someone suddenly exclaimed, "The second person inside, I seem to have seen him, is in the old castle on this street." Are they the owners of the old castle? Wealthy is so cool. I know they are definitely not ordinary people. They are indeed not ordinary people. The 3 Americans are Mr. Matar, David, and William, who are in charge of the Dota project. Mr. Matar, are we really going to take the initiative to find that Chinese? David asked in a low voice. He could clearly hear the reluctance in his tone, and Matar said to him, "I don't want to find him either, but now for the Dota project, we have to go. This Chinese is really troublesome. He should have been killed in Villa number 8 at the time." Davy said, unconvinced. "But the news I got was that he was also accompanied by a high-level military attaché from Yanjing. I am afraid that a person like him is also an important figure in that country. If he really kills him, there will be problems." Matar thought for a while and then said, "But the trouble he is causing us now is also a good reminder to us. Let me know that my turret plan is not so comprehensive. At least for this ruble, we pay too little attention. It also shows that the eastern country is probably not what we thought." Mater and Davy walked upstairs while talking, but William didn't say a word. He was a little emboldened in front of Davy, but in front of Mater, he didn't dare to make any trouble. They came to the coffee shop on the 3rd floor. A tall and beautiful North Russian woman was waiting here. Seeing Mater and David came up, she bowed deeply to them and said, "Welcome to Mr. Mater. Mr. Ming is waiting for you in the cafe." Mater gave her a complicated look and said, "It seems that you have found someone worthy of your trust, Karolina." This North Russian woman was Karolina, who was assigned to Ziming as a guide. She replied to Mater, "Yes, Mr. Mater, thank you very much for assigning me to Hong Kong City. If it weren't for you, I would really it's not going to meet Mr. Ziming." Mater nodded, "Okay, I know. Then you don't plan to go back anymore?" Karolina gently shook her head and said, "I am very grateful to Mr. Matar for your care of me at the beginning, but I am sorry, now I am Mr. Ziming's translator." Hearing Karolina's answer, Matar hadn't reacted much yet, but David and William, who followed him, immediately showed extremely painful expressions. There is no other reason. As people who still have identities behind each other, they all know what kind of person Matar is, what kind of identity he has, how much wealth he holds, and now he is doing something earth-shattering. And more importantly, Mr. Matar attaches great importance to Karolina, and even paved the way for her. However, facing such a broad road, Karolina finally chose the Chinese, preferring to be an interpreter for him rather than going back. This made David and William couldn't figure out what the Chinese had. Only with the magic of Chinese people can do this. Would it be better to be a Chinese translator than to give the super rich in the future a fortune of 20 trillion? How is this possible? Okay, I understand. I respect your choice, so please take me to meet the Chinese of your choice now, Mater said to Carolina. Carolina replied with a good voice, and then led Mater into the coffee shop. Ziming was sitting by a window with the best light, and he was drinking coffee comfortably. Ziming didn't stand up immediately, but first took a look at the people who came over. Whether it was Carolina, Davy or William, Ziming had seen him, so there was the one who he hadn't seen. It must be the Mr. Mata. Speaking of meeting this Mr. Mata today, Ziming is actually very excited. After all, a legend who has a fortune of 20 trillion, it is false to say that he is not excited, and more importantly, Ziming, although he found a lot of information about him in his previous life, he never even had a picture. From the bottom of his heart, Ziming wanted to see what this Mr. Mata looked like. However, when I saw it now, Ziming calmed down. This Mr. Mata didn't seem to have anything special. He had a normal body and a slightly fat figure. He was a middle-aged man with a bald head and glasses. After they walked over, Ziming took the initiative to stand up and said, "Welcome to Mr. Mata. I am glad to meet you. I am Ziming." Mata also looked up and down Ziming a few times, then smiled and said, "So you are Ziming? No matter how many stories you have heard, it would be better to meet him in person." Mr. Mata is also, "I have been thinking about what kind of person can make a plan like Dota project." Ziming replied that, in fact, the dialogue between the two of them had both pros and cons. It was to see how the people understood it. People with confidence would think it was a boast, but people who did not have confidence would think it was a boast. Then you will think that this is a mockery. "Mr. Ziming is really amazing," Mata said sincerely, and at the same time gave Ziming a thumbs up, and then gently touched his hands with Ziming, and then sat opposite Ziming. Carolina sat next to Ziming, and David Yi and William sat next to Mata on the left and right. Mata looked around and looked at the empty coffee shop, showing a puzzled expression to Ziming. Ziming explained to him at this time, "Today this coffee shop has been packaged, in order to facilitate the conversation between us." "Mr. Ziming is interested," Mata said, and then asked again, "But such a big coffee shop, I don't know why Mr. Ziming just chose to sit here." "Because it's against the window, and I like the sun very much," Ziming said, pointing his finger out of the window again. "You can see the Gela Street outside here and the Malin Palace in the distance. You can feel this, the pulse of the city." "It seems that Mr. Ziming likes this place very much?" Mata asked. Ziming answered naturally, "This place allows me to make so much money. I think I have no reason not to like this place." Mata nodded and said, "Indeed. Since Nikolaevich took over the power of this country and launched the privatization reform, with the opening of the capital market, in this city, as long as you have a certain amount of funds in your hand and if you can predict the future direction, you can indeed make a lot of money. But Mr. Ziming, your goal is much larger than this." Ziming did not speak, and Mata continued, "I have shipped 10,000 tons of daily necessities and gathered rubles in a short period of time." The layout of Mr. Ziming was unexpected to me. Ziming just laughed. "Mr. Mata is too acclaimed. I don't think this is what the layout is. Compared with Mr. Mata's Dota plan, it can only be regarded as a small business." "The Chinese are really a subtle nation," said Mata, "but I hope that Mr. Ziming, this is really a small business. So I don't think I need to come over today, but since I am here today, for many things, I have to discuss with you, Mr. Ziming, face-to-face." Mata paused here, and then asked Ziming, "If I remember correctly, Mr. Ziming originally participated in the Dota project as a successor to Tao Juling, right?" Ziming nodded and said yes, and did not say anything superfluous. Mata then sighed and said, "I know, something happened later that caused you to leave the Dota project, but that was the biggest mistake we made. But then Mr. Ziming, you have also made a lot of money in the Dota project, and even now your plan to master the ruble through daily necessities cannot be separated from the Dota plan." Before Mata finished speaking, Ziming interrupted him and asked, "Mr. Mata, Do you want me to return to the Dota project? Listening to this question asked by Ziming, the expressions on Davy and William's faces at the time were all stiff, because for them, it was a shame. On the one hand, it is the Dota project that brings together the wealth and wisdom of the entire Western world. On the other side is Ziming, who is halfway through the monk. It seems that the Dota plan has to suppress Ziming. Now, why is it the other way around, especially for Davy? He must know that he had dared to leave Ziming when he made the decision, and now he wants to call him back. Isn't this just slapping him in the face? If possible, Davy really wanted to pull out a gun to kill Ziming and forget it, so I didn't have to listen to him here asking these questions that made him want to run away. If you want to change to David, you would definitely not agree. But now Mr. Matar is here, he thought for a moment before he nodded to Ziming and said, I do have this idea. This is called a strong alliance. I just don't know Mr. Ziming. What are your plans here? Sorry, Ziming replied. I'm sorry, Mr. Matar, my answer is sorry. Chapter 76, Impossible News. Ziming, don't go too far. Our Dota project is the crystallization of the wisdom of the entire Western society. Inviting you is only a matter of politeness, not you. You don't see what you are also worthy of it. Did we say sorry in front of us? David and William immediately stood up angrily and said that they could not help but be angry. As people who master wealth, they all have very strong self-esteem, especially David. He even asked William not to call his husband for such a trivial matter. Teach him seriously, and his self-esteem can be imagined. On the other side, William is different. He also has self-esteem, but he is not so heavy compared to Davy. He is more of his own temperament and respect for Mr. Matar. For them, Mr. Matar took the initiative to come to find a little unknown Chinese today and re-invite him back to Project Dota. This is already an act of letting go of his identity, and he will only invite you if he can't afford it. You must know that this Dota plan is the crystallization of the financial wisdom of the world. How many people have no chance to come in after sharpening their heads? It is an unprecedented opportunity to invite you Ziming, but you don't know what it is. How can this be done? Don't let them feel a humiliated anger. In their view, Ziming said this deliberately, and the purpose was to raise his own value. Facing the anger of David and William, Ziming just looked up at them with a smile instead of smiling. Ziming didn't bother to answer. In his opinion, the self-esteem of these two Western gentlemen is really ridiculous. Compared with Davy and William, Mr. Matar is more sensible. He thought for a while and asked, does Mr. Ziming have any concerns? Mr. Matar is still great, just right. Ziming said that even though his words didn't specifically point out anything, it still made the complexions of Davy and William very embarrassing. As the important figures in the Dota project, their IQs are very high. How can they not hear the meaning of these words? How can they not hear that they are impatient and wrong? So they didn't dare to see Ziming again, because it made them feel ashamed, and they wished they could find a place to sow and drill down. But none of this is a problem. It can only be said that they have too much self-esteem and have not considered thoroughly enough. What makes them feel ashamed now is that Ziming completely ignores them. In their opinion, they are even very willing. Ziming mocked them. Don't say nothing like now. This feeling of ignorance makes them even more ashamed. However, Ziming didn't have time to pay attention to these two very self-respecting Americans. He then asked Matar, I don't know what Mr. Matar thinks you and your Dota plan are in North Russia, and I am here. What is his identity? Matar did not answer Ziming's question, but frowned first. Not only him, but also David and William beside him were lost in thought. It's just that they would be like this, but it's not because of how profound Ziming's question is. On the contrary, his question is very simple. First of all, what are the identities of Mr. Matar and Dota project in North Russia? To put it simply, it is a robber who plunders wealth. As for Ziming, of course he is also a member of this band of robbers. If it were not for robbers, then the wealth of this superpower would not flow into their pockets continuously. If it were not for robbers, the citizens of this superpower would not go from heaven to beggars who could not afford to go to the streets overnight. It's just that their current robbery method is not barbaric. Instead, They have a very elegant name called financial investment. How to call it is not important. What matters is the result. In this way, it seems that there is no difference between Ziming and Matar and his Dota project, but in fact it is not. Ziming was a member of Dota project in the past, and he had to rely on Dota project funding to come to Crisco. Even the guide interpreter beside him was arranged by Dota Plan, but after Ziming came here, everything changed. First, Ziming urged North Russian President Nikolaevich to walk out of the White House to give a tank speech, which ended the coup. Ziming was also expelled for disrupting the layout of the Dota plan. But Ziming's footsteps did not stop because of being removed from the Dota project. Instead, relying on his own efforts, he united with the local North Russian businessmen to form his own forces. Although this is still a joke in front of the Dota project, he has been doing it all the time. Hard work. Later, he developed to the point where he found the key point, and together with the Hong Kong City Consortium, he shipped 10,000 tons of daily necessities for sale by sea, with the goal of grasping the ruble. This seems incredible, like a myth, but Ziming did it. In just one day, hundreds of millions of rubles passed through the Chef market and were controlled by Ziming. This is only one day. So what about 10 days and a half months? Of course, it's not to say that Chef's market has such a terrifying sales volume every day, but it's not that bad. More importantly, Ziming's sales through Chef's market have brought alive the ruble exchange rate and let the ruble exchange rate rose again. To push the ruble exchange rate back, Metu is not impossible, but as a financial warfare expert, he naturally needs to consider more things. Whether it is Ziming, a local businessman in North Russia, or the Hong Kong City Consortium, every disassembly will not be put in the eyes of this Mr. Mater, otherwise David would not be so arrogant in front of Ziming at the beginning. Mater I almost didn't ask about these things, but when they were combined, they became an existence that caused him quite a headache, because if Ziming really had control of tens of billions of rubles, then I'm afraid that he would be the dominant player in North Russia. It's about to change ownership. It is for this reason that Mater condescends to come to him today, and President Nikolaevich, who has lived in the Mlin Palace yesterday, will go to the Chef market. No matter how they don't admit it, Ziming has become a very important force on the North Russian side. Since it is a force that exists alone, you can't just cooperate with others casually, especially at this time. I know that Mr. Matar, you have a deal with the Mr. President in the Mlin Palace, but that is also based on the fact that you are only plundering wealth without interfering in any politics. But now I have begun to control the ruble through the sale of daily necessities. The ability to shake politics, if you are working with you, Mr. Mater, I am afraid that Mr. President will not be able to sleep peacefully. Ziming said to Mr. Mater. For Ziming's words, Matar can understand. After all, as the president of the North Russian Republic, Nikolaevich wants to be in position. He will make certain transactions with him, and he will also be traitorous, but his traitor must be. There is a limit. On the premise of not shaking his power base, once he crosses the line, he will turn his face. In any case, the position of the president of a country is always better than that of the spy. Nikolaevich has always done this. No matter how the ruble exchange rate on the stock market plummeted, the entire Crisco's people could not survive. He ignored it, but now Ziming has adopted daily necessities. His sales control their ruble, and he will soon become a financial existence beyond the bank. When the future will inevitably affect the political trend of North Russia, he will surely change his face without even thinking about it. After all, this is still on the land of North Russia. Even though Nikolaevich has not yet taken over the nuclear arsenal of this superpower, he can at least control the garrison forces in the capital. With the nature of this country, it is really hard to predict this will happen. What? Thinking of this, Mater said with emotion, Mr. Ziming is indeed a person who leads the whole trend. Your thinking is very clear. Ziming spreads both hands. I don't want to be sober, but one side is easy to make money, and the other is life-threatening to make money. I think even an idiot can make the right choice. Mr. Matar, you said what? This rhetorical question made Davy and William once again annoyed, because the metaphor was too shameful. but due to the shameful behavior in front of Ziming, they did not speak immediately. Then it seems that I am destined to return without success today. Meitu also said helplessly to Ziming. Everything goes back to you, Mr. Mata, not me. Ziming said, in fact, personally, I really don't want Mr. Mata to return without success, because I, Mr. Mata, and your Dota plan is the same. The purpose is to make money. Only with your Dota plan can my interests be maximized. After all, there are many things that you have the ability to do, Mr. Mata, but I don't have it. Davy and William were at a loss. This time William couldn't help but ask, Ziming, what do you want to say? Do you want to cooperate with us again? This is William, right? I still hope you can listen to me. It is impossible for me to cooperate with Project Dota, but on some things, we can advance and retreat together. Ziming told William that his tone was the one that made William the most uncomfortable, but this time William had no response. On the other side, Davy heard the overtones at this time. He asked Ziming. Mr. Ziming said that, is there any news to disclose to us? Originally, Davy was only tentatively asking this question, but he didn't expect Ziming to actually answer. I really have a very important news. I believe you all know about Mr. President's visit to the Chuff market yesterday. I and him after talking for a long time. Mr. President is deeply concerned about the current situation of the ruble, so he is preparing to issue a new ruble. Hearing Ziming's answer, William jumped up like a spring underneath his buttocks. He looked at Ziming incredible and shouted, this is impossible. Ziming, you must be deceiving us. This country, why would you issue a new ruble because of this matter? Next to David he was skeptical. Every currency issuance should be the top secret of a country. I don't believe Nikolaevich would be so mindless to tell you this news. Only Mr. Mata looked at Ziming without saying a word, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 77, Bluffing with Virtue. Bound thank book friends 233,574 inches for your support. Thank you for the monthly pass support of Big Brother Feel Long, Unrequited Love Interpretation, Fantasy, Feng Shen and Italian Summer ZL. Do you think this Chinese Ziming really has the means to control tens of billions of rubles or even more? It is true that the daily necessities in Crisco are very scarce. But can this alone really control the money of a country? Here, it's not the small countries of South America, but a superpower. Matu asked David and William Dow, who were sitting across from him, that they had now finished their conversation with Ziming and left Hotel Number 1 and returned to the courtesy car. Facing the question raised by Mata, neither David nor William answered. It was not that they were afraid to answer, but that they didn't know how to answer. If it was a week ago, they would definitely answer impossible without hesitation. The simple reason is that there is a lack of money. Nothing falls from the sky, whether it is speculation or investment. No matter how powerful financial means are, there must be sufficient funds as a prerequisite. Otherwise, no matter how jaw-dropping financial means are, they are just empty talk. The so-called empty glove white wolf is just a myth of self-deception. If it weren't for this, Ziming would not desperately use treasury bonds to make money at the beginning of his rebirth, and he had joined the director of the local agricultural bank of China to join the group to make money, in order to raise enough funds before the Hong Kong stock market crash, because he knew very well, without this money, even if the stock market crash was so speculative, he would only have to stand aside and stare. As the saying goes, if you have money, everything can be done without money. Now the speculation in North Russia is the same. It sounds like Ziming can control the ruble by using the sales of daily necessities, and then he can become a pivotal figure in both political and economic circles in North Russia. There is a very important question here, because Ziming's purpose is to control the ruble, which means that these daily necessities are investments that will not recover the cost for a while. So here comes the question. Everyone knows that ocean trading is a business with high risk and high investment. It is still clear that it cannot recover the investment. Hong Kong City has not recovered from the stock market crash last year. How much money can they invest in? Come here. In addition, There is one more important point. Even if the Hong Kong City Consortium is very supportive of Ziming's plan must be carried out. Then the problem of the goods itself has arisen again. Because ocean trade takes a lot of time, it takes at least 2 months for 10,000 tons of goods to be transported from the port city to here. But now the situation in North Russia is changing rapidly. Obviously, it is impossible to ship from the port city or the back of Southeast Asia. Choose to purchase from Europe nearby, but the production capacity in Europe is not so rich. How many tons of goods are there to support Ziming? Even if there is, what kind of fluctuation will the price cause when purchasing like him? Once the price goes wrong, the governments of these European countries and local consortia are not vegetarian. They will definitely use very drastic means. This is not what the Hong Kong City Consortium wants to see. These are the very real problems before our eyes, and it is these problems that make David and William have to doubt and deny. This is impossible. But Ziming is good at creating impossible miracles. When Ziming came to Crisco alone, there was nothing. No one would take him seriously. But later, whether he urged Nikolaevich to leave the White House to give a speech, or united with North Russian businessmen to follow him to share a piece of the Dota project, or now convinced the Hong Kong City Consortium to bring in 10,000 tons of daily necessities to help him control their ruble, each of these things can be said to be miracles. So what else is impossible for a person who can perform miracles like this? This is also the fundamental reason why David and William dare not draw conclusions. Seeing that David and William didn't answer, Matter shook his head slightly. He knew that these two Western financial elites had already begun to doubt their own life and judgment because of Ziming's affairs. This matter may be true or false, but we are not scientists. We don't need to solve this Schrodinger's cat equation. We just need to implement our established strategy. Matar finally made a statement. Yesterday Nikolaevich took the initiative to visit this China week, and we are here today. No matter how we don't admit it, he has become a very important force in North Russia. Then we must take it seriously. Hearing Matar's statement, both Davy and William heaved a sigh of relief, because they were really afraid of making a decision on Ziming's issue. Anyway, things related to Ziming were nothing good. At this time, Matar continued, one more thing. If North Russia is really ready to issue a new ruble, then we must also make preparations in advance. David and William were silent again. After a while, David said, Mr. Matar, you really think that Mr. President of North Russia will tell the Chinese about such important things? And he also will you tell us about this? The importance of currency is unquestionable for everyone who understands the economy. It can be said that currency is the center of a country's economic center. It is precisely because of this that Ziming's use of commodity trade to control the ruble will arouse the president of North Russia. With such a big reaction from both sides of Nikolaevich and Mr. Matar, they did not hesitate to abandon their identities and visit them in person. Since currency is so important, it must be a secret for a country to abandon the old currency and issue new coins. Otherwise, it would be too easy if someone wanted to do something about the old currency before the new currency was issued. In addition, Nikolaevich has just moved into the Malin Palace. Whether it is the political situation at the upper level or the economic situation after the privatization reform, it has not stabilized. Even fools can see that. Now is the time for stability instead of issuing new rubles, and Nikolaevich will naturally not be so stupid. So now if a new ruble is really going to be issued, there is only one reason, and that is that Ziming's act of mastering the ruble also scared the North Russian president. Although the drivers of the courtesy car are all professionally trained, there is still inevitably a slight tremor when the car is started. As the car started, Matar turned his head and glanced at Hotel Number 1 before finally answering David Yi. Ziming is a smart man. He will not joke with us on this matter. It seems that our Dota project has encountered a real problem. This Chinese is a powerful person. We all looked down upon him. But now the contest has just begun. Mr. Matar, the final victory will definitely belong to us, right? William asked Matar unconvinced. Matar retracted his gaze from the car window, smiled and replied, of course, no one can beat us. In this answer, Matter didn't emphasize anything, but his words gave Davy and William Mo's confidence. It's just that they had a headache in the face of Ziming's pressure on them. The coffee in the #1 hotel in the hall. Ziming, who stood by the bed and watched them leave the courtesy car, let out a sigh of relief, finally sent them away. Li Cheng and Tong Huan, his son, walked into the coffee shop together. It was the future Chinese richest man Li Cheng who was talking, and Tong Gang all said with emotion, "I didn't expect it to be Mr. Mata." These words surprised Ziming. "Why does Chairman Tong also know Mr. Mata?" Tong Gang nodded and said, "He was once a fate in the United States. He is not a simple person. He was employed by the US government and is a secret financial warfare expert directly responsible to the president. Many of the economic plans for the Soviet Union were derived from his handwriting, and one more thing, before he was employed by the US government, his resume was very ordinary. So ordinary to almost blank. There are clever people here. Everyone can hear Tong Gang's offline. Everyone is not surprised by the first half of the passage. After all, as the person in charge of the Dota project, if he doesn't have the backing of the US government, that's a fight. I didn't believe it to death. As for the second half, this person's resume before being employed by the US government was so ordinary that it was blank. This is obviously problematic. Because how can a financial warfare expert who is directly responsible to the president directly targeting a superpower be ordinary? That's nothing more than a blinding technique. Li Cheng said at this time, "I admit that this Mr. Matar is indeed very unusual, but it doesn't matter, because he was placed by our Mr. Ziming today. This proves that there is still a mountain high. The wisdom of our Chinese sons and daughters is higher than that of these Americans." Tong Gang laughed happily, and Ziming said to Li Cheng, "Li Dong, you can still say that, but you also praise me too high, right?" I think Dongless remarks are still humble, because Ziming, what happened to you today is really eye-opening. This time it was Tong Gang who was speaking. He reached out and patted Ziming on the shoulder, and said to him very seriously, "To be honest, when you said you wanted to sell daily necessities to control the entire North Russian ruble, it really scared me. Because we don't have so much money. Even if we have so much money, I'm afraid we won't be able to find so many daily necessities, let alone transport them here." Tong Gang directly hit the point with a single sentence. In fact, this point is what Matar and the others thought of in the car. They are short of money and cannot really rely on the sale of daily necessities to control all or most of the rubles. Listening to Tong just got the point. Li Cheng glanced out the window and said, "If Mr. Mata reacts, I am afraid we will be in trouble. We have so many rubles in our hands, but we can't really master them all. That's why I said Zuming was very good, and I bluffed Mr. Mata." Tong Gang said. But at this time Ziming said, "I don't think so. Mr. Mata, David Dyer and William are very smart, so I think they have already thought about it. It's just what I did that they couldn't do anything about it. Just believe it. And one more important thing is that I told them that North Russia is about to issue a new ruble. They must pay more attention to this now." "Then the North Russian government really wants to issue a new ruble?" Tong asked Ziming. "Is it true?" "The next Mlin Palace meeting should give us the answer," Ziming said. Chapter 78, Nonsense. Every country is synonymous with a power center, such as the White House in the United States, number 10 Downing Street in the United Kingdom, the Élysée Palace in France, and Zhongnanhai, etc. Some of them are very famous, and some are relatively less well known. Here in North Russia, his center of power is the well-known Mlin Palace. The Mlin Palace is located on the most central hill in the capital of North Russia, Crisco. It is one of the most well-preserved palace complexes in the world. It is also the place where successive royal families have coronated and held adult ceremonies for hundreds of years. It is now the leader in the office and living area. Even the news network will use the name of the Mlin Palace when it mentions the North Russian policy. This shows the great influence here. A very ordinary Volga car drove slowly across the Red Square into the Mlin Palace, a symbol of power. Ziming and Li Chengtong were just sitting in the car. In the car, Kaelina consciously assumed the role of a tour guide, and introduced to Ziming and the others. In fact, the Malin Palace and China also have a great relationship. It was the strongest one hundreds of years ago. The Mongol Empire expedition to Europe. The army arrived at Crisco and saw the Malin Palace, calling it a fortress that is difficult to attack. So the Malin Palace has the meaning of an inner city and a fortress up to now. The legends hundreds of years ago could not be distinguished from the true and false, but as the granddaughter of a former Soviet official, Karolina's news was naturally much more accurate than others. Like Zongnanhai, the Malin Palace also has its own majesty and rules. Ziming and his Volga can only drive to the gate tower, and then they must get off the bus and transfer to the vehicle designated by the Malin Palace to arrive where they want to go. The place. In the final analysis, this is also for the safety of the head of state. Although if someone with ulterior motives really brings a powerful bomb, it can also blow up the entire Malin Palace. After verifying their identities, Ziming and the others were taken to a building with a classic medieval Byzantine charm. According to Karolina, this was the office and rest place of the former Soviet officials. It was inside the Malin Palace, the true center of power. Mr. Ziming, and Mr. Li Cheng and Mr. Tong Gang. Mr. President is already waiting for you in the conference room. Please follow me up. A secretary waited for Ziming and the others at the door. After seeing them, he asked them this sentence, and then took them upstairs. Ziming and Li Chengtong just followed him in and came through a long corridor. At the door of a conference room, they told them that Mr. President was having a meeting inside. Ziming nodded and opened the door and walked in. The situation inside made them nervous. Of course, this tension does not mean that there is a special force ambushing in the conference room. When they enter, they will be machine-gunned into briquettes to wipe out the criminals who invaded the North Russian economy. It's that they are filled with North Russia. Senior officials of the Russian Republic. There is a long table in the conference room. The president of North Russia Nikolaevich sits directly above, and the others are sitting on both sides. After Ziming and the others came to North Russia, they have a certain degree of power structure here. I understand that these are the high-ranking officials of the North Russian government. All the high-ranking officials of the government, including the Prime Minister and the Interior Minister, are basically here. But even if you don't know, just look at the Presidential Office Director Kasathavsine can only sit below, and the identities of the others who can sit in front of him can be imagined. Judging from the identities of these people, the importance of today's meeting can be imagined. Then, in such a meeting with so many government officials, how can a group of outsiders not be nervous when they come over? Fortunately, Ziming once went to Zongnanhai and had antibodies against such a situation. Therefore, he was the first to relieve himself. He said to Nikolaevich, "Hello, Mr. President and gentlemen. I'm sorry to bother you." "Yes, I was invited by Ziming to attend this meeting." These two are Mr. Tong Gang, the chairman of Gangqing Shipping Group, a well-known merchant in Hong Kong City, and Mr. Li Cheng, the chairman of Qing Industrial. It is a pleasure to meet you all. With Ziming's opening, Tong Gang and Li Chengqing were no longer nervous, and they were both familiar with the road and greeted the high-ranking North Russian officials attending the meeting. Nikolaevich nodded, and then said to everyone, "Mr. Ziming, I have introduced to everyone just now. Today I asked Mr. Ziming to come over to discuss things about the new ruble." When Nikolaevich said this, everyone immediately cast a surprised look at Ziming, even though they had known that they were talking about the issuance of the new ruble today. Nikolaevich would invite an outsider to attend the meeting. At the meeting, I also knew that this man was a young Chinese, and he had mastered a huge wealth of the old ruble. But knowing that and seeing it with their own eyes are always two different concepts, so they were surprised for the first time. If Ziming is a Chinese American or a professor of economics from Hong Kong City, he is a businessman in his 50s and 60s. This would be easier to accept. But Ziming is from such a background. This is really hard to convince young people in mainland China. Since Ziming was invited by President Nikolaevich, and it is an indisputable fact that Ziming has control of the ruble, these high-ranking North Russian officials, although they did not show anything on the surface, still unconsciously brought them in their eyes. A suspicious look in the face of these eyes. Ziming didn't care, because for him, whether you believe it or not has nothing to do with me, and I'm not really serving as your staff to help you solve economic problems. I want it. Just make money, nothing more. Then Nikolaevich asked Ziming to sit down. The legendary president of North Russia said to Ziming, Mr. Ziming, you must already know the content of the meeting here today, and you are also a very smart Chinese businessman. Then I won't repeat too much. After some courtesy, Nikolaevich went straight to the subject and said, you know the economic situation in North Russia, Mr. Ziming. Since the opening of the capital market, the exchange rate of the ruble has been declining linearly, and with the depreciation of the ruble, it also brought a series of troubles to the domestic economy. So in order to save the North Russian economy, we decided to abolish the old ruble and issue a new ruble. I wonder if Mr. Ziming has any opinion? This is your North Russia economic policy. I have no opinion. I also support the issuance of the new ruble, Ziming said. Regarding the answer given by Ziming, the high-ranking North Russian officials present could not help but shook their heads slightly. Originally, when Nikolaevich asked Ziming, these officials all asked the Chinese people specially invited by the president with anticipation, no matter where he comes from and how old he is. His behavior of using daily necessities to control the ruble is still very surprising, so everyone wants to hear his high point, but who knows he gave such a nonsense. The general answer. At that time, someone screamed in their hearts, you damn bastard. Are these Chinese people who can only flatter? Asking you to come here is for you to comment, not for you to follow. Even Nikolaevich frowned unhappy, because Ziming's support was not the answer he wanted. Because the abolition of the old ruble and the issuance of the new ruble is not a simple policy change, it involves all aspects of economic issues. If it is not handled properly, it is likely to cause a national economic collapse. This is not a government agency. I want to see what I want to see, so I must be careful and then careful. I think that the currency replacement after the founding of the People's Republic of China would not last for several years to complete. The situation in North Russia is the same now, although the old ruble system is no longer good and the national economy is also very poor. It has not yet reached the level of complete chaos and reshuffle. Nikolaevich also helps that the new ruble will be issued, can spend smoothly. It was for this reason that he invited Ziming to come over, just to hear Ziming's views. But who knew that Ziming threw such a word of support? Nikolaevich thought for a while and said, it seems that Mr. Ziming is very dissatisfied with the old ruble, but Mr. Ziming has also seen that the old ruble is due to rising prices, economic problems and various other reasons. The depreciation is very serious. Since the new ruble is to be issued, this situation must be reversed. Then I don't know what Mr. Ziming's opinion on the exchange rate of the new ruble? Ziming said, exchange rate. In fact, the exchange rate is the value of a currency in the final analysis. The exchange rate is based on the comparison of different values of various currencies. Simply put, under the gold standard system in the past, gold was the most basic and universal currency. Then the monetary units of two countries that implemented the gold standard system can determine the price ratio between them based on their respective gold content. This is exchange rate. Ziming paused when he said that, and then went on to say, of course that was the practice of metal currency in the past. It is now all paper currency. But the actual situation is still the same. Countries issue paper currency as a representative of metal currency, referring to the past. According to the law, the gold content of paper currency is regulated by law. This gold content is the exchange rate, but compared to the past practice, paper currency is much virtual, and the exchange rate is not so stable, especially in a market environment. This exchange rate will change with economic development, or bank interest rates and political changes in the country where it is located, so the determination of the exchange rate must be prudent. Ziming continued, because the value of a currency is largely a manifestation of a country's economic strength. If the exchange rate is set high and the country does not have such a strong economic strength, then the exchange rate will collapse in the future. On the contrary, the exchange rate setting a low is the same. It will cause a cheap loss of resources in the country. And there are many more troublesome things. Northern Russia is a very powerful country. It has inherited everything from the former Soviet Union. It is one of the most ignorable forces in the world. To issue a new ruble, the exchange rate must be set carefully. Ziming finally say, Chapter 79 Exchange rates accurate to single digits. The words of Ziming stopped abruptly at this point. Of course, it was not that Ziming couldn't speak anymore. But someone really couldn't listen. Nikolaevich said to him, Mr. Ziming, I think these principles you don't need to say anymore, because since we are here today to discuss the issuance of the new ruble, we all know all these relevant information about the ruble exchange rate. When Nikolaevich finished speaking, Ziming immediately asked him, why do you think him talking nonsense, Mr. President? Nikolaevich laughed. Mr. Ziming talks about basic common sense in currency exchange rates, which constitutes the basis of finance, but it is very out of date for the present. Nikolaievic's words are very euphemistic, but the meaning is self-evident. He thinks Ziming is talking nonsense, and apart from Nikolaevich, other North Russian officials sitting here are also. They showed a very disdainful and contemptuous expression to Ziming. Obviously, they also thought that Ziming's words at this time were not level at all. In the eyes of these North Russian officials, their initial view was indeed correct. This Chinese is a Chinese, and his economic attainments are just like that. Although they can create some miracles, this Ziming used daily necessities to control the ruble. The technique is also very powerful. But it is just his good luck and the dead mouse that the blind cat ran into. If he really wants to tell him why, he has nothing to do. He can only talk nonsense and perfunctory. It seems that Mr. Ziming still doesn't understand something. Nikolaevich said, what we need now is to calculate the value of the new ruble as soon as possible and set the exchange rate instead of listening to you. I can hear the truth. At this time, Tong Gang stood up and said to Nikolaevich, hello, Mr. President, I am the chairman of the Port City Shipping Group and my name is Tong Gang. I wonder if I can say a few words. Nikolaevich stretched out his hand to him and said, of course it can, but I don't know what excuse Mr. Tong Gang has. A line of defense directly set the tone for Tong Gang's words that hadn't spoken yet. Tong Gang frowned, but he still said to Nikolaevich, I understand the purpose of Mr. President's invitation to us today. In fact, I also very much hope that the new ruble can be issued as soon as possible, but there is one point that any exchange rate has a certain calculation method, such as foreign exchange reserves and domestic economic development, as well as national purchasing power. Because of the confidentiality of the country, neither I nor Ziming knows about it. Then, under the premise of lack of conditions, is it a bit too difficult for Mr. President to directly ask us to talk about the exchange rate? Tong just asked Nikolaevich. It seems that this is your Chinese way of thinking. If you don't know, you can talk nonsense. Nikolaevich first nodded silently to set the tone for his own words, and then continued, but this is also my negligence. Since Mr. Ziming is the guest I invited, I can approve him to read some of the most basic S-file information. Before Nikolaievic's words were finished, Ziming first said, the gross domestic product of the Republic of North Russia is about $2 trillion, and the gold and foreign exchange reserves are about $100 billion. I don't think Mr. President needs to show me the content that can be seen on the internet. Hearing Ziming's words, Nikolaevich laughed again. He said to Ziming, it seems that Mr. Ziming is worthy of being a famous businessman from China. The collection of this information is still in place. There is no more what Nikolaevich said here. Ziming shook his head gently and said, Mr. President, don't blame me for speaking straight. You and your team are really stingy and want to set a definite new ruble exchange rate. I don't want to show the real situation in the country to others. I really don't understand what you are afraid of. Ziming's remarks obviously pierced the hearts of these North Russian officials. The director of the presidential office, Kassa, first stood up and pointed to Ziming's nose and said, Mr. Ziming, please pay attention to your words. This is the Malin Palace. It's not a place where you can talk nonsense. Please maintain sufficient respect for Mr. President in front of Mr. President. With Casa taking the lead in defending Nikolavic's dignity, other high-ranking officials in North Russia also expressed dissatisfaction with Ziming one by one, but compared to Casa, their words were relatively more euphemistic. If someone else has this request, I think we will still consider it. Just forget it, Mr. Ziming. Compared with the arguments that can be heard at Petrograd University, we would like to hear something more interesting. Things of practical significance. Otherwise, no matter what actual economic figures we give, it will have no effect. I wonder if Mr. Ziming, do you think so? In the end, Nikolaevich himself also stood up and said to Ziming, Mr. Ziming, I asked you to come here because of your ability. I really want to hear your opinion, but you are too lethargic now. I am disappointed. Facing the cynicism in the entire conference room, Ziming still didn't change his face and his heart beat. He said slowly, since Mr. President has said so, then I have to say it. According to my calculations, I suggest a new ruble against it. The best exchange rate for the US dollar is 327 to 1, that is, 327 rubles to 1 US dollar. Of course, it can be adjusted upwards or downwards. After all, in a market environment, the exchange rate is not static. Ziming went on to say, I know that the exchange rate is a bit low, but it is also because the current economic situation in northern Russia is in a declining stage. A slight depreciation of the currency will help stimulate trade growth and stimulate the development of the country's economy, conducive to economic recovery. I don't know what Mr. President wants. As Ziming's voice fell, the entire conference room suddenly became silent. All North Russian officials, including the North Russian President Nikolaevich, looked at Ziming in amazement, with a face full of disbelief. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Ziming didn't rush to speak, just put his hands on the table, waiting for them to come back to their senses. All the officials present here are officials from the North Russian Power Center, and they all have a certain degree of psychological endurance. Therefore, the surprise is only a momentary thing. Soon everyone recovered. Nikolaevich asked Ziming, Mr. Ziming, how did you arrive at this exchange rate? Ziming shrugged unnecessarily and replied, it's just relying on those nonsense arguments that have no practical meaning in your eyes and can be heard in any school of economics. This answer made everyone feel that they were slapped in the face, but fortunately, those who can sit here today are all high-ranking officials with deep cultivation skills. Otherwise these people will blush at their contempt and mockery of Ziming. I wish I could find a seam to drill down on the spot. The reason is simple. Of course, it's not that Ziming was wrong, but that he was too accurate. Today's economic meeting was centered on the exchange rate of the new ruble. Before Ziming came over, the meeting had actually begun. At the previous meeting, the Prime Minister of North Russia had also notified everyone of the calculation results of the financial department. Listen, and this result is what Ziming said of 327 to 1, which is not more than 1 ruble, but also a lot of 1 ruble. If Ziming generally said that it was more than 300 to 1, then he could be said to be a complete coincidence. But now that Ziming has accurately said it to the single digits, it is difficult to explain it by coincidence. You know, the number reported by the Prime Minister is the number of economic officials in the finance department. After working with the statistics from the statistics department, it was calculated after a night of hard work. Maybe this number is not perfect, and it may not be the final data, but it is already the most scientific data. But now it has been explained by Ziming. How can this not be surprising? They simply couldn't understand. How did Ziming calculate this number this time? There are a lot of data that only the North Russian government knows. As if he had guessed everyone's thoughts, Ziming said at this time, you don't have to doubt me. I'm just a Chinese from outside. I can't know the data inside your government, but I'm honest. When doing business with all North Russians, maybe those are just daily necessities that you don't like, but they really have the most accurate data, especially when it comes to national purchasing power. I know better than you. In addition, Chairman Tong Li and I started investing on the first day of the securities campaign's opening. The previous fall in the ruble exchange rate also helped me a little bit," Ziming said. "I have participated in everything from the capital market to industrial management, so I can deduce the true state of this country from these activities." The president of North Russia Nikolaevich was shocked, and his chief of staff Kassa was shocked. The prime minister and all other senior North Russian officials present were all deeply shocked by Ziming's words at this moment. This is the only sentence that everyone can think of at this time. At this time, they can only use this sentence to express their feelings. There is no other reason. This is really too enchanting for Ziming. It is not impossible to infer the true situation of a country from the sales of daily necessities and the direction of the capital market, but the variables are too large and difficult to grasp. After all, every transaction may be random, and the country will deliberately guide it. As a result, if Ziming told them in advance that the new ruble exchange rate could be calculated in this way, they would definitely laugh at him for being in the fantasy world, but now they can only worship. Could it be that this Chinese has a head that surpasses Einstein? Otherwise, how could he calculate such a weird thing? Everyone feels messy because of this, and there are even people who are secretly pinching themselves, trying to wake themselves up from this incredible to absurd dream. But the result is of course impossible. Seeing everyone being shocked by him, Ziming raised the corner of his mouth and sighed in secret, because he was able to tell the exchange rate, not because of how powerful his calculation ability was, but because he knew it. Red envelope notice: red envelopes will be issued during the Lantern Festival. Tomorrow will be sent a little bit first, and more on the Lantern Festival. Welcome everyone to grab the red envelopes. The small square film is here to wish you all a happy new year. Chapter 80. This is called First Suppress and Then Raise. Is a rebirth. Ziming of course knew the exchange rate of the new ruble of North Russia, but his knowledge also contained a lot of luck, because when the new ruble of North Russia was issued in the previous life, the domestic foreign exchange market was also in a newly emerging state. Everyone said that speculation in this new ruble could make money, and some people did make money, and Ziming followed suit. That is to say, when he was speculating in foreign exchange in his previous life, Ziming read a lot of information about the North Russian ruble, and only then wrote down the magic number at the beginning of the new ruble. After all, this news is also very important. But even so, Ziming still had a gamble mentality when he said the news today, because after all, the issuance of the new ruble in North Russia is a few years earlier than the previous life, and the devaluation of the old ruble has not gone through the entire knife tower plan. It was so serious after the baptism, but on the other hand, the overall economic system of North Russia did not look like it was destroyed in the previous life. At least other places except Crisco are still functioning in an orderly manner. As soon as the ups and downs offset each other, Ziming boldly guessed that the exchange rate of the new ruble would be the same as when it was first issued in the previous life, and now he was betting right. As for the calculation based on the sales of daily necessities and the direction of the capital market, Ziming will never consider this. First of all, there is no time, and secondly, Ziming himself does not think he has that ability. Well, I think I have finished what I should say. If Mr. President has nothing else to do, I will leave first, Ziming said to Nikolaevich, and then greeted Li Cheng and Tong Gang to leave their seats. At this moment, Nikolaevich reacted violently. He hurriedly stopped Ziming and said, "Mr. Ziming, please wait a minute. We need to listen to your opinions more about the exchange rate of the new ruble." It's better not to listen, because in addition to the number that I directly reported to you is useful, everything else I talk about is basic knowledge about exchange rates, and it's all useless nonsense, Ziming said. When Nikolaevich and other North Russian officials heard Ziming's words, their expressions immediately became embarrassed, because they had just mocked Ziming, and they have now returned it to them. However, Nikolaevich showed the thick skin of a president at this time. He said to Ziming, "Mr. Ziming, I think you might have made a mistake. We never thought that Mr. Ziming's words were correct. Nonsense. On the contrary, we are all looking forward to your high-level comments from Mr. Ziming. Otherwise I would not make a special trip to invite you over for today's important meeting on the issuance of the new ruble. With Nikolaevich starting, other North Russian officials also nodded and said that they hoped that Mr. Ziming could stay. They all wanted to hear more of his views on the new ruble. Faced with the retention of all the high-ranking officials from North Russia in the entire conference room, Ziming stopped. He looked back at Nikolaevich and other officials and said, "It seems that you really want to make this new ruble more scientific. One point, I won't go on the old ruble path anymore. I really want to save the North Russian economy." "That's it," Nikolaevich said. "Our North Russia's current economic situation is very bad. We must change everything." "Mr. Ziming, you are now an important force that cannot be ignored in our North Russia. Russia and your China have been friendly neighbors since ancient times. Now, Mr. Ziming, you are doing business here. The improvement of the economic situation in North Russia is also more conducive to your development, isn't it?" After listening to Nikolaevich's advice, Ziming nodded and said, "I can't help but say Mr. President's words are very convincing. Every word and every sentence is focused on the key points, and people cannot be dissatisfied." Nikolaevich laughed. "Mr. Ziming has passed the prize, so please sit down with Mr. Ziming and these two gentlemen. Let's talk about the exchange rate of the new ruble." At this time, Ziming shook his head slightly, and his conversation suddenly changed. "Mr. President, I think you have made a mistake. From just now until now, I have never said that I want to stay for this meeting, and I am a speculator, businessman. I come to Kriska more to fish in troubled waters. The goal is to make more money. I'm sorry for my interests. The more chaotic the economic situation here, the better it is for me." Ziming finally said, "Of course there is the most important point, that is, I have already told you what I should say, and I really have nothing to say, so I am sorry, Mr. President and gentlemen, I will leave first." After talking about Ziming, he took Tong Gang and Li Cheng and left the conference room. This time Nikolaevich didn't stop him anymore, because he knew that it didn't make any sense to stop. Ziming's words had already taken them all. People's faces were swollen, they looked at each other, and no one knew what to say. When Ziming and the others walked out of this office building, Tong Gang said to Ziming, "Ziming, in front of these foreigners, you have earned the face of our Chinese nation. Look at the North Russians and them just now. I want to keep you down, but I feel very embarrassed and I am very happy." Ziming looked back at him. Tong Gang's tone was full of excitement. Ziming didn't understand at first, but after thinking about it, he realized that Tong Gang is very old. He was born in the old society and at the same time grew up overseas. It can be said that he has witnessed the bitter history of the Chinese nation. Perhaps he is now one of the 7 world-renowned ship kings, but some memories are hard to forget. It is for this reason that when he now sees Ziming being so bullish in front of these North Russians, it makes him feel very happy that the North Russians still look at him helplessly. It's just that the time is too short. If you can talk more about the new ruble exchange rate, little brother Ziming, I believe the effect will definitely be better. Li Cheng said to Ziming in a rather regretful tone. Tong Gang also strongly agree. However, Ziming was helpless about this. Chairman Tong Li Dong, I want to say more, but I really don't understand anything. Ziming's words surprised both Li Cheng and Tong Gang. Facing their suspicious eyes, Ziming took the initiative to frankly said, Chairman Tong Li Dong, you are thinking too much of me. In fact, I am just a very ordinary person. Mainlanders in China, at most, have been studying for 2 years longer than others. I can understand what finance is and how to make money in finance is not easy. Where can I really understand finance so thoroughly? The words awakened the dreamer. Li Cheng and Tong Gang suddenly realized. Li Cheng patted his forehead and said, You see, Brother Ziming, we have forgotten this all at once. You lack systematic financial knowledge. But this is also true. It's all because of the little brother Ziming. You did a great job yourself. If you hadn't performed so well, How could people involuntarily forget your identity and regard you as the most powerful businessman? Tong Gang thought for a while and asked, "So, did you deliberately talk about the basics of exchange rates in the conference room? The purpose is to catch them by surprise?" Ziming nodded and gave Tong Gang a thumbs up. Chairman Tong really analyzed thoroughly. A short sentence made Tong Gang and Li Cheng awed Ziming. Obviously, they all knew that Ziming wanted to suppress first and then promote later. After all, Ziming was born with a flaw, and he was not systematic. Having studied finance and capital knowledge, if you want to directly analyze the economic situation of North Russia, Ziming is impossible to do, and there are bound to be loopholes. Of course, this is because North Russia is not an economic power like the United States, but the president of North Russia, Mr. Nikolaevich, is eager to westernize. Maybe he knows it well. In addition, North Russia itself is also a world scientific research center. Who knows if there is any research on economics? So Ziming couldn't bet on this. In his opinion, instead of racking his brains in this regard, he might as well switch his mind. Since we don't have systematic theoretical knowledge, we don't need to have it. Let's express it directly and make you look down on us. Finally, we are throwing out the most important news, that is, the exchange rate of the new ruble, and we can do it in one fell swoop. This order is necessary, because if the exchange rate is thrown first, the surprise will be far less intense than it is now. Thinking of this, Li Cheng suddenly asked Ziming, "It's just that I still don't understand. Ziming, how did you get the new ruble exchange rate?" Li Cheng deserves to be the richest Chinese man in the future. He asks this question completely, because no matter how good Ziming's script is, if there is no final new ruble, then whatever he says is destined to be a joke. But the exchange rate of this new ruble, just as Nikolaevich and all the senior officials of North Russia doubted, he didn't understand how Ziming calculated it, and he could still be so sure. Ziming laughed. He knew that once he said the exchange rate, there was no way to avoid this question, so Ziming said the answer he prepared. "In fact, I didn't get this exchange rate. It's a masterpiece from the Dota project." I think Chairman Tong and Dong Li must all remember that Mr. Maita came to number 1 hotel to find me yesterday, right? You said that this exchange rate was told by Mr. Maita. Why did he do this? Tong Gang asked in surprise. It's very simple. In any case, he has already recognized me as one of the tripartite forces in North Russia, so he can no longer enjoy some news exclusively, just like I will tell him about the upcoming issue of new rubles in North Russia. In exchange, of course he has to tell me something, Ziming said. Facing the answer given by Ziming, Tong Gang and Li Cheng looked at each other. Obviously, they still couldn't accept it. After all, this was a bit contrary to common sense, and they also felt that there was something wrong in the faintness. Ziming didn't give them a chance to think. Ziming went on to say, "If Chairman Tong and Dong Li don't believe me, we shouldn't rush away later. Wait at the door for a while. I believe there will be something you didn't expect." Surprise. Chapter 81 Unexpected Surprise. Bow. Thank you Beer 11 for your support and monthly ticket support. Thank you for the monthly support of Zywin Xiwu. Unexpected surprise. Li Cheng and Tong Gang looked at each other. Obviously they didn't understand what Ziming's words meant, and Ziming didn't give them too much explanation, but took them back in a car prepared in the Malin Palace. At the gate, replaced by the Volga they came in, they drove out of the Malin Palace, but did not leave directly, but parked the car opposite the main entrance of the Malin Palace. Li Cheng and Tong Gang both expressed their incomprehension about Ziming's move. However, as Ziming had said before that there would be unexpected surprises, both of them were also well-known businessmen in Hong Kong City. They can hold their breath, so they are smart and don't ask any questions. In this way, it was half an hour later when Li Cheng and Tong Gang were patient and became impatient. An extended Cadillac courtesy car drove over from Geller Street. This situation made Li Cheng and Tong Gang refreshed. Obviously, they both recognized the identity of the Cadillac because they had only seen it under Hotel 1 yesterday. Of course, you can guess it even if you haven't seen it, because this is in North Russia, not to mention that the current economic depression has become like this. Even if the economy is not too bad, it is unlikely that this will happen under the high pressure of certain policies. A luxury car that swaggered the market. For these reasons, Li Cheng and Tong Gang recognized the identity of this car at first sight. "This is Mr. Mata's car. How could he come to the Mlin Palace?" Tong Gang frowned and looked at Ziming and asked, "Is this the surprise you said?" "Chairman Tong, isn't this a surprise?" Ziming asked Tong Gang back. Tong Gang was just silent and did not answer. Ziming went on to say, "As for Mr. Mata's coming to Mlin Palace, I don't think it is something that is particularly unbelievable, right? Because of this Dota plan. At the beginning of the implementation, it is definitely necessary to establish a good relationship with the North Russian leadership. Only under this kind of internal and external cooperation can we achieve the maximum benefit." Speaking of this, Ziming thought about it for a while, and added, "If we did not exist, if the Dota project and the North Russian officials were allowed to collude, there might be people like David who would help North Russia formulate a peace agreement." The change of economic policy happened. "Ziming, your thoughts are really very different from ours," Tong Gang said to Ziming. There was an indescribable feeling in his words. Ziming knew that Tong Gang definitely did not believe what he said. In fact, let alone him, even those who have opened up the perspective of God in later generations also do not believe in this period of history. But sometimes the reality is so nonsense. According to the data found by Ziming in the previous life, in the few years after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the United States became the teacher of the entire North Russia, and taught this new beginner student of North Russia to carry out reforms. There were not only American economists. To amend Nikolavic's presidential decree, American lawyers helped North Russia formulate legal provisions and government regulations, and even U.S. Treasury officials directly helped North Russia's Treasury Department formulate and implement economic policies. It's like a person who is sick, but let an enemy who had been fighting alive before to help him see a doctor. This situation is unbelievable no matter how he thinks about it, so it is normal for Tong Gang to not believe it. However, Tong Gang and Li Cheng are not so fond of horny people. They are unlikely to be too entangled in such boring questions. Then Li Cheng asked Ziming again, "Since Ziming, you have guessed matter. Your husband will also come to Mlin Palace, so you should have guessed his purpose, right?" Ziming nodded and replied, "I can guess it, but it's not necessarily correct." Tong Gang and Li Cheng were looking forward to Ziming's answer, and he went on to say, "The Mlin Palace is the highest power center of North Russia. No matter how the Dota project colludes with the North Russian high level, there is still a bottom line. Yes, that is, Nikolaevich will never allow them to get involved in North Russian politics. So Mr. Mata must have been invited by Nikolaevich just like us today. And the purpose is still the issue of this new ruble. Is it still the exchange rate of the new ruble?" Tong Gang asked. Ziming shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily the case. It is very likely that it is about our grasp of the old ruble." "How is this aimed at?" "The money is already in our hands." "Is it possible that President Nikolaevich really wants to sign a presidential decree to block our turf market?" Li Cheng said. "That's not necessary." Ziming waved his hand and said, "Since today is a new ruble meeting held in the Mlin Palace, Mr. Mata will come over. The content of the meeting can only be related to the new ruble, and they want to be here. The above fuss, you can block the exchange openings for the old and new rubles. For example, foreigners are forbidden to exchange, and only nationals are allowed to exchange with their ID cards. And the maximum exchange limit is also set." "What? President Nikolaevich and Mr. Mata are simply too hateful. This is to drive us to death." The answer Ziming gave Tong Gang and Li Cheng stunned, because if it was like what Ziming said, it would really have given them a fatal blow. When in the car at the door, Tong Gang and Li Cheng's words were stunned by Ziming's words. In the Mlin Palace, the extended courtesy car of Maita had already driven to the government building. From this treatment, it is not difficult to see Nikolaevich attached importance to the difference between Ziming and Maita. The two who got off the bus were Metu and Davy. They walked into the building under the leadership of the guards and also came to the meeting room. In the meeting room, Nikolaevich and his North Russian officials were still here meeting. Seeing them walk in, Nikolaevich stood up and said to them, "Hello, Mr. Mater, and I and all my colleagues in North Russia welcome you." Mater and Davy also offered a few compliments to Nikolaevich, and then sat down. Nikolaevich said, "Mr. Mater is a very famous financial expert in the United States. Published papers and opinions that shocked the world. Even if we are on the other side of the earth, it is very clear. The current economic situation in northern Russia is not optimistic. The ruble depreciation is very serious. We are now preparing to issue new rubles to deal with this situation. However, abolishing the old currency and issuing new coins is a systematic project. It cannot be solved by a decree and a policy." "Yes," said Nikolaevich, "so this time I invite Mr. Mater to come over. That is, I hope to hear your opinion from Mr. Mater." Mater nodded and said, "I understand all of this, but regarding the exchange rate of the new ruble, I believe you must have the answer, Mr. President, right?" When asked by Mater, Nikolaievic's face was a little embarrassed. He replied, "Regarding the exchange rate of the new ruble to the US dollar, we plan to set it at 327 to 1. The exchange rate is a little bit low, but it's still very good as a stimulus to the market in northern Russia," Mater said. "Since the exchange rate issue has been settled, I think I have nothing to say. I will come here today. There is still something more important to discuss with Mr. President." With a relieved expression on his face, Nikolaevich made a pleased gesture to Mater. "Mr. Mater, but it's okay. Originally, Mr. President led North Russia to carry out privatization reforms. This is something that the whole world is happy to see. I also support Mr. President's approach very much. But now in northern Russia, there is also the rise of Chinese influence. It's not a good thing," Mater said. "After these Chinese came over, they went straight to the ruble. Their purpose is to control the ruble. This is to disrupt the entire North Russian economic structure. I hope Mr. President will definitely pay attention to it." Nikolaevich raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Mater to go straight to the subject as soon as he came up, but he was not surprised. He also said to Mater, "Mr. Mater is indeed a well-known financial expert. He can hit the nail on the head. I invite you to come here this time, Mr. Mater. Just hope you can help me think of a solution." "Since Mr. President said so, I'll just say it straight," Mater said. "In fact, it is very simple to solve the ruble problem in the hands of the Chinese. Mr. President only needs to make a certain amount of the old ruble after the new ruble is issued. The limit is fine." "Limit the old ruble? Can Mr. Mater please be more specific?" Nikolaevich asked. Mater spreads both hands. "Of course, if the North Russian government forces its residents to replace the new ruble, abolish the old ruble, prohibit the circulation of the old ruble, and stipulate that all North Russian citizens must go to the designated place for exchange with their ID cards. The most it's good to set a maximum exchange limit per person, so that this transition can be completed well." Mater's words flashed the eyes of Nikolaevich and other North Russian officials. Nikolaevich exclaimed, "Mr. Mater's method is really great. I have always had a headache. Foreign speculators take advantage of the situation. Russia came here to speculate when the economy was changing. Now that some people have a lot of rubles, it is even more troublesome. Now with Mr. Mater's method, he can hit the key in one fell swoop." It is only natural that Nikolaevich would be so excited. After all, his biggest headache is that Ziming has so many rubles in his hands. Now with Mr. Mater's method, all the rubles in Ziming's hands can be changed at once into waste paper. You know, whether it is Ziming or those Hong Kong city consortiums, they have no influence in northern Russia. If they have to have their own national ID card and there is a maximum limit, they won't let Ziming's rubles be smashed all at once. Can't you spend it in your hand? Then, no matter how much a ruble he earns, he will only contribute to the reform and construction of North Russia." Recalling what he had eaten in Ziming's hands just now, hearing the news now makes Nikolaevich a lot more enjoyable, especially thinking that he can introduce 10,000 tons of daily necessities to northern Russia without spending a penny. Nikolaevich felt like a genius, and Mr. Mater leaned on the chair, his mouth raised. He knew very well that North Russia was destined to take this step. If it continues to be dragged on, it may be that his turret plan is going to be unlucky, but now, you can only give the Chinese a gift first. Who will make you make money with the Dota project? To be independent, there are certain things that must be faced. Chapter 82, The Ruble is abolished? On August 15, 2012, the confrontation at the gate of Cherv Market, the capital of the Republic of Northern Russia, continued. It was a confrontation between the Law Enforcement Bureau of the Republic of Northern Russia and ordinary people in Northern Russia and Chinese businessmen in the market. The vehicles of the Law Enforcement Bureau have been around the entrance of Cherv Market for more than an hour. As time has passed, more and more people gather here, including many domestic and foreign reporters. This makes the Chief of Law Enforcement feel very anxious, because his task today is to shut down the market, but if he not only fails to complete the task, but instead allows the foreign media to take pictures of the matter, the consequences will be disastrous. Under such anxiety, the Chief of Law Enforcement yelled, "No matter what, today, the Cherv Market, which violates regulations, must be shut down." This is an order issued by the president himself. Whoever dares to block is to resist the law violently. Our Law Enforcement Bureau has right to take all necessary means. On the other side, the leader Kenan shouted tit for tat, "The Cherv Market must not be closed. Even if it is an order issued by Mr. President, we will not allow it. If you really want to forcibly shut down this market, then please step on my corpse." After Konon, the other old people from North Russia who came with him also stood in front of the Cherv Market, and no one backed down even one step. The Chief of Law Enforcement got angry. He pointed to Kenan and said loudly, "Old Mr. Kenan, I know that you are very famous in Crisco. I respect you before letting you, but this is not what you are clamoring in front of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Capital, don't think that I really dare not arrest you. I just don't want to cause too much conflict. I hope this matter can be resolved smoothly." Kenan also pointed back and said, "If you are just a bureaucrat, then please take back your respect. I don't need a bureaucrat's respect for me." I also said that the Cherv Market is our entire North Russia, the savior. If it were not for these Chinese, most of the North Russians would not survive that year. They saved us. We North Russians must not be ungrateful. After Kenan's words were said, a photo was suddenly released on a big screen at the entrance of a shopping mall not far away. It was an old North Russian man in tattered clothes, holding a few old rubles in his hand and crying. Looking at the sky blankly. Seeing that this photo was released, Kenan pointed to the photo and said, "Have you seen? This photo is a news photo that was awarded in the United States 20 years ago. This photo is the most representative photo of North Russia that year. At that time, all our North Russians were like this. If there was no Cherv Market, if there were no Chinese businessmen, we would all die, and there would be no people like you." Kenan became more and more excited, and his whole body couldn't stop trembling. "But now your wings are stiff. But for some ridiculous reason, you have to shut down here. You are simply ungrateful bastards." Not only Kenan, but also the other old North Russians who came with him desperately shouted, "Yes, we must not be sorry for our Chinese benefactors, we must not be ungrateful bastards." In the crowded, some young people asked the people around in a daze, "What happened back then? Why is Mr. Kenan so excited with these people?" Only some older people would answer with tears. That year was an era of cannibalism when everyone, including the president, abandoned us and drove us to die. It was these Chinese, they saved us with their hands. Let the time go back to July 7 in 1989. According to the lunar calendar, this day is about to enter the hottest summer. It is the same in North Russia, but at a temperature of 20 degrees, all Crisco. However, the North Russians didn't feel any warmth at all. Instead, everyone felt cold from the bottom of their hearts. There was no other reason. It was an order issued by the North Russian authorities this morning, based on the current domestic economic situation. President Nikolaevich issued a presidential decree announcing the abolition of the old ruble and the issuance of the new ruble. All North Russians are requested to present their ID cards to the designated bank to exchange for the new ruble within 3 days. After that, all old rubles will cease to circulate. This news was released along with the broadcast, and the whole busy Jell Street became quiet. Some of them kept their previous postures and looked up at the broadcast above their heads, while some were holding the radio, frozen there. But no matter what kind of posture they were, the blankness and inconceivability in their eyes were hard to conceal. What does this broadcast mean? It means that the rubles in our hands will no longer be usable. Isn't it money? Someone asked the people around him ignorantly, and the person replied, I don't understand either, but listening to the radio seems to mean that, otherwise we would not be required to exchange for the new ruble. But the ruble is what's the matter? Why is it said that it is invalidated when it is invalidated? Then what is the difference between the new ruble and the old ruble? Why do we have to replace the old ruble to use the new ruble? This person answered yes, but his tone was still full of confusion, and at the same time his question was exactly the question in the heart of Geller Street and even all the Crisco people. However, their confusion and doubts are also normal, let alone the history of ruble issuance. Just say that these North Russians have been using rubles since they were born, whether it's going to the streets to buy vegetables, paying electricity bills, or going out. Even if you travel abroad, rubles can still be circulated in many places and are of great value. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, the ruble is a symbol of their lives. Now suddenly there is a broadcast saying that the ruble is going to be invalidated. How can this be accepted by them? Just as 20 years later, the central government suddenly announced that the soft sister currency was abolished. After all, not everyone is an economic expert. Everyone is accustomed to a life and a currency. At this time, you suddenly want him. It is impossible to adapt to changes. Among the crowd, there was an elderly North Russian lady who was wearing dirty clothes and had holes in many places. Her action at this time was to stop when she offered a can to the customer opposite, obviously making a deal. Although the status of Jell Street is similar to that of Chain Street, since the outbreak of the economic crisis, this central street of Crisco has become a potpourri market for all North Russians to peddle goods. And this old North Russian lady is also the army of traders. One of the ordinary members, she was really out of money at home, and wanted to buy summer clothes for her grandson, so she took the few cans left in the family and sold it. She was lucky. Someone soon wanted to buy her can on Geller Street, but when she was about to sell the last can, she heard the news like a bolt from the blue. The ruble is about to be abolished and cannot be used anymore. This old woman from North Russia was blinded all at once, because due to the fact that she was going to the chief market to buy clothes, the cans she sold today were collected in rubles, but now the broadcast suddenly says that the rubles are going to be invalidated. How is it good? Can I not do this deal? I won't sell the canned food, the old North Russian lady said to the person in front of him, but the man moved a step faster. Just when the old North Russian lady spoke, the man took away her cans and quickly took away a few old rubles. Throwing it into her hand, she said, "No, I have already bought this can." The old North Russian lady didn't want to sell it, but she was old, and the opposite was a young and strong young man. She couldn't beat him at all. The old lady had no choice but to say, "But the broadcast just now said that the ruble has been invalidated. How can it be sold?" The young man didn't listen at all. "It's nothing to do with me. We said that it was traded in rubles. I didn't lie to you. Now that rubles can't be used, you can go to Mr. President. He said it was invalid." The old North Russian lady wanted to say something, but the young man didn't give her a chance to say it. He took the can and ran away. Only the old North Russian lady was still standing there. She watched the young man running. Liss back, holding the ruble just received in his hand, feel at a loss. "Hey, what are you in a daze?" That young man ran away. "Didn't you listen to the broadcast just now? Mr. President has already issued an order, and this ruble will be a piece of waste paper from now on." Someone next to me reminded the old North Russian lady to be honest, but she still felt overwhelmed. According to common sense, the young man who ran away was indeed hateful, but should I hate that young man now? There seemed to be no reason to think about it, because they did agree to trade in rubles at the beginning, and the young man didn't lie to her. With that thought, she looked down at the ruble she was holding, and tears involuntarily flowed from her eyes. This old North Russian lady, she didn't understand why. She spent her whole life's rubles. Why was it turned into a piece of waste paper today because of a radio broadcast? Why is it so difficult for me to buy a summer dress for my grandson? Why have I already taken out the last few cans of cans, but still can't do it? What's wrong with this country? Is it really going to push people on the road of absolutes? The old lady of northern Russia stood there and wept silently. It was already summer, and she had been wearing short sleeves to the streets. But now in her heart, there was a icy cold that permeated her bones. With a click, a passing American reporter took a picture of the old North Russian lady. Although he is not such a good reporter, he can keenly feel at this time that the current situation of the old North Russian lady is the entire Gela Street and even the entire Crisco people. They are hearing the North Russian authorities were forced to change the state after the new ruble. They were so at a loss what to do. They didn't know what to do, and they even disrupted their lives. The old ruble can no longer be used. What should I do? This is the same idea of every ordinary North Russian at this moment, and at this moment a publicity vehicle drove onto the street, and news that surprised them came. Chapter 83 The old ruble still accepted? Old rubles can still be used in the Cherf market. Old rubles can also be used to buy Chinese goods in the Cherf market. The short and clear words followed the broadcast on the propaganda vehicle into everyone's ears, making everyone who heard it stared. All the North Russians on Gel Street looked at each other, because they had just heard that the president issued an order on the radio to abolish the old ruble, and now the Cherf market is propagating that they will continue to trade the old ruble. Those Chinese are crazy. Doesn't this mean giving away the goods? Regardless of whether this is true or not, I must check it out. I can't let these useless old rubles fall into my hands. I have to buy a new dress for my grandson. Suddenly someone yelled. This is the old North Russian lady who sold the cans just now. As she said, she packed up her stall and ran towards the Cherf market, but in fact she didn't bring anything when she came out today. So soon we finished packing and left. Seeing this old lady taking the lead, other people reacted, and some others said, yes, since Cherf market is advertised like this, we have to go over and see whether it is true or not, otherwise we have these. The old ruble is really going to be waste paper. It's better to change something tangible when it's available, and now the whole Crisco is only sold by the Chinese in the Cherf market. Under the leadership of these people, many people followed to the Cherf market, and when they got here, the Cherf market was already overcrowded. The old North Russian lady stood at the door for a moment, and immediately grabbed a passing person and asked him, is it really possible to buy things in old rubles here? Doesn't it mean that the old rubles will be abolished? Of course you can buy things in old rubles here. I just bought them. Don't hold me. I have to go back and tell my friends. The man left such a sentence to the old lady and left immediately. The old North Russian lady looked at the back of him leaving, and seemed a little unbelievable, but at this moment, another echoed broadcast sounded. She looked over blankly, and saw that a stage was set up at the entrance of the market, and several Chinese people were standing on the stage and talking to the next. These Chinese people are naturally Ziming and Li Chengdonghua, as well as their translator Alina. Standing on the stage, Ziming shouted to the following with a loudspeaker, hello friends from North Russia, this is Ziming. Many of you may have heard my name. I just shipped 10,000 tons of daily necessities. Chinese merchants who came to Cherf market to sell. At this time, someone immediately below shouted, of course I know you, but now the president has issued an order to abolish the old ruble, but you said that the old ruble can still be bought here. right? Of course, Ziming replied loudly. The crowd below was in an uproar. Everyone was surprised and incredulous. Everyone was discussing why Ziming did this. Obviously, the old ruble is useless. Why is it still used here? It's just theirs. The discussion is doomed to be fruitless. At this time, Ziming spoke again on the stage. He first gestured to let everyone be quiet. After the following was quiet, Ziming continued to speak. Superpower, what a resounding name. Once you all were the existence of the envy of the whole world. Because you are the masters of a superpower, you dominate everything in this country. You created the prosperity of this country with your own hands, and you are the most proud people in the world. Ziming's words attracted everyone's attention, but because of Ziming's words, the following North Russians recalled their own pride and glory. But Ziming then turned around and said, but now, as some people have given up their original beliefs, this country has become worse and worse. Even now, even the rubles you used to use have been abandoned. This is a kind of betrayal. Betrayal of you to this country and nation. Ziming raised his fist high and yelled at the bottom, and the North Russians below also yelled loudly with Ziming. After mobilizing the emotions of these North Russians, Ziming turned to the front and said, although some people have abandoned you, we are still here, and we will help you. Perhaps you have all forgotten, but we will not forget. Once upon a time we were all in the same red camp. Once upon a time you also supported the construction of our motherland, so now we are back. When the leaders turned their backs on you, we did not leave. We are still using our actual actions to prove that we Chinese are conscientious. Ziming paused after speaking, and then continued, I know you will doubt our motives, but it does not matter, because real gold is not afraid of fire. As long as we have a clear conscience, as long as we do what we say, as long as we are sincere for you, there is nothing to be afraid of. Ziming's words shocked all the North Russians below. They really did not expect this to happen. Someone cried out on the spot, Chinese, you are our North Russians' eternal friends and our greatest benefactors. We cannot forget your kindness. The excitement of these North Russians was reasonable, because they had only heard the broadcast that resounded throughout the whole process, saying that the old ruble was going to be invalidated. This news almost made every North Russian desperate, because even though the ruble depreciated much before, but it is still the domestic currency after all, and every household still needs to have it. But now an order is said to be invalid. How can it not make them feel desperate? But now, they suddenly heard Ziming say that they would support the old ruble. How could they not let them feel their last hope? In their eyes, Ziming and the Chinese in the chief market were their saviors of North Russia, who came to save them. The emotional transition from extreme sadness to bliss would naturally make them excited. Facing the excited crowd below, Ziming finally said, if everyone believes me, then please take your old rubles and go to the market to buy what you need. Ziming's words were like the sound of a starting gun, causing everyone to rush into the market. Seeing this scene, Ziming also breathed a sigh of relief. He looked in the direction of the Milan Palace. At this time, the other side naturally got the news. Mr. President is not good. There is a new movement in the chief market. The director of the president's office, Kassa, hurried into Nikolavic's office to report the news to him, and Nikolavic was stunned after listening to Kassa's report, obviously a little bit unbelievable. Look like. He even glanced at his desk subconsciously. If it weren't for the order he signed today, he would really doubt if he had actually issued an order for the mandatory issuance of new rubles. But since I have issued an order that the old ruble is invalid, what do those Chinese want the old ruble for? Is it possible that they still think that holding the old rubles that have been invalidated can threaten the failure of North Russia? If you change another person, Nikolavic will really think that the other party must have had a brain drain. But right now this person is Ziming, and Nikolavic can't think so. Just this period of contact. Look, Ziming is very capable, especially his way of thinking, always out of everyone's expectations. Even Mr. Mata, who presided over the Dota project, suffered a loss in his hands, right? It is for this reason that Nikolavic wondered if Ziming did this for another purpose. or whether he was planning something again. But the crux of the problem now is that the old ruble has been abolished, and he has imposed restrictions on the exchange of the new ruble. Without breaking this restriction, even if Ziming has the ability to reach the sky, he will not be able to turn corruption into a miracle. Nikolaevich wanted to go to the end, and could only ask his office director in annoyance, "Old man, where did your news come from?" Kassa certainly understood the intention of Nikolaievic's question. He replied, "Mr. President, as long as we walk out of the Malin Palace, we can hear the propaganda vehicles sent by the Chinese go back and forth on the street on Gela Street." Back to the broadcast, there are already many people going to the Jiff market to rush to buy things, just to spend the old rubles in their hands. According to the Jiff Market Enforcement Bureau, the flow of people in the Jiff market will exceed 30,000 in one day alone. The security situation there is very severe, and they have already applied to the city for additional manpower. Kassa said, "Not only do these people go to the Jiff market to buy things and spend the old rubles, there are also many people who even set up stalls at the entrance of the market, and their transactions are also in the old rubles." Kassa took a careful look at Nikolaevich and said, "From these circumstances, there is no doubt that the Jiff market trades the old ruble." Nikolaevich frowned immediately after hearing this. What are these Chinese people doing? Could it be that they thought they could use the old rubles to replace the new ones forced by the North Russian government? Regarding Nikolaievic's question, Kassa couldn't answer and didn't know how to answer, but at this time the office door was knocked, and Nikolaievic's communications secretary hurried in and asked him. The report said, "Mr. President has your call." It was Mr. Matar. He said that there is a very important thing about the Jiff market. He must call you. Nikolaevich immediately made a decision and instructed his secretary, "Get the phone in immediately." The secretary nodded and said okay, and then hurried out. Nikolaevich sat back on his office chair. After a while, the phone on the desk rang. He picked it up to connect, and stood up immediately after listening for a moment. Surprised. "What, Mr. Matar, what you said is true." "If it is true, then it will be troublesome." Seeing Nikolaievic's surprised performance, Kassa, who was still here, widened his eyes. He knew that it must be about those Chinese who continue to trade the old rubles. But what did they come up with? Chapter 84 Obstruction from Above? Quick. Immediately notify the Economic Management Office and ask them to call the securities company. From now on, all currency transactions in the securities company, especially the currency transactions in the old ruble, must be stopped. In the President's office in the Malin Palace, after Nikolaevich hung up Mr. Matar's phone, he stood there for a while, and then immediately approached his office director Kassa as if stimulated. He gave his order by howling. Kassa didn't understand what was going on. He persuaded with a blank face, "Mr. President, the capital economic activities of securities companies are the most important economic activity of Crisco now. Mr. President, you have signed a decree and are not allowed to interfere in the economy here." Active. Why today? Before Kassa's words were finished, Nikolaevich severely interrupted him and said, "Now it's a special situation. Director Kassa, I need you to do this right away. Instead of listening to you saying this, use nonsense." Facing Nikolaievic's order, as the director of the President's office, Kassa could only lead the command. "I understand. Please rest assured, Mr. President, I will immediately notify the Economic Management Office." Kassa left the office after he finished speaking. After he left, Nikolaevich covered his face in pain, and sat down annoyedly. "That Chinese Ziming is really amazing. I didn't expect him to be like this. I only hope that it's still possible now." Nikolaevich turned his words sharply, and gritted his teeth and said, "But compared to the Chinese Ziming, there are some domestic guys that are more hateful. They are clearly betraying the country and helping foreign speculators to seize the country assets, right against the nation. These damn guys, one day I will definitely not let you go." After a while, Kassa returned to the office and said to Nikolaevich, "Mr. President, I just notified the Economic Management Office that they have already called the securities company, and they promised to close the market within an hour. Stop all currency transactions. If it is usual, Nikolaevich would feel very normal to hear such news, but today, this answer makes him feel uneasy, so he stands up again and says, "No, old man, I want you to arrange it right away." Next, I'm going to the securities company. "Mr. President, what are you?" Kasu asked in a daze. "If you want to talk about the previous order, you can guess what Ziming did." But now Nikolaevich's approach is obviously a little fuss. But Nikolaevich didn't have time to explain to him at this time, so he directly ordered, "Old man, execute my order." At the same time, standing on the high platform at Chief Market, Ziming watched the thousands of North Russians rushing into Chief Market. The densely packed heads were like ants. "I'm afraid it is not as densely populated as the current Chief Market. If the Chief Market can have such a large flow of people every day, I would like to focus on operating here." Li Cheng sighed and said. Ziming also smiled when he heard what he said. "If Li Dong really has the intention, I don't know if I can also buy shares. I am very interested in Li Dong's business strategy. But I know that Zheng has high hopes for Li Dong. Maybe Li Dong will be the world's richest man in the future. I can share some projects with Li Dong now." Li Cheng said to Ziming, "Little brother Ziming, you can really tell me how I will be in the future, but right now, little brother Ziming, if you want to do anything you want, it will cost hundreds of millions of billions of dollars. It should be anything. Let's follow you, right?" Go Tai Ziming and Li Cheng spoke a few words of each other's politeness, but their politeness is not baselessly flattering each other. Every word of their words is based on facts. Now Li Cheng is highly regarded by the world's ship king Zheng Haolong. In the future, he will indeed be the richest Chinese in the world. This is a fact that Ziming knew in his previous life. On the other hand, Ziming is now leading Li Cheng and the others to follow the Dota plan, and it is true that he can make hundreds of millions at random. Suddenly Tong Hua's secretary rushed up at this time. He first bowed deeply to Tong Hua, and then reported to Ziming Yui with Tong Hua's approval. "Mr. Ziming, there is a man named Mr. Urbidov. The North Russian has arrived, and he is now waiting for you in the reception room of the management office." Ziming smiled slightly and said, "The people we are waiting for have finally arrived. Chairman Tong and Dong Li, let's go to the reception room first, and don't make our guests wait in a hurry." Hearing Ziming's words, Tong Hua and Li Cheng's expressions became serious. Tong Hua thought for a moment and said to Ziming, "We are now in Crisco, and this Mr. Urbidov reportedly used to. He is also an official of the North Russian authorities. Will he really want to help us? If he does anything inside, then we will suffer a heavy loss. We must carefully consider it." Ziming replied, "Chairman Tong, I have already considered it, and I have already explained to you, Chairman Tong, that we and Urbidov are in a cooperative relationship, and he is not simply helping us, because I also feel that he has no obligation to help us, whether it is because of his identity or anything else. But cooperation is different. He is also helping him make money." Finally, Ziming added, "Because of this Mr. Urbidov, he is the largest shareholder of the North Russian Union Bank." Facing Ziming's answer, Tong Hua and Li Cheng looked at each other. It was not how unexpected this answer was. In fact, Ziming had already told them this answer, but they still found it difficult to understand. "Chairman Tong Li Dong, in this world, as long as it is a profitable thing, no matter how high the risk, someone will do it," Ziming said. "As for what we are currently cooperating with Urbidov, if you know the mystery of his and other wealthy businessmen in North Russia, I don't think you will be surprised, because what is happening now and what they did at the beginning are completely insignificant." Li Cheng and Tong Hua stopped talking. On the one hand, they acquiesced in Ziming's explanation. On the other hand, it was the end of the matter and they could only follow this path. Ziming took Li Cheng and Tong Hua to the management office building. When they reached the building, they stopped for a while, but because of the popularity of the Chief Market, people in the market management office started to set up scattered stalls. Instead, in the parking lot in front of the building, there are 10 cash transport vehicles parked. Beside these cash transport vehicles, there are also escort troops specially used to escort the bank money transport and various valuables. Chairman Tong Li Dong, It seems that Mr. Erbidoff is more impatient than we are, Ziming said. Li Cheng and Tong Hua looked at each other speechlessly, and had no other thoughts other than admiring Ziming's things as a god in their hearts. They did not stay downstairs much, and soon followed Ziming upstairs. In the reception room of the building, a Jew with a Mediterranean haircut was already waiting here. Everyone knew this person, but they had been there just now, talking about Erbidoff. "Welcome Mr. Erbidoff to Churf Market." Ziming greeted him first when he walked in. Erbidoff was not idle either. He stood up immediately when Ziming came in and said hello to Ziming. "Mr. Ziming is indeed Mr. Ziming. I remember that this Churf Market was only half a month ago. It is a small market that is completely unknown, but now it is the most influential market here after Mr. Ziming. Your business. According to my estimation, the number of people in the market is now tens of thousands. This is really amazing." Erbidoff gave Ziming a thumbs up at the end, and Ziming just waved his hand to show that it was nothing. Later, Ziming went over to pat Erbidoff's shoulder, then pointed out the window and said to him, "But Mr. Erbidoff, you are also a very impatient person. Today, you brought so many money transporters. Car." Erbidoff didn't deny this. He laughed and said, "Of course, we should pay attention to it as much as possible. If it weren't for my Union Bank as the designated exchange point for the new ruble, most money-carrying vehicles would need to cooperate with the above. To transport new rubles, I would like to transfer more money-carrying vehicles. After all, as long as there is Mr. Ziming where you are, this money is indispensable anyway." Ziming acknowledged this. Money is indispensable. After all, the Churf market has been around for so many days, and the old rubles will no longer be in circulation. Many people will desperately spend their money. "I have never had any worries in this regard," Ziming said to Erbidoff. "My worries are only on the stock market. Are you and your bank ready?" "Of course it's okay. You can rest assured, Mr. Ziming. I am now not only a major shareholder of United Bank, but also manage the securities market." "Mr. Ziming, you want to spend the old rubles through the securities market is very simple. And Mr. Ziming, you are such a big customer. Of course, we want to give you special care. There are some restrictions that can be removed," Erbidoff said to Ziming. Ziming shook his hand and said, "Mr. Erbidoff, you may have misunderstood. I am not referring to this. I am referring to the trouble that may come from your highest authority." Hearing the answer given by Ziming, Erbidoff froze for a moment. He asked a little uncertainly, "Mr. Ziming, do you mean that any law enforcement agency will obstruct this?" Ziming smiled and shook his head and said, "It would be great if the resistance came only from the law enforcement agencies. I believe Mr. Erbidoff's deep-rooted strength on the North Russian side can definitely be resolved. It's from the President of your Republic." Erbidoff was stunned at the time. "Mr. President, he will give us resistance? Why is this? Isn't he very supportive of privatized economic reforms, and is also very supportive of the mandatory issuance of new rubles?" Chapter 85. Not obstacles but help? In the whistling of the police sirens, 10 cash transport vehicles escorted by a team of police cars crossed Geller Street and drove straight to the securities company. People on the street stared at this scene. Although today is the first day of mandatory replacement of the new ruble, there are many money transport vehicles going back and forth on the road in the morning, but as the day passed, the designated exchange banks also we have already prepared enough new rubles. Even if there is a gap, it will only be a small part. Where can there be so many money-carrying vehicles racing along the road? So this team is naturally eye-catching. This money-carrying convoy belonged to the Union Bank and was transferred by Erbidoff to transport the old rubles for Ziming. After hearing Ziming said that the North Russian President Nikolaevich may bring resistance to their plans in the future, the newly promoted richest man in North Russia could not sit still. He immediately loaded the old rubles prepared by Ziming and others in the Churf market into the car at the fastest speed, and then set off for the securities company. Li Cheng and Tong Gang were sitting in a Volga car in the middle of the convoy. Tong Gang took out a pocket watch and took a look. He was born in the old society. This is also the habit he brought over decades ago. exchange in less than half an hour. This action is really fast. Li Cheng still has your eyesight. Ziming is very keen to see things. Tong Gang said to Li Cheng. His eyes kept constant when he spoke. It was looking at the front, because Ziming and Ilbedov were in the car right in front of them. Li Cheng also nodded and said, the most important thing is that he can make a decision in a short period of time and dare to believe his own judgment. If this is not the case, these one by one will not be a miracle he has created. Li Cheng's tone was quite emotional, because when he said this, he remembered Ziming's analysis and judgment on this matter before the incident. Forcing the replacement of the new ruble and setting a limit barrier for the exchange of the new ruble seems to be a draw for us, but in fact this is the best opportunity for us. These were the original words Ziming said after they left the Malin Palace. Li Cheng and Tong Gang were shocked at the time. They didn't understand how Ziming made such a judgment. But then Ziming gave it again. They explained that this is because Crisco is a very big city, and the Republic of North Russia is a very big country. It is impossible to replace all the rubles within a few days, so as long as it cannot be fully exchanged, there will be a large amount in it. Operating space. Li Cheng and Tong Gang are both excellent businessmen who travel through Hong Kong City and even the world. After Ziming's reminder, they immediately reacted. Indeed, when this new currency is replaced with an old currency, it is often the time to maximize speculative interests, because not everyone has the opportunity to go to the official designated place to exchange it at the official exchange rate. And not everyone knows what the exchange rate is. Some people don't even know where to exchange it, and they simply think that their money is going to be useless. This has been proven countless times in the world. If the North Russian government does not set up barriers or limit the exchange time, then we will not be in a hurry. The old ruble can still be used anyway, and if these are set up, we still have many opportunities. That was what Ziming said at the time. Later, Li Cheng thought that Ziming would go to the North Russian black market, but Ziming felt that efficiency was too slow. He wanted to go directly to the foreign exchange market and try to sell the old rubles from the securities company, converting the old rubles into the currencies of other countries, and then buying new rubles from the capital market, can directly jump over all the obstacles set by the North Russian government. The only goal to achieve this method is to require the cooperation of securities companies. It happens that one of the principals of the securities company is Ilbedov, who is a major shareholder of Union Bank. Even ordinary people who don't understand capital understand that money must be moved to get more and more. Now that Ziming and the others have such a large currency trade, how could Ilbedov, a banker, be unmoved? So as long as he is tempted, he will inevitably make every effort to help them. Later, the development of the situation was as expected by Ziming. After listening to Ziming's thoughts, Ilbedov immediately agreed, saying that he would definitely support him to the end, not only him, but the entire Crisco's. The North Russian Merchants Union would also support him, and then on the first day of the replacement of the new ruble, Ilbedov hurriedly rushed to the chief market with his money-carrying cart. When Li Cheng and Tong Gang came back to their senses, the convoy had arrived at the door of the securities company, but their expressions were not relaxed. Instead, they frowned, just because the door of the securities company was surrounded by police cars. What's going on? Li Cheng and Tong Gang looked at each other, and in front of them, Ziming and Ilbedov had gotten out of the car, and they could only get out of the car together. I am the person in charge of a securities company, who can tell me what happened here. Why do you surround my securities company for no reason? Ilbedov approached the policeman who surrounded this place, but the chief of police did not answer him. It was not the chief of police who was arrogant, but that there were higher-ranking officials here. I saw a 50-year-old middle-aged man came out and said, "Hello, Mr. Ilbedov and Mr. Ziming. I take the liberty to wait for you here. Please stop talking and go to the securities company first." Right. Ziming recognized this person at a glance. "Hello, Director Kassa. Is Mr. President in it?" This middle-aged man is no one else. It is the director of the office of the President of the Northern Russian Republic, Kazya. He nodded and said to Ziming, "Yes, Mr. Ziming, Please go in with a few gentlemen. Mr. President has a lot of attention. I want to tell you the important things. Urbidov asked in a daze. Director Kassa, you mean that Mr. President waited for us here specially? Kassa just smiled and didn't say anything. Compared with Urbidov, Ziming nodded and said, okay, we will follow you in. Kassa asked the police to give way, and Ziming led Li Chengtong and Urbidov in with him. The president of North Russia Nikolaevich did not hide much, but was standing in the trading floor of the securities company. Although the people in the trading floor had been emptied at this moment, the big screen above his head was still not turned off. Mr. President just stood there and looked up at the last message on it. Kassa walked over to report to him, and then Nikolaevich withdrew his gaze. He turned around and walked towards Ziming, first patted Urbidov on the shoulder and said to him, our capital market is established. The time is very short, but you have achieved what you are now. It's really not easy. Faced with Nikolaievic's encouragement, Urbidov hurriedly said, Mr. President has passed the award. This is what I should do. I have not failed Mr. President's high expectations of me. Then Nikolaevich looked at Ziming. His eyes became more complicated, and he sighed after a long time and said, Mr. Ziming, you still have the idea. If I didn't guess wrong, you come to the securities company this time. I want to use the capital market to exchange all the old rubles in your hand into foreign currencies, and then exchange them into new rubles through the capital market, right? Li Cheng and Tong Gang, who followed up, were stunned by Nikolaievic's words. They didn't expect that Nikolaevich would know about this, so the purpose of his coming now was ready to come out. This kind of thinking made Li Cheng and Tong Gang both feel a little annoyed. Although coming to the securities company is not the only way for them to get rid of their old rubles and exchange them for new ones, it is the quickest and most efficient way. It's really annoying for Qi to be so blocked. Ziming said, Mr. President, you are here. No matter how good the idea is, it's useless. Why, Mr. President, are you here to legislate to prohibit me from trading foreign exchange? Ziming's words made Li Cheng and Tong Gang silently give him a thumbs up, because Ziming's words sounded okay, but in fact they had hidden a knife, because if Nikolaevich, if you nod your head, then once his approach to a certain businessman is exposed, it will be a huge scandal in the entire Northern Russian Republic, and it will also become a laughingstock of other countries. Therefore, Nikolaevich is absolutely impossible to say, but if he shakes his head, it is not to restrict Ziming's transaction. Then what is the North Russian president doing here? Nikolaevich was not an idiot. He was prepared for this. He replied to Ziming, of course not. What we advocate in the Republic of North Russia is free trading, but now our capital market is not perfect and needs to be closed for rectification. For a while, I knew that Mr. Ziming is a very powerful international financier, so I asked Mr. Ziming to wait patiently for a while. Okay? Of course, like you, Mr. President, I also hope to see a well-established Republic of North Russia, Ziming said. Facing Ziming's easy answer, Nikolaevich suddenly felt a little uneasy, but he couldn't imagine where the uneasiness came from, so he had to finally say, since Mr. Ziming is so reasonable, it would be better. As for me, I admire an international businessman like you, Mr. Ziming. As compensation for shutting down the securities company, I can give your Chef market more policy support. What do you think? That's great. On behalf of all Chinese businessmen in Chef market, I thank Mr. President. Ziming said, this is my responsibility as a North Russian president. Nikolaevich dropped such a sentence and left. After Nikolaevich left, Urbidov came to Ziming discouragedly and said, Mr. Ziming, your judgment is accurate. Mr. President is really true. Here, today's things can only be done, but I can help Mr. Ziming contact you on the black market to improve the efficiency of the intermediate links as much as possible. My opinion is completely different from you, Mr. Urbidov. Ziming said something surprising. I think our Mr. President came to shut down here today and it is the greatest help to me. Chapter 86 Risky Sideball? Bow thank you. You are a little dizzy. Monthly ticket support. In the trading floor of the North Russian Securities Company, the atmosphere was silent. Whether Li Chengtongan or Urbidov, they all looked at Ziming in a daze. and looked at Ziming in a daze. Is the shutdown of securities companies not an obstacle but the greatest help? Regarding Ziming's words, Li Chengtong and Ilbedov were messed up. They didn't understand why Ziming had such an idea. Could it be that Ziming was not going to take the capital market and exchange the old rubles in their hands for US dollars, or rather will the country's currency be exchanged for the new ruble at the end? But even if Ziming didn't intend to do that, the securities company has always been the center of their surroundings. Now it is not good for them to be suddenly shut down. How could Ziming think so? Facing the doubts of the three in front of him, Ziming did not rush to answer, but first said to Ilbedov, since Mr. President has personally come here to give orders, this securities company should stop all business. There will be no more orders and sell-offs, right? Although Ilbedov didn't understand Ziming's meaning, he still replied, yes, I can let the employees of the securities company take a holiday. Ziming shook his head at this time and said, Mr. Ilbedov really is a good boss who is compassionate to employees. But what I want to say is that I have never said that the employees of securities companies can take vacations and rest. Since Mr. President has personally come to ask for the closure of the capital market, I am a businessman and I still have to work in this country. Don't dare to disobey the order of the president of the country. I hope you can understand, Mr. Ziming. Say, I think Mr. Ilbedov, you must have misunderstood me. I am also a good law-abiding citizen. Whether in our country or in the North Russian Republic, I will abide by the highest local laws. So of course Mr. Ilbedov will not let you go to disobey the order of the president of the country. But I have some questions here that I want to ask you. Ziming stopped deliberately at this point, and then slowly said to Ilbedov, I would like to ask Mr. Ilbedov, I understand that the securities market needs to be shut down due to force majeure. At the time, the business will be stopped. So what if it is the business that has not been completed before? If it is a business that has not been completed before, as long as it is a business before the company receives the shutdown order, it will have to be completed. Ilbedov's words stopped abruptly here, because the smart Jew suddenly realized something. He looked at Ziming and asked unconvincingly, Mr. Ziming, what do you mean? Ziming smiled slightly and said, I think I had already talked to you, Mr. Ilbedov, on the phone yesterday, and Mr. Ilbedov, you also accepted my entrustment more than an hour ago, and you still sent 10 cash transport vehicles to the chief market to load old rubles, and the president's order only happened just now. Why should this matter be my order first, right? Hearing Ziming's words, Ilbedov and Li Chengtong suddenly understood what Ziming meant. Ziming was ready to hit a side ball at this time. It is true that the president of North Russia has personally come down to request the shutdown of the securities company, but the problem is that Ziming's business started before receiving the notice of the shutdown. The North Russia Securities Company stipulates that the transactions that have already started must be completed first, even if the securities company has already stopped the transaction. As it is now, although it is a securities company that the president of North Russia requested to close, as long as Ziming's business is submitted before the shutdown, it should be completed first, even if the market is now closed. The closing of the market is not a bad thing, because in the past, due to the fact that the securities company had a lot of business, Ziming submitted a huge amount of transactions, and the securities company needed a certain amount of time to calculate. But now that the market is in the closing stage, no one will come to interfere. The securities company can help Ziming wholeheartedly in his calculations. How can it be said that it is not a good thing? It's just that the idea is certainly this idea, but at the core of this idea is how this person Ilbedov thinks. After all, this is a side ball, and it is risky to execute it. If Ilbedov supports it, it goes without saying, just do it directly, but if he disagrees, then there is no way to do this. Feeling that the eyes of several Chinese people around him were focused on him, Ilbedov thought for a moment and said, Mr. Ziming, I understand what you mean, but Mr. Ziming also asks you to be considerate of me. You know the president. Since the husband came to the securities company to request the suspension of the market in person, he must have his consideration. If I act against the arrogance, I am afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. Li Cheng and Tong just frowned immediately, because when Erbidoff said these words, it was obvious that they were sitting on the ground and raising prices. But this is also normal. What is the future of Ziming's billions of old rubles? It's just between Erbidoff's thoughts. It would be idiotic if he didn't take this opportunity to make some conditions. However, Ziming didn't care about the price of Erbidoff sitting on the ground. Compared with Li Cheng and Tong Gang's frowning, he looked relaxed and said, I understand Mr. Erbidoff's difficulties, but there is nothing to do. Anyway, my money has been in your car, it has been entered into the securities company's account, and it is now outside the securities company's door. Now due to the order of Mr. President, the securities company can't handle it. I understand it. But after the reopening of the market, my money must be a currency that can be circulated in northern Russia. Ziming finally reminded, because securities the company's account is linked to the United Bank's account. Ilbidoff's face was a bit ugly, because Ziming's remarks were trying to force him. He thought that he was holding Ziming's key in his hand, but he didn't think that this key was also his own key. The reason is, as Ziming said, the securities company and United Bank's accounts are related, and the money Ziming deposited is naturally in the United Bank's account. On the other hand, because he is a bank, not a safe, the money Ziming deposited was still circulating in North Russia at this time, so when he comes to withdraw it again, of course the money given to him by the bank must also be North Russia. Now that it can be circulated in Russia, it cannot be used by depositors, but after it is taken out, it is a pile of unusable waste paper. Then what reputation does this bank have? This thought made Ilbidoff very painful, because it was completely his neck being stuck by Ziming, and he had to help Ziming find a way to get a new ruble of the same value anyway. Ziming said to him again at this time, but I think this is a very good thing for Mr. Erbidoff. Facing Ziming's words of encouragement, Ilbidoff was a little surprised, and then Ziming explained to him, Union Bank was originally the largest bank in northern Russia, and now it has been injected with so much wealth. Although it is only the old ruble, such a flow back and forth between the capital market and the financial market can create a very large value for Union Bank. I wonder, what do you think, Mr. Erbidoff? Of course there is one more thing, Ziming added. If I remember correctly, in transactions between securities companies and banks, as an intermediary, you can draw commissions, so Mr. Erbidoff, you still have very good personal benefit. Hearing Ziming's words, let the old fritters like Li Cheng and Tong Gang on the side silently praise Ziming. In fact, Ziming's strategy is very simple. It is typically a stick to give a candied date. First, he threatened to tell Ilbidoff that he would exchange new rubles for himself no matter what he did. Later, he told him to just continue to follow the rules. They have negotiated a good pace to go. Whether it is his Union Bank or himself, they can get tangible benefits. Because now they are still on other people's land, and they are also facing the local snakes. Whether it is blindly threats or blindly gives benefits, it will not work. Blindly threats will have the opposite effect. In case Ilbidoff gets annoyed, he is really determined to fight Ziming. Holding the money and playing sideways with Ziming, Ziming can't do anything about it. On the contrary, blindly. If it is good, then Ilbidoff will think that he is bullying, and then he will not be sure what will happen. Therefore, the most correct posture is to hit a stick like Ziming now to give a candid date. But everyone knows this truth, but if it is really done, it will be very difficult to use fluent and flowing water like Ziming's. With such thoughts, Li Cheng and Tong Gang looked at each other, and both saw relief from each other's eyes. From their point of view, Ziming's ability to say this meant that the matter is now very stable, unless Erbidoff, this person, suddenly became nervous, otherwise he would be persuaded by Ziming. Sure enough, when Li Cheng and Tong over the thought so, Erbidoff smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Ziming's words really exceed the scope of ordinary people's thinking. When Erbidoff said this, his heart was really helpless, because Ziming's words just now were what he had persuaded himself to help him before, and Erbidoff never expected him at this time. I said it again, saying that a donkey would not fall twice in the same pit. But what about the situation of Erbidov now? How can this not make Erbidov feel helpless? Ziming also laughed, because it is not difficult to see from Erbidov's words that he has compromised, so Ziming also said, "Thank you Mr. Erbidov for his praise, but I still insist that you and our cooperation will certainly have very good prospects in the future." I never doubted this, and I also believe that Mr. Ziming, you will surely surprise the whole world in the future. Erbidov praised Ziming's sentence, then turned around and called the person in charge of the securities company, instructing him to say, "Immediately count Mr. Ziming's old rubles and complete this transaction for him." Chapter 87 Because of benefits? Dotu is planned to be located in Villa number 8 of the headquarters of North Russia. It is a building with a large area. In addition to a very magnificent castle-like building in the center, there is also a very large courtyard behind it. When the sun rose above the horizon, the two vital men, Matu and Davy, played tennis on an open-air tennis court in the yard. For these wealthy Westerners, physical fitness is a very important indicator, so unless they have something particularly important, they will definitely spare a certain amount of time for physical exercise, no matter if it is running or playing. This is not only in their opinion. Only those who are incapable and mindless will work hard every day to exchange their lives for money. More importantly, they all understand the importance of physical fitness. For example, in business negotiations, most people think that it is a competition of information and negotiation skills between the two parties. This concept is correct, but this concept is based on the premise that the level of negotiation between the two parties is different. But the one who has truly reached the pinnacle of life, which one is not human sperm, who doesn't work hard on information mastery and negotiation skills. So since everyone is similar in these two aspects, the final competition can only be the willpower of both parties. How can a person with poor physical fitness gain an advantage in willpower? You should know that a major business negotiation is likely to last several days or even half a month. It is said that shopping malls are like battlefields. In this period of time, once anyone can't hold on first, they will easily lose the opportunity and be led by the nose. It is also the pursuit of physical fitness. Therefore, when meeting the real aristocrats in the West, whether they are royal aristocrats or wealthy financial groups, most of them maintain a very good body. This is the result of their usual exercise. Therefore, later generations often said that the high wealth and handsome are not groundless, at least in the upper circles of the West, unless physical conditions do not allow, otherwise there will be very few dead and fat houses. With a 4-shot, Matar hit a very high-quality moon ball, and the tennis ball flew over David's head, and finally landed in the bounds. Seeing this result, David stopped, took off the tennis cap on his head, and exclaimed and said to Mater on that side, "Mr. Mater deserves to belong to the original school tennis association." Although he is now more than 30 years old. Years have passed, but Mr. Matar still looks young. I think this is the result of your negligence in exercise. If you can get off the court and take a few shots, I think I will be struggling. After all, you are much younger than me, Mater said to David and beckoned to David. They walked off the court together. At this moment someone came over to pick up their racket hats and gave them towels and drinks. Davy said while wiping his sweat, "Mr. Matar is talking about the red land of France. I think that only on that kind of soft ground can my age and physical strength get the most out of it. If only by skill, God. I think I only have the life to run back and forth." Matar smiled. "That's not necessarily true. How can I transform my advantage into a winning position? This is the most important thing. I think you lack a lot in this respect, David. I think that China Weak Ming, he has done a very good job in this respect, and even I admire him a little bit. Sometimes I wonder, if the Dota project ends this time, should I spend a portion of the money to compensate him and give him a chance to make a comeback? After all, I still have great expectations for his future." Matter said. "Mr. Matter's behavior is still so unexpected." Davy said something casually. He just took the sentence Matter said just now as a joke. Although he also thought that Ziming of China did have real skills, his conditions were the And that was it. It's just that since they talked about this topic, they couldn't stop it, and then they sat on the chairs on the sidelines together, watching the servants busy on the court, maintaining the lawn. While watching, Davy said, "Mr. Mater, after you called Mr. Nikolaevich yesterday, he immediately stopped all transactions of the securities company, including some of our transactions in the securities company. Even our transactions on the black market have also been greatly affected by this." Mater nodded and said, "This is inevitable. There is an old saying in China that kills 1,000 enemies and loses 800. After all, our purpose is the same as theirs. Now North Russia is also doing the same for changing currencies. It interferes with us. But we have more resources and channels than they have, so our advantage is that we have more choices than them when dealing with these situations." Davy agrees very much with Meta. In fact, this is the reason why he has always looked down on Ziming. As the person in charge of the Dota project, Davy is proud of himself. In addition to being proud, the supporters behind the Dota project are all top European and American consortia and governments, so correspondingly, these consortia and countries will definitely provide them with corresponding resources and assistance, such as the simplest and direct. If they need to use the capital market to consume the old rubles in their hands, they do not need to wait for the North Russian securities companies to open their doors, because the capital markets all over the world can be used. They can choose the nearest London exchange to buy North Russian bonds, and then exchange these old rubles into new rubles through the British government. This sounds very simple, but they can use them if they have a lot of Western resources. If they want to replace them with those Chinese, then there will be no door. How could those proud Anglo-Saxons help these Chinese? Davy let go of his heart, but Matar was still not at ease. He put down the cup in his hand and asked Davy, "But how is the situation on the chief market now? I always have something very unreasonable in my heart." Good premonition. Hearing Mr. Mater's concern, David frowned suddenly at the thought of something. He replied to Mr. Mater, "The situation on the chief market is very strange. Although yesterday Mr. Nikolaevich I have personally issued orders to the securities company, and the securities company has stopped all transactions, but the chief market is still very prosperous." Davy thought for a while and added, "Compared with the previous week, the transaction volume has declined, but it still has a height of tens of millions." Matter was surprised. There is such a thing. It's too abnormal. This is indeed abnormal, because the chief market is now rarely a place in northern Russia that still supports the old ruble very much, and after they go to the channel to exchange a large number of new rubles from the capital market, it stands to reason that they are not. The door is closed, it's time to change the way. But what's the situation with them now? Are they not afraid that all the old rubles they received will be thrown into their hands? Are they really coming to North Russia for charity? If not, it means that they must have other ideas. As if to prove their judgment, when their words fell off, William there hurried into the court. Regardless of whether the servants had just maintained the lawn of the court, he stepped on it directly in front of Mater and Davy. He reported to Mater, "There was news from the London Stock Exchange just now. They asked Mr. Mater if you had done a large transaction in old rubles." "A big deal in the old ruble?" "I did plan to do it, but I haven't done it yet." Mater said that. He and Davy looked at each other, and their hearts throbbed at the same time, with a very bad premonition. Then Mater immediately asked, "William, what else did the London Stock Exchange say?" "Why does Bayan ask that suddenly?" "Because a huge amount of funds entered the British pound market this morning. Since the opening of the exchange rate of the pound against the old ruble has continued to rise, and then the funds have been exchanged for the US dollar and the German mark, resulting in the entire London foreign exchange market. The volatility was very strong. They thought it was affected by the Dota project, so they called and asked." William replied, "Chinese. Could this be done by those Chinese from Ziming?" This was Davis' first reaction. Mater was not in a hurry to make any conclusions. He still asked William, "The London Stock Exchange is a market with sound institutions. There is a strong anti-speculation mechanism over there. and no one will allow any large amounts of funds to manipulate the market. In the event of such market volatility, they must trace the source of the volatility funds. Is there any result? William nodded and said, the result is from North Russia, using an account of Union Bank and Securities Company in the London Stock Exchange. What are you talking about? The North Russian Securities Company's account on the London Stock Exchange? How is this possible? The North Russian Securities Company was forcibly shut down yesterday, Davy asked in surprise. Although Matar didn't speak, he also showed a very confused expression. He didn't understand what was going on. William said, the London Exchange said this is a long-established trading procedure. Hearing this answer, Matar was taken aback for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, it seems that those Chinese people are already prepared. On the other side, David thought about it carefully before reacting and said, so, did those Chinese take advantage of such a loophole? They are simply shameful rascals. On the contrary, William, who came to deliver the news, had some hindsight. Why did those Chinese kidnap the North Russian Union Bank and Securities Company to help them exchange foreign currencies and new rubles by using the setting of priority completion of the transaction? But this is not a violation of this. Did they follow the president's order? How dare they help those Chinese to play this sideball? Aren't they afraid to annoy their president? Because of interest. Davy said in a single sentence, the person in charge of the securities company is a North Russian businessman named Ilbedov. United Bank is also his industry. If he helps Ziming to do with this transaction, such a large amount of money going in and out of his bank can help him create great benefits, and I believe there must be other interest agreements between them. But at the end Davy was also puzzled. He said uncertainly, it's just that I'm very surprised. Now that the old ruble has already been spent, why is the CHF market still so prosperous? Could it be that the Chinese would you naively think we can't notice it? This may be that he has seen farther. Meta said. Chapter 88. What is long-term vision? When Meta expressed that emotion in his villa number 8, in the reception room of the management office of CHF Market, someone also asked Ziming almost the same doubt. Mr. Ziming, the old rubles that we gathered through the CHF market before have all been sent to the securities company at one time? Why doesn't the CHF market stop trading in the old rubles? Is it Ziming? Sir, are you going to exchange new rubles through the securities company on the third day? But I think this is almost impossible. It was Tong Gang's son Tong Hua who questioned Ziming. However, judging from the expressions of Li Cheng and Tong Gang next to him, Tong Hua's questioning was obviously influenced by them. However, it is reasonable for them to do this. After all, they are all people with identities. Although they question Ziming's current practice, because of Ziming's previous performance, they were afraid of Ziming's plans. In this way, it will be embarrassing for them. That's why they chose to let Tong Hua come out to question him first, and probe Ziming's tone, so that there can be a buffer. If Ziming really has an idea, they can also adjust it. Not to mention whether the securities company that President Nikolievich personally came to shut down can reopen after 2 days. Even if the market opens, the circulation of such a large sum of money in the capital market will definitely be disturbed. Whether it is the Dota project or the North Russian government, we must have received news and will continue to cause us trouble, Tong Hua said. Facing Tong Hua's doubts, Ziming nodded with certainty and said, I totally agree with Tong Hua's opinion. Ziming's affirmation made Tong Hua's eyes wide open. Since you agree with Mr. Ziming, why do you insist on doing this? The currency status of the ruble. It's very simple. Because the old rubles I received in the past 2 days, I have no plans to hand it over to the securities company. Ziming said to Tong Hua, did you forget that I asked you to contact the black market yesterday afternoon? Tong Hua shook his head and said, of course I didn't forget. So, Mr. Ziming, are you planning to go to the black market? But with such a large sum of money, it is estimated that the black market is difficult to get rid of. After all, our current goal is too big. I don't believe there will be anything that can't be done. At most, it is just a lack of sufficient benefits. As long as we can give enough benefits to the black market, then they will definitely help us get rid of the money. And where will we be taken care of? How big is the goal? Ziming said. It's true, but Mr. Ziming, I don't understand why you are so obsessed with the old ruble. Tong Hua felt very uncomprehending. I think there is nothing wrong with rejecting the old ruble. After all, the entire North Russia has already given up. After the old ruble, the North Russian president has signed an order to abolish the old ruble in 3 days. We also need to keep pace with the times and replace the new ruble. It is because the entire North Russia has abandoned the old ruble, and because almost all shopping malls have now abandoned the old ruble, we should recognize the old ruble even more. Ziming said. Ziming's answer shocked Tong Hua and made him messy on the spot. He asked Ziming in a daze, Mr. Ziming, are you really coming to North Russia for charity? In Tong Hua's view, Ziming's doing this can only be said to be a charitable cause for the sake of the North Russian people. Otherwise, he would have no idea that he would give up the old rubles when he was a North Russian, and when the old rubles would soon become a pile. Why does Ziming still recognize his value when he wastes the paper? It doesn't make sense. However, Tong Hua's father, Tong Gang, realized something at this time. He asked Ziming, little brother Ziming, do you want to start the signature of the chief market? Ziming nodded and said yes. Tong Hua realized that Ziming's goal was not at all on the old ruble. He wanted to use the old ruble to gain popularity in the chief market, because at this time when everyone gave up the old ruble, there is only one place in chief market that recognizes the value of the old ruble and is willing to accept the old ruble. This kind of word-of-mouth effect must surpass all advertisements. Then this is a lot of advertising expenses. Tong Gang said to Ziming. Tong Gang's words are not casual. Now, due to the old rubles, the daily flow of people in the chief market is very large. All the North Russians are scrambling to come here to spend their old rubles. Prevent expiration and invalidation, even if the chief market is increasing the prices of various commodities every day. In this way, the old rubles that flow into the chief market through transactions every day are hundreds of millions or even more than 1 billion. Not to mention how outrageous the exchange rate of the old rubles is now. Just say that they are being exchanged through the black market. When the new ruble needs to be transferred to the black market in the middle, a large amount of money will be lost, which is conservatively estimated to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Ziming shrugged his shoulders needlessly and said, anyway, we have also made a lot of money in the capital market, and now it doesn't hurt to give back some. Of course, if Chairman Tong thinks it is unreasonable, I can use the money myself. I think you must have misunderstood the little brother Ziming. I didn't mean that, Tong Gang said. It's just that I don't understand, little brother Ziming. Why do you want to become famous in the chief market? Because I hope to make the chief market a symbol of Crisco, Ziming said. Because I discussed with Li Dong before. Didn't he say that he hopes to invest in this chief market? It's always helpful to be more prepared before. If Ziming's words just made them feel messy before, then Ziming's words shocked them, especially Li Cheng, who looked at Ziming with wide-eyed eyes and couldn't believe Ziming at all would say something like this. Li Cheng did say before that he wanted to invest in the chief market. But at that time Li Cheng just thought it was just a joke. Even if Li Cheng had this idea, he didn't make a decision, but he didn't think Ziming would be imprisoned. Keep it in my heart, and at such a time, I still want to spend such a large price to help this market advertise. Li Cheng felt very touched in his heart. He used to think that his life and work are seamless, but now it seems that Ziming's thoroughness in his work is better than his own. And more importantly, Ziming's work is outside of thoroughness. More importantly, he is sincere. Little brother Ziming, I don't know what to say. I really didn't expect that you would do so desperately when I said that. It moved me so much. Li Cheng said to Ziming. Ziming smiled and said, I believe in Li Dong's vision. And I also believe that the chief market that Li Dong sees will definitely develop in the future and become a benchmark for Crisco. If so, I even want to establish a company in this market in the future, and then go public in northern Russia. I wonder what Li Dong feels like. If you can, this is of course a good thing, but the problem is that I'm afraid this thing is not easy to do. Li Cheng was a little worried. He thought about it and explained to Ziming, I'm not saying that Ziming, your idea is not good, but the time is too short. Even if the effect of this word-of-mouth advertisement is good, the result will be that way. It's hard to make a big sensation. Ziming nodded in favor of Li Cheng's words. What Dong Li said is very reasonable. If only for these 2 days, the effect will be the same at best, but if after these 2 days, the chief market still recognizes the value of the old ruble? This was not only the surprise of Tong Gang and Tonghua, but even Li Cheng was taken aback. Are you crazy, Ziming? Don't you know that the North Russian government will abolish the old ruble in 2 days? By then the old ruble has become a piece of waste paper. Even the black market will no longer be collected. No matter how much benefit we give, they will never ask for it again. At that time, what do we want this old ruble for? Of course I understand that the old ruble will become waste paper at that time, but it is because of this that I have to do this. Because only uniqueness can create value. Ziming said, Dong Li, you might as well imagine that it will be 2 days later, in the future, when the value of the old ruble is not recognized in the entire Northern Russian Republic, only our Cherv market will still recognize the value of the old ruble. What will happen? Ziming asked and replied, no doubt people who still have old rubles in their hands will come here to spend the old rubles in their hands. I believe there are still a lot of people. Ziming finally asked, so at this time, our company will be listed on the chief market. Only those who use the new rubles to buy the shares of our company will have the right to use the corresponding number of old rubles in the market based on the share of shares trading. Then, in this way, the scale of our market company can expand rapidly. In addition to shock. After listening to Ziming's analysis, Li Cheng and Tong Gang's admiration for Ziming is unspeakable. Ziming's arrangement may sound simple, but in fact, every step he made is just right. First of all, the chief market can still be used when the old ruble is not used in the whole country. I won't say how many people will be attracted to trade. After all, in just 3 days, so many people in North Russia would never be able to change their old rubles, so after 3 days, Shelf became their only hope. Only by becoming a shareholder of the chief market can you have the right to use the old rubles for trading in the chief market. This sounds reasonable, but anyone with a discerning eye can see at a glance the mystery behind it. Only here can use the old rubles, so in order to spend the old rubles, they can only choose to accept this. So as long as everyone buys the shares, in fact, in order to spend the old rubles in their hands, they can only choose this way. The chief market can grow rapidly through this arrangement. Thinking of this, Li Cheng couldn't help but give Ziming a thumbs up. Ziming, your vision is really shameful. Chapter 89, Cannon's Despair and Hope. Crisco is the capital of the Republic of Northern Russia. In the eyes of most people, the capital of this once superpower should be very prosperous, but that is just an ideal. But the actual situation is not the case. At this moment, on the streets of Crisco, there are many North Russians walking in a daze. They have no direction and no goal, and their eyes are like walking corpses. Kenan is also a member of this wandering army. Although his mental state is extremely dazed, his clothes are still very luxurious compared to other people. At least not tattered, and can be kept clean and tidy. Kenan will do this because some of his experiences are different from those of others. After more than a month of economic turmoil in North Russia, Kenan has enriched his life experience throughout his life. The first is that he inexplicably holds hundreds of millions of rubles of funds. Although the money is not his, he does not have the right to invest the money privately, but he can hold such a large amount of money and can face the counter in the securities company. A shout of 500 million to sell rubles was enough for him to blow for a year, not to mention that his supervisor later gave him a large amount of money in private. It was with this money that he was not so miserable when the ruble plummeted again later. Only when President Nikolaevich announced 2 days ago that the old ruble would be abolished, He was confused again. The reason is very simple, that is, all the money in his hands is old rubles, and now the old rubles will be invalidated. What about the money in his hands? Why can't I use a good ruble? This ruble has been used since we were born until now. We buy things and we use the old rubles for food. So why don't we use it now? If we don't use it, then we have the money. What can we do? The current government authorities are not killing people or driving us to a dead end. I think we, as the masters of this country, cannot be so indifferent. We must do something. At a fork in the street, someone shouted into a loudspeaker, and a large crowd gathered there. Everyone surrounded him blankly, as if his words were the truth. Kenan knew that it might be another newly formed party recruiting supporters, or simply a means of defrauding labor from foreign companies. They used the method of promising aspirations to paint a bright future for the North Russians who had come to an end, lie people to work abroad. These Conons have seen too much during this period of time. Even his sister got on a boat going abroad yesterday. According to the description of the foreign company, it was going to the United States, but in fact, Conan knew about it. The logo of the ship is the logo of the Dutch company. Perhaps one day, if I have the opportunity to go to the Netherlands, I can find my sister who was tricked to go abroad in a corrupt bar. Kenan understands his sister very well, and also understands that her sister is really unable to do anything. Although he made a lot of money from the windfall, his money has become a piece of waste paper with the abolition of the old ruble. The family became struggling again. In addition to these, the closure of securities companies is also very important, because the last time he mastered 500 million rubles gave him a certain understanding of the capital market. So after he got his own remuneration, I started to learn how to trade stocks and make foreign exchange. I also made a lot of money following the market. But who knew that the stock market suddenly shut down the day before yesterday, and I couldn't get the money I put in the market. Sometimes Kenan really wants to cry out loud. Why does this society hate people like this, push them all on the road to the end? A newspaper drifted in the wind and hit Kenan's face. Kenan took it off and glanced at it subconsciously and then immediately tore the newspaper to pieces, because he saw that there was a so-called economist in the newspaper, is singing praises to the abolition of the old ruble and replacing it with a new one, saying that this is a major decision made by the president and a move to save the North Russian economy. These bastards simply blinded their eyes. Conan yelled, "How many people in Crisco have money that has become waste paper overnight, and how many people are going bankrupt? Can't these people see it? It also saved the North Russian economy. Is this saving our flesh and blood? There are also securities companies. Why did Nikolaevich shut him down? Is this Mr. President really a spy sent by the West? The purpose is to subvert our country?" Kenan cursed for a while and then stopped, because he knew that he was useless here, and no one would hear it. No one except God would come to help him and help these North Russians who were as troubled as himself on the street. People. But is there really such a person? Kenan asked himself this in his heart. He knew that the answer was disappointing to despair. At this moment, he heard someone calling himself. He turned his head and saw that a very ordinary Volga car was parked not far away. At the same time, his supervisor was waving to himself from the car window. This made Kenan's heart startled. He immediately ran over and said, "The leader is sorry, I have a very important thing to come out today." Before Kenan finished speaking, his supervisor said, "You will talk about absenteeism without permission, but now there are still very important tasks to be entrusted to you. You get in the car and come with me first." After speaking, he opened the door of the car. Kenan was stunned when he watched the actions of his boss. He didn't react at all for the first time. He didn't react until his leader frowned and repeated it again. Immediately got into the car happily. Kenan couldn't be upset, because he remembered the last time his supervisor approached him, when he first came into contact with 500 million rubles. Is it possible that this is still the case this time? But hasn't the securities company been shut down now? Leader, What is it that you are looking for me this time? Will you let me operate 500 million rubles again? I heard that the exchange rate of the new ruble issued by the central government is much higher than before. This time it will definitely give me more money, right? Kenan asked his leader. But his leader glared at him dissatisfiedly and said, "What are you asking so much for? Anyway, if you follow along, you can't treat you badly." The hot face was on his cold ass. Kenan touched his nose at the leader, but this did not hinder his excitement. After all, they are all big people. They must have a higher vision than himself, and think more long-term than himself, and have more channels. What do you do with so much heart for someone richer than yourself? Anyway, they don't know how to figure out that they are a little guy who has nothing. It was with this idea that Kenan had the patience to ride the car to the Jiff market. The car stopped at the entrance of the cafe opposite the market. Kenan followed the leader into the cafe and came to a window next to the window. The position of the edge. "Chairman, I have brought people to you." Kenan's supervisor first asked Kenan to stand before reporting to the people sitting there. With the report from the leader, Kenan also understood the identity of the other party. That is Mr. Obidov, the chairman of the Union Bank, who is now the richest man in North Russia. Then, are the few Chinese next to him the promoters of the last incident? Kenan remembers that he had seen the man named Zhu Ming last time. If there was only one Chinese, Kenan would be sure he would recognize it, but there are still 4 Chinese here. Kenan, seeing that their faces are basically the same, there is no way to recognize them. After listening to the report, Obidov smiled and asked Kenan to sit down, then turned his head and said to the youngest Chinese beside him, "Mr. Ziming, this is the Kenan from last time." Listening to Obidov's words, Kenan felt his heart beat a few times. At the same time, he fixed his eyes on Ziming. Kenan could feel his pupils dilate because he was really excited. Yes, this is Ziming, the real big boss behind the scenes who paid 500 million rubles to himself last time. I did see him last time. He is so young and can have such a great wealth. Judging from the tone of what Obidov said to him just now, he also impressed the richest man in North Russia. I didn't expect that I would be lucky enough to see him today. This is really lucky. Kenan yelled wildly in his heart, his hands trembling uncontrollably, and he could imagine that he must be transported again today, just like the last time. Ziming looked at Kenan's excitement and smiled and said to him, "Hello Mr. Kenan, my name is Ziming. We may have met somewhere before, but we didn't really know each other. Let's meet again now, too. Please don't be so nervous and relax." Ziming's words seemed to be magical, and they reached Kenan's ears and quickly smoothed his inner excitement. Kenan took a deep breath and nodded and said, "Hello, Mr. Ziming. I am very honored to see you." Mr. Kenan hopes to do things for me, and then get a high salary from me, Ziming said. Kenan seemed a little embarrassed when he was confided by others. He did not know what to say, but just sat there, bowing his head and rubbing his hands. Ziming said at this time, "Mr. Kenan, you don't have to be embarrassed. I don't think there is any embarrassment. After all, the economic situation in northern Russia is like this. It's not easy. Everyone wants to earn money. The world is material and profitable, and no one is a saint who will always give selflessly. Mr. Kenan wants to be paid." Kenan was even more embarrassed after being taught by Ziming, but Ziming didn't have so much time to enlighten him here. Ziming then asked him, "But before you talk to Mr. Kenan, I have something to think about." "Ask you." Kenan raised his head and looked at Ziming suspiciously. Ziming asked him, "What do you think about the abolition of the old ruble and the replacement of the new one?" Kenan hesitated for a moment, and Ziming encouraged him to say, "There is no one here, and we will not spread your words." "Mr. Kenan, you can say it boldly." "I understand, Mr. Ziming." Kenan nodded, gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "I think abolishing the old ruble is a very stupid thing. At least he is nothing short of ordinary North Russians. A devastating disaster. He made all of us become nothing overnight." Chapter 90 Worthy of Mr. Ziming? Bow Thanks for the monthly support of AverPP and you are a little dizzy. Neither Ziming nor Obidov were surprised by Kenan's answer. because the North Russians wandering the streets outside had already proved this. But Ziming's problem is obviously more than that. He then asked Conan, but as far as I know, the North Russian government issued the new ruble because the market value of the old ruble has collapsed. The exchange rate of the new ruble is still compared with the old ruble. It is very high. If it can be maintained, it may be able to stabilize prices. Your economic experts in northern Russia are also unanimously applauding the issuance of the new ruble. Mr. Ziming, I have read the newspaper. I know what you said. But I am just an ordinary person. I don't know what the market value or exchange rate is. I only know that we have what we originally have due to the issuance of the new ruble. Wealth has all turned into waste paper, Kenan said. At this time, another Chinese man next to Ziming asked Kenan, you said that the issuance of new rubles turned your wealth into waste paper. I'm sorry, I don't understand what this means. Could it be that none of you can go redeem? Of course it can be exchanged, but everyone has an exchange limit, and there are so many exchange places. I still have to work at my unit every day. Where can I get the exchange? Kenan said helplessly, and he looked at Iraq carefully. Urbidov took a look, and then said, I also tried absenteeism to redeem. But in the end I couldn't queue up at all. The redeemable team can be queued until the end of the world. How can I have the opportunity to redeem? Then do you know the difference between the new ruble and the old ruble? Do you and your relatives and friends distrust the new ruble? The Chinese asked again. Isn't the ruble just money? What's the difference? And I don't trust or distrust the new ruble. Most of my relatives and friends have no way to access the new ruble, Conan said blankly, and then thought about it. Then he continued, what will happen even if I come into contact with it? Aren't the previous privatized securities also prosperous? In the end, it turned out to be a piece of waste paper. Maybe this time it is another privatized securities. After getting Kenan's answer, Ziming said to the Chinese, Chairman Tong, you believe me now? The Chinese who asked the question was Tong Gang. He was very surprised at this time. Hearing Ziming's words, he was very amazed and said, it's the little brother Ziming. You can understand the national conditions of North Russia, people's sentiments. Ziming said with a smile, Chairman Tong, I don't actually know how much, but the facts are like this. If you think about it, you can understand that there are millions of people in Crisco. As long as everyone holds 10,000 old rubles, the amount of tens of billions, so many people with so much money, to be forced to complete the exchange within 3 days, this is basically a story of a fantasy. As for the understanding of these North Russians, it would be even simpler. Ziming said, Northern Russia has left the financial and capital system for more than 70 years. Perhaps some of the North Russians have advanced vision or left memories of the past. The Russians can still remember the role of the capital market, but this is a very small minority. For the vast majority of North Russians, they don't understand what finance is or securities at all, let alone the meaning behind a currency. Many of them are very common in Hong Kong City and Western countries, and they should be the truth that everyone knows, but here is their brains that can't turn around. Ziming said at last. Faced with Ziming's remarks, Tong Gang was shocked. He may still have difficulty understanding this truth, but the reality at the moment proves all this well, and as a rich man, he does not have so many unnecessary entanglements, as long as you can have the results you want in the end. So he admired Ziming and gave a thumbs up. Little brother Ziming has a thorough vision. Ziming was actually quite uncomfortable about Tong Gang's praise, because what he said was his own personal experience, because his motherland, isn't it also at this stage now? Since there has been no capital system for a long time, and the door to the capital system has been suddenly opened, people simply don't understand what the so-called capital finance is. Treasury bills are a very simple example. Treasury bills are Ziming's first pot of gold, and this treasury bill is actually national debt. In layman's terms, the state controls the money borrowed by ordinary people. When it expires, it must be repaid with the principal and interest. This is a truth that everyone can understand in later generations, but at this time, most people don't understand what it is. But they always think that treasury bills cannot be circulated. At most, they are proofs to support the construction of the country, and they are useless. Therefore, they would rather use treasury bills to paste the windows and sell them on the basis of the catty. They don't know that they will be exchanged for money in the bank when they expire. The situation in North Russia is the same now. The North Russian government announced that it will replace the ruble. Not to mention that the North Russian government has few exchange locations, and it is impossible to exchange it. Even if it is exchanged, most North Russians will only think that the old ruble is invalid, never thought of the new ruble. So in other words, whether it is Mr. Conan, you or your relatives and friends, you still have a lot of old rubles? Ziming asked. In fact, what Ziming asked was nonsense, because both his own ideas and Kenon's statement just now have clearly proved this point. Kenon nodded positively and said yes. His performance was a bit surprising, but in fact it was normal. Since Ziming and Tonggang were communicating in Chinese just now, the beautiful translator who was so fascinating did not translate, so Kenon couldn't understand it. But judging from the Chinese's reaction, it must be Mr. Ziming. What a great word. Mr. Ziming deserves to be Mr. Ziming, who can come up with 500 million rubles. Kenon sighed in his heart that he was not a big man, so the emotions in his heart reflected on his face naturally. But Kenon couldn't think of it at this time. He was still sighing at this moment, but Ziming's next words made him feel bad. He was so excited that he admired. Then Mr. Conan, do you want to spend the old rubles that you didn't have time to exchange? Ziming asked. Kenon immediately replied, of course I want to. I want to dream about it, or else the old ruble has been invalidated now that I keep it in my hands and it will be useless. Mr. Ziming, is this my reward for this mission? Ziming said, no, this is the task I want to give you. This answer obviously exceeded Kenon's expectations. He was taken aback for a moment, and then he reacted violently and asked, Mr. Ziming, do you mean you want to reclaim all the old rubles that have not been exchanged in time? Ziming smiled and shook his head and said, Mr. Kenon, you are too high on me. I am not your chairman. I am just a Chinese businessman. I don't have a bank under my hand. I can't do such a big thing. Ziming's words twitched the muscles on the face of Yelbedov, the chairman of the United Bank next to him, because in his opinion, Ziming did not have a bank under his hand, but his ability to accumulate money was not weaker than any bank. Not to mention what Ziming will do next. He will have the opportunity to hold more money than the bank, and it is the North Russian government trying to prevent Ziming from holding the new ruble. What I mean is that I hope Mr. Conan can help me spread the news that the old rubles can still be used in the Church market to the whole of Crisco. Ziming said, Mr. Ziming, do you mean that the Church market can still use the obsolete old rubles to buy things? Kenon stared at him, looking at Ziming in disbelief. Ziming nodded and said, of course. Don't you believe what I said? No, Mr. Ziming, of course I believe you, but isn't the old ruble obsolete now? Why do you still recognize the value of the old ruble? Kenon asked Ziming incredulously. Ziming sighed and said, I do business here in Crisco. The people of North Russia support me. We Chinese are very conscientious, so we must do something we can do. When Ziming said this, he despised himself very much, because Ziming knew that he was not a virgin at all, nor was he a great philanthropist. He was not here to save the people of North Russia. He just wanted to take the opportunity to master many new rubles. Ziming felt that he was really depraved because of his awkward motives, but he still said so boldly. But Ziming thought so, but his words matched his expression. But Kenon was moved to the ground. Kenon looked at Ziming. Tears involuntarily flowed from his eye sockets. His body was so excited that he could not stop trembling. Finally he got up and took 2 steps back and knelt down towards Ziming. His whole person was like the most pious believers generally crawled in front of Ziming and said to Ziming, Mr. Ziming, you are really our savior of North Russia, and I thank you on behalf of all North Russians. Kenon really admired Ziming, because when he heard the news that the old ruble was completely abolished, he was desperate because not only he still had some old rubles in his hands, but he also had more in the securities company. Many old rubles have not been taken out. If the old rubles are really invalidated, then their own money will really become waste paper, no longer any wealth. And not only himself, but also millions of other citizens of Crisco, who worked so hard all their lives, and they will return to the pre-liberation period. But at this time, when Conan felt that he had been abandoned by the central government and Mr. President, when the entire North Russian Republic did not accept the old ruble, Ziming's Cherv market still accepted the old ruble. How can this not let Kenan be moved? Ziming stretched out his hand to help Kenan and said, Mr. Kenan, I said I am a businessman. You don't have to thank me on behalf of anyone. You only need to help me get the message in place. Kenan looked up at Ziming, his eyes full of admiration and determination. He said, Don't worry, Mr. Ziming, I will definitely do it. Ziming patted Kenan on the shoulder and smiled. I believe in you. Chapter 91 The first appearance of Kenan? The Law Enforcement Bureau will be cleared in 5 minutes. Everyone please leave the Cherv market immediately, and offenders will be expelled by force. At the Cherv market on August 15, 2012, the confrontation here was still unresolved. The unbearable law enforcement director finally shouted out the words to force the clearing, and following his order, behind him, a team was wearing uniforms. The members of the Law Enforcement Bureau have also set up their positions, ready to forcibly shut down the Cherv market at any time, and put an end to today's fuss. Mr. Conan, it seems that the Law Enforcement Bureau is really determined to close the Cherv market today. There is no way. Who would let us grab so much market share from Crisco? Thank you very much Mr. Kenan and everyone for your help today. All of our Chinese businessmen will remember it. We will repay Mr. Kenan if you have the opportunity in the future. But now, please leave Mr. Kenan first. If you wait later the Law Enforcement Bureau really wants to clear the site forcibly, and if Mr. Kenan was injured or had other accidents, we can't shirk the blame. In the face of the Law Enforcement Bureau, the general manager of Cherv Market persuaded Conan and wanted him to leave first. But Conan and his followers still insisted on standing there, and no one took a step back. Kenan said, Mr. General Manager, if you really want to say thank you, it should be me. Because it was this Cherv market that saved all of our Crisco people 20 years ago. It is not only a market, it is also a symbol in the hearts of all of our Crisco people. If we let these bastards shut down the market today, it will be a shame for our entire life. We North Russians will always be sorry to you Chinese. We are even more sorry to the great Chinese Mr. Ziming. In the end, Kenan shouted in his heart, but even though the general manager of the market could not hear him, he also saw Kenan's firm and pilgrimage expression. He knew he couldn't persuade Kenan. What worries him is that the Law Enforcement Bureau is about to start a forced clearance. What should Kenan and these old North Russians do? 5 minutes passed quickly, and the chief of law enforcement saw that the crowd at the entrance of Cherv Market still did not disperse. He was so angry that blue veins appeared on his forehead, and he roared and issued an order to clear the court. Quick! Let the law enforcement team force the clearance. Get rid of all these disobedient chores. His deputy turned around and gave the order, but at this moment, as a stern siren sounded, police cars roared, and riot police in camouflage uniforms filed out of the car. And soon they were also in Cherv. A queue was set up at the gate of the market. The sudden arrival of the riot police stunned everyone. Even the chief of law enforcement was stunned and said, "We didn't call for support, we can solve it." At this time, only Kenan stood up, and he waved to the riot police and said, "These are the law enforcement bureaus. They want to forcibly shut down the Cherv market. They don't put the law in their eyes. They are thugs." If Kenan said this at other times, everyone would definitely treat him as a joke, but now, after Kenan yelled out his voice, the riot police there really acted against the Law Enforcement Bureau. One by one riot police, with the shield and the rubber rod, he forced it towards the Law Enforcement Bureau. "We are from the Law Enforcement Bureau. We are here to perform official duties. Why do you beat us?" the chief of law enforcement screamed. but these riot police simply ignored them, just waved a rubber rod and forced them towards them. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. This was an unexpected result. After a while, someone suddenly remembered, pointing at Conan and shouting, "You are Conan, that Liberal Party." Conan. After this shout, all the talents suddenly realized, because he is also a very famous figure in Crisco. He once organized a Liberal Party in the most turbulent period of the North Russian economy. Although he was not really an official, he was in North Russia. There is a certain degree of influence in the government, and many high-ranking officials have relations with him, so today he can command the riot police. Amidst the people's exclamation, Kenan also said loudly, "I am Kenan. Please rest assured that as long as I am here, I will definitely protect the chief market." Kenan's shouts evoked cheers, and in the cheers, Kenan's eyes were wet, and he was very excited, but he was not cheering because of the crowd around him, but because he remembered 20 years ago. Back in 1989, the location was on Jell Street. Compared to 20 years later, Conan was still very young. He took a horn and came to a crossroad. There was a simple high platform here. Conan set up it last night, so that he can use it today. Conan jumped on the high platform, adjusted the horn in his hand and said, "Hello fellow citizens, I have a very important news here. I hope you will not miss it. It is about the old rubles in your hands." Conan repeated this sentence several times. After a few minutes of touching it, Ziming was surrounded by circles on his high platform. This is not because of the personality charm of Conan, but on the one hand, after the economic collapse of North Russia, there were many people wandering aimlessly on Jell Street. Of course, more importantly, it was the important news about the old ruble from Conan. Because these people are the same as Conan, everyone has old rubles that are too late or do not know how to exchange them. These people are unable to deal with the old rubles. In the past, no matter how the ruble depreciated, at least it could still be used. But now that the North Russian government has been decree, the old ruble can no longer be used. How can this not make people desperate? Now in the abyss of despair, they suddenly heard the news about the old ruble, and they must desperately grasp it. Looking at the eyes in the audience, Kenan was holding the trumpet but suddenly couldn't say a word. After all, no one is born to be a speaker. Before today, Kenan was just an ordinary clerk of the United Bank. He only went to work from 9 to 5 every day. He had never been involved in large-scale events. Even if it was just a party inside the bank, he did not show any limelight. Now suddenly let him stand on a high platform and use a loudspeaker to speak to so many people below. How can he not be nervous? I still remember that on this Jell Street yesterday, Kenan once dismissed a man who was also speaking with a loudspeaker on the street, thinking that he was talking nonsense. But today it's his turn to speak with the loudspeaker. Just one sentence. I can't say anything. What should I say? Where should I say? I should have a speech. I remember that I have memorized it. Why can't I remember a single letter now? Kenan thought, very flustered in his heart, like an examinee who had forgotten the key points marked by the teacher in the examination room. There is a Volga car on Jell Street facing the high platform where Conan is located. From this car, the situation on Conan's side can be seen in full view. Ziming and Tong Hua were sitting in the car. Tong Hua saw the situation there and said to Ziming, "Mr. Ziming, this Mr. Kenan seems to have a psychological problem. You can see that he is facing so many people." I'm speechless. Are we going to look for other people again? Compared with Tong Hua's worries, Ziming is very open-minded. He said, "Don't worry. What Mr. Kenan said is just an ordinary person. The first time he wants to speak in front of so many people, it will inevitably be a little bit nervous." Tong Hua felt very speechless for Ziming's words. Indeed, for an ordinary person, it is a bit difficult for him to talk without nervousness in front of so many people for the first time. But the problem now is that they are not trying to cultivate a speech. When they come out, they need this person to do things for them, to stand on a high platform and speak to everyone, to help them spread the news about the chief market. The utilitarian point says that Kenan has only this usefulness, and now he can't even do this, So what use do they want him? If you are facing other people and say you can't say Tong Hua, you will swear, but now it's Ziming. Thinking of Ziming's legendary experience, thinking of the words his father taught him to learn from Ziming. I can only choose to curb my temper, press these questions to the bottom of my heart, and wait for Ziming to answer him, even if Ziming is younger than him. Tong Hua didn't deliberately hide his expression, but even if Tong Hua was deliberately pretentious, Ziming could also guess his thoughts at this time. Ziming said to Tong Hua, "In fact, I don't have much reason. I just don't want to use people, but people don't need it. Besides, we are not familiar with North Russia. If we want to find someone who doesn't have any political involvement, people are very difficult, and only this Konon is the only one who has done things for us. At least people can rest assured." Tong Hua nodded silently, because he also agreed with what Ziming said, because people with very good eloquence or ability are unlikely to be buried, especially in the current situation of Crisco. For some political needs, Western countries will definitely recruit a large number of well-versed and capable North Russians to do things for themselves. At least these people must be brainwashed and cannot be left to the Soviet Union. From the perspective of the Dota project for so many years, the layout of Western countries must have penetrated into every corner. Even if there are still fish that slip through the net, Ziming and others have not been here for long. How can they find it? Even if they find it, how can they be willing to do things for themselves? The truth is the truth, and everyone knows it. But at this time, Tong Hua saw the appearance of Knon over there, and he was still very anxious, wishing to kick him off and on himself. But the problem is that I am a foreigner, not as convincing as Kenon, a local. Ziming patted Tong Hua on the shoulder and said to him, "Don't worry, I see that he has toughness and hard work in this science farmer. The most important thing is that he admires me. He can overcome his psychological obstacles. You can wait and see." Well, my vision is not wrong. He will not let us down. Tong Hua looked at Ziming stunnedly, completely wondering why Ziming was so confident. Chapter 92. Don't believe. Follow me. Hey, are you trying to tell us about the old ruble? Why is there no news later? Are you here to perform a pantomime for us? Under the high platform, the crowd of onlookers were a little dissatisfied when Kenon hadn't spoken for a long time. Someone questioned Kenon on the stage loudly. Looking at the onlookers below, Kenon could see the impatience in their eyes. Bored, Kenon was very anxious. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't say a single letter, as if he had never spoken with this talented skill. "Are you going to tell me? If you don't tell me, get out of here. Don't waste our time here. Bastards like you should just throw them into the river to feed the fish." Someone yelled at the bottom. That sentence pierced Kenon's heart like a knife, making him somehow suddenly remember the way Ziming had spoken to him yesterday, and remembered his sister getting on the boat with the foreign trafficker. The painful expression of time. Mr. Ziming trusted me so much and put such important things in my hands, and what he did was a heroic savior. I am a real bastard and I can never live up to the trust of such a character. And my sister, she went abroad because she couldn't live in this damn country. She knew that the life would be worse if she went out, but there might be a way to survive. Konon, didn't you swear that you would do it in front of Mr. Ziming yesterday? Didn't you say that you must help other compatriots? Why can't I say a word now? You must not be so useless. Kenon yelled in his heart, remembering the way he inspired himself when he saw Mr. Ziming yesterday. This made Kenon infinite confidence. He took the trumpet and put it to his mouth and said, "I really want to let me tell you about the old ruble, because the old ruble can still be used." Hearing Kenon's first words, in the Volga car opposite the high platform, Ziming also spoke again. "Well, let's go back to the chief market first." Tong Hua was a little surprised. "Mr. Ziming, why is this? Don't you think this scientific farmer is not good enough? Are we going to replace it?" "On the contrary, I think this Mr. Konon has no problem," Ziming explained to Tong Hua, because at the beginning, he was a little nervous because he didn't have the experience of speaking in front of so many people, but as long as I have spoken, no matter what he said, The key is that he finally speaks. As long as many things break through this barrier, the following things will go smoothly, so we don't need to continue watching here. Ziming's explanation left Tong Hua dumbfounded. Mr. Ziming, is this really okay? What can't be? As you said before, if this Mr. Kenan doesn't work, we will just change, right? Ziming asked, and more importantly, we have to do it. There are a lot of things, and there is no need to waste time on this. Since someone can do it, then no matter whether he can do it well, we must trust him, otherwise we worry about this and worry about that. And the result can only be that we can't do anything well. I'm still tired. Facing Ziming's explanation, Tong Hua fell into silence, because Ziming's remarks weren't a profound truth, but these simple truths that anyone can say, but not everyone can do it. But all that can be done are big shots. Ziming smiled and asked the policeman driving in front to start the car and drove back to Churf Market. At this moment, there was a burst of laughter from the high platform over there. You said that the old ruble can still be used? Did you not wake up? Or was your brain burnt when you drank too much of the river? The broadcasts on the streets and lanes these days are saying that the old ruble is completely obsolete. And even the banks have stopped. For the recycling of old rubles, the Law Enforcement Bureau also stipulates that anyone who misuses the old rubles will be detained. Well, since you said that you can use the old rubles, let's use it with you. I think the clothes on your body are not bad, or I will buy all the old rubles, and you will wear the old rubles I gave you. Rubles go home. Listening to the ridicule in the audience, Kenon, who was originally anxious and nervous, calmed down instead. He was not angry or unconvinced, but he felt that these people were very sad. Everyone was clearly targeted by the government, but they don't want to make progress, but still laugh at each other. Can this make their life easier? Obviously the old ruble can still be used as their last hope, but now some people put this help in front of them, but they still laugh at this hope. Why is that? Kenan is not a psychologist, so he can't answer this question naturally, but he is very fortunate that he can meet Mr. Ziming, because if he didn't meet Mr. Ziming, then he wouldn't be one of these foolish people. What? With this thought, Kenan looked at the crowd in the audience and said, does everyone think it's funny? In fact, I'll find it funny when I listen to it for the first time, but it's a pity that I'm telling the truth, because in Churl at the husband's market, the old rubles can really be used now. If Kenan just shouted unconvincingly, it would only arouse greater ridicule and booing, but Kenan's calm words made everyone in the audience look at each other, and instead made them a little bit at a loss, wondering whether they should believe it. I know the Churf Market. It is a place for Chinese businessmen. Those Chinese businessmen are greedy and stingy. How can they allow the use of old rubles? Someone questioned him below. But before he finished speaking, Kenan interrupted him angrily. Fuck you. Damn shit. You bastard bitch. Hold your mouth tight and let me listen. These Chinese people are very cultivated and caring people. This nation is hardworking, brave and responsible, which is completely different from the shit in the Malin Palace. The people below were stunned. No one thought that Kenan would suddenly explode such of vulgarity, so that everyone did not respond at once. No one spoke, just looked up at who was mad on the high platform. Farming. This is also normal for the Science and Agriculture Association. After all, Ziming shocked him too much yesterday. He admired Ziming so much. How could he allow these people to question or even insult his life idol in this way? Then Kenan calmed down a bit, and then said, I know you don't believe it, because the Malin Palace has broadcasted that the old ruble has been abolished. But it is this way that can better reflect the Chinese people's attitude towards us. Russian sincere feelings, but the filthiness in your heads made you disbelieve and even insulted them. I feel really worthless for the Chinese people, depending on who they are helping. In the face of Kenan's accusations, some people below were not convinced and said, the Chinese have not been in North Russia for a day or two. Do you say that a good person is a good person? We don't know if the Churf Market can use the old rubles. Of course I don't know if I don't go. Only those who have been know. Kenan said, Now I'm going to the Jiff market. If you want to go, you can follow me. After talking about Kenan, he jumped off the platform. The people below consciously made way for him. Kenan was holding a horn and looked at the confused eyes around him. He felt very proud in his heart. He straightened his chest, said, I know that each of you has a lot of old rubles that are too late to exchange. I also have a lot of them. I also know that you all want to spend your old rubles, so follow me. As Kenan said, he walked forward with his head raised. The crowd in front of him separated automatically. These people looked at Kenan's back and looked at each other, and then they were attracted by Kenan like a magnet. So a mighty team like a parade soon appeared on Geller Street, which surprised many people. Even the police station on Geller Street became tense, because despite the economic collapse of North Russia, Crisco's situation has always been chaotic, but parades like this are still rare. After all, group activities are very sensitive no matter which country they are in. What kind of team are you? Are you going to the racecourse to rally and petition? People kept coming to ask questions on the way, and they would get this answer. I heard that old rubles can be spent on the Jiff market. We are all going to see the situation. If it is really possible, we will spend all the old rubles on our hands. Drop. This answer makes it impossible for everyone who heard it to calm down, because as Conan said, everyone still has a lot of old rubles in their hands. Because the Malin Palace issued a decree to abolish the old rubles, they all wanted to spend the old ruble very urgently but couldn't help it. Hearing this answer violently now, these later people joined the team one by one, and in this way, the team grew bigger and bigger inadvertently. Kenan walked right in front of the team with his head upright. He turned his head and glanced at the team behind him. His heart calmed down and his eyes became firmer. After about half an hour, Kenan led the team of thousands of people and finally came to the entrance of Jiff Market. At the entrance, a very ordinary Volga car stopped there. Two young Chinese men and a very beautiful North Russian woman were standing in front of the car. Kenan subconsciously stopped because he had seen these two Chinese people, and one of them was Mr. Ziming, whom he admired so much. Kenan stopped, and the team behind him also subconsciously stopped. No one dared to go ahead. In the doubtful eyes of these thousands of people, Kenan came forward to Ziming, bowed to Ziming very respectfully, and said, Mr. Ziming, I have not failed your high hopes. I will take everyone coming. Ziming smiled and patted Kenan's shoulder and said that it's hard work. Then Ziming looked up at Kenan's huge team of thousands of people behind him, took Kenan's horn and handed it to the translator Karolina and said, Come on. Welcome to the Jiff market. I know everyone feels desperate because of the abolition of the old ruble, but you don't have to. Because the world has not abandoned you. Because at least the old ruble can still be used in the Jiff market! Exclamation mark. As the last word translated by Karolina fell, the team of thousands of people suddenly burst into a burst of enthusiastic cheers. Chapter 93 Priority Market Shares. Long live! The Chinese are the best friends of our North Russian people, and the savior of our North Russia when the situation is most critical. I will remember the Chinese people's kindness to us North Russia forever and will never forget it. Unexpectedly, when the Malin Palace had already given up the ruble and abandoned its people, when the old ruble was turned into waste paper because of the decree, it was actually the Chinese businessman who stood up and insisted on still using the old ruble. What kind of a spirit of internationalism! All Chinese are the best nation worthy of our respect for generations to come. Thank the Chinese people. I don't think there is any language to thank these kind Chinese people. They are our parents and sisters. In front of the Jiff market, all the North Russians who came here with Conan yelled in excitement after hearing Ziming's words that the ruble could still be used here. These North Russians, they are all crowded at the gate of the market, walking in a line. This is not how qualified these North Russians are, but if you want to buy things with old rubles in the Jiff market, you must enter Jiff first. Market shares. Our Jiff market has now established a management joint stock company, which is more conducive to the deployment of resources for the entire market. In order to create better services for everyone, We need everyone to invest in shares first. You only need to spend new rubles at the door to buy the company's shares. You can use the stocks to buy goods in the market at any time using the old rubles. Only the holders of the stocks can use the old rubles to buy goods in the market. The stocks can only be used in the market with their ID card, and the old rubles purchase quota and shares. The stock must not be lent to others, otherwise the market has the right to confiscate the stock, and the final interpretation right of the stock belongs to the company. A propaganda car parked at the door, and the horn on the car kept playing related matters about the use of the old ruble in the chief market. There were also several market managers who waited at the door to accept everyone's inquiries. Stock company stocks. Is this the same as those listed companies in securities companies? Only when we buy stocks here can we use the old rubles to buy things here? A young North Russian came forward and asked. The manager nodded and replied, yes, it is the same stock as that, because the Malin Palace has clearly stated that it is illegal to publicly use the old ruble, but our company is a legal company, so it can only be done by protecting the interests of the members of the company. To recycle the old rubles, and to become an internal member of the company, you must spend the new rubles to buy the company's stock and become a shareholder of the company, so that it is legal. What about this share? Does it mean that the more stocks you buy, the more old rubles can be used here? Someone asked. Yes, it is more fair to do so, to prevent someone from buying the shares and selling them outside, which becomes an illegal act. As a last resort, they can only be determined in the form of shares. The manager replied, what is this stock? What does it do? Someone asked the most critical question. This question is still easy to answer, in simple terms. The stock is the proof that everyone owns the company's assets. With this stock, you can say that everyone is a part of the company and part of the company's boss. Ziming and Tong Hua were in the office of the management office building, looking at all of this at the door of the market below. Suddenly the door of the office was opened. It was Li Cheng and Tong Gang who came in, and Tong Gang stepped forward to praise Ziming. One sentence. Little brother Ziming is really extraordinary when he makes a move. If you can think of raising funds in this way, I'm afraid you are the only little brother Ziming. Ziming humbled a bit. I am also anxious about the market. Since everyone is worried about the old ruble, how can we not do anything at all? I think it's not just to figure out a way. The little brother Ziming dares to think and do, and the speed of action is so fast. This is the most rare thing, Li Cheng said. Being so praised by the two Hong Kong city business tycoons, Li Cheng and Tong Gang, it is not embarrassing for Ziming to be so thick-skinned, but what they said is true. First of all, Tong Gang said that there are thousands of people in the chief market today. Even if each person only buys shares of 100 new rubles, it adds up to hundreds of thousands. You must know that this is the science. The first batch of people brought by the farmer, and the entire Crisco has several million people. They have more or less old rubles in their hands. Then hundreds of thousands of people come in casually. That is a lot of money. Up. Then there is Li Cheng. In fact, he only pointed out one basic principle of doing business, which is the advantage of monopolizing the market. Simply put, when there is only one person selling eggs in the market, he will definitely make money no matter how he sells eggs. But when there are other egg sellers in the market, that's not necessarily the case. Now the entire North Russian Republic is giving up the old ruble, but all the North Russians still have the old ruble. When it is very urgent to spend the old ruble, Ziming is the first to stand up and recognize the value of the old ruble and become the market. The first and only one who sells eggs. Then there are a lot of brains that can be used here. Li Cheng and Tong Gang both praised Ziming, and Tong Gang then asked his son, Ahua, are there any gains from following Mr. Ziming today? Faced with his father's question, Tong Hua replied with emotion, Father, Mr. Ziming is really a strange person. Whether it is his business vision or his way of thinking about people and using people, I am amazed. I followed him today. I think I have gained a lot. Tong Hua's words surprised Li Cheng. It seems that little brother Ziming really taught you a lot of things, but I know Awa, you never boast easily. Tong Hua shook his head and said, Uncle Li Cheng is not like this. Mr. Ziming didn't deliberately say anything in front of me. It's just that he is full of great wisdom in his gestures, so I can't resist. Li Cheng and Tong Gang both looked at Ziming in surprise, but this time Ziming spoke first. Chairman Tong Li Dong, don't praise me. Let's talk about the situation in front of us first. It seems that so many North Russians come here to buy our stocks, but our fundamental problems are gradually exposed. If this problem is not resolved, I am afraid we will soon be bankrupt. The more Ziming spoke, the more helpless he became. In the end, he sighed, and Li Cheng and Tong Gang frowned after listening. Tong Gang also nodded deeply in agreement. This is indeed a big headache. When Ziming and Li Chengtong in the office of the management office frowned, at the entrance of Chelf Market outside, when everyone was crowded to enter the market, an American was walking outside. Just a few hundred meters away, the American squeezed for more than 40 minutes before going out. After squeezing out the line, he went straight to the street where the market passed. A black Lincoln car was parked here. The American, when I walked here, I was already sweating and panting. Mr. David, I bought the shares of Chief Market Management Company. Speaking of this, the American handed out a stock to the car. The window over there was rolled down. Someone reached out to take the stock and handed him a handkerchief. Wipe your sweat. Well, Mr. Matar will ask later what you said. Through these words, the identity of the person in the car has been revealed. The American took the handkerchief and wiped his sweat, and took a rest. Only then did Matu ask him in the car, this stock is for Chelf. Is the market proof? The American replied, no, anyone can still enter the Chelf market, but now there is a dedicated area for the consumption of old rubles in the Chelf market. If you want to consume the old rubles there, you must have a stock certificate. So that's the case. So how do you calculate that share? Matu asked again. The American shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Matar, I only know that the more shares you buy, the more old rubles you can spend in the Chelf market, but the specific share is very crowded, so I can't help it. Make a specific understanding. Okay, I see, Matar said, and the American left immediately after hearing Matar's words. After the American left, David rolled the car window and said, Mr. Matar, I didn't think that Chinese Ziming really had a way, and he could think of a way to use the old ruble to attract the new ruble. The only thing to blame is that there is a problem with the decree of the Mlin Palace. There are millions of people in Crisco. It is an impossible task to exchange all the old rubles within 3 days. There will definitely be a lot of old rubles. The rubles were scattered outside. But what I didn't expect was that Ziming's reaction would be so fast. It was only the next day that he came up with this method. Matter paused here before saying, because Chelf Market has already registered a joint stock company, Ziming certainly didn't think of it yesterday. This time he changed the ruble. It seems that he was prepared. But Mr. Matar, but he is just selling shares. Is it really cost-effective to do this? Davy asked. If his goal is still the new ruble, then it is very cost-effective, and in the foreseeable future, this stock may have a lot of room for appreciation. Even I want to buy it. This sentence of Matar felt a little speechless, but he didn't answer anything, because in his opinion, Mr. Matar was joking, but he didn't know that Matar's words were serious. Then what should we do now? Davy asked Matar. What we have to do now is to have a good talk with the guy in the Mlin Palace. I think he must be more anxious than us. Matar smiled and said that his smile also made Dave very relieved. After all, Matar looked to David as a Western financial genius. Ziming is a Chinese. Davy took the cell phone to Matar. Matar dialed the number Nikolaevich left him. After the call was connected, he said, hello, Mr. President, I'm Matar. I think I have one here. You must be very interested in news. Chapter 94 The Problem of Insufficient Supply. Matar's Lincoln car drove into the Mlin Palace. Like the previous courtesy car, Matar's car drove directly to the office building inside. The president of the office of the President Casa greeted him at the door and met Metu and David. Yi got out of the car and stepped forward and said, I welcome Mr. Matar and Mr. David Yeh very much. Mr. President is already waiting for 2 in the office. Meta nodded and followed Kasu upstairs with Davy and came to the president's office. Nikolaevich immediately got up and asked Meta and Davy to sit down on the sofa in the reception area. Through his move, it is not difficult for Meta to see the psychological state of the North Russian president at this time. Meta was very clever and didn't say anything about it. Although he was very happy in front of a president of a country, Mr. Meta was far past that age group, so he just sat down with David very often. Nikolaevich asked the office to serve each of them a cup of coffee before he said, "Mr. Matar, after 3 days of deployment, the new ruble has replaced the old ruble, but the international value is still lacking. I know Mr. Meta has a very high position in the world, and I hope that Mr. Meta can support our North Russian new ruble in other markets and use the new ruble in transactions." For Nikolaievic's opening remarks, both Matar and David were not surprised, because it was also the president of North Russia. If he came up and asked Ziming eagerly about the situation, wouldn't it seem too much? Did you lose shares? No matter how, you have to be reserved. Mr. President, you should know that I am an international financial speculator. As long as it makes me profitable, I will spare no effort to do it. On the contrary, it is difficult to say that no one will make a loss business. Meta said nonsense to Nikolaevich, since Mr. President is self-reliant, but Mr. Meta is not a casual little person. Let's talk nonsense together. However, Mr. Matar, our North Russia was at least a superpower in the past. Although the current economic development is somewhat unsatisfactory, it is also at a turning point in history. Once we have passed this stage, we will rely on our industrial and scientific foundations. There will be great development in the future. Nikolaevich said this to Meta, but he could also feel that the other party didn't care. In addition, Nikolaevich himself was also very anxious about the current situation. It didn't make much sense to continue to delay. In the end, he had to first surrender and said, "Mr. Matar, I heard you say that there is very important news. I don't know what it is." In the face of Nikolaievic's first surrender, Matar didn't have a chance. He just replied in a usual way, "It's the news of the chief market." I just answered from there. And now I still recognize the old ruble. The value of the old ruble can still be used there. Even though Nikolaevich had known the news in advance, after all, Conan was walking on Jell Street with such a mighty team of thousands of people. It was impossible not to attract the attention of relevant departments. Therefore, the news reached Nicholas. Ravitch is here. But even though he already knew it, he was very surprised when he heard the news at this time. Why is that? Is this Ziming really planning to do charity here at Crisco? Or those Chinese want to fight against the Malin Palace? I will send them all to prison. But I don't think you can do that, Mr. President, because those Chinese are very cunning and they have not violated any of your laws. Meta said that Nikolaevich didn't understand what this meant. And Meta decided on Ziming's rule that he would first buy shares in new rubles and only use the old rubles in the chief market after he became a shareholder, explained to Nikolaevich. After listening to Meta's explanation, Nikolaevich was already stunned. Can the shares still be played like this? These Chinese are too despicable. They actually use the old rubles as bait to trick people into spending the new rubles to buy their shares. As long as there is a profit, there is nothing that cannot be done. The reason why those Chinese people can think of such a method is because there are too many old rubles still in people's hands. Because of the abolition, everyone I hope to spend it as soon as possible, and this gives us an opportunity to take advantage of it. Mata said. Nikolaevich frowned and said, if they continue to develop in this way, the so-called chief market management company will become bigger and bigger because of its shares, and there will be more and more new rubles flowing to the pockets of those Chinese people. In the end, they will become more and more difficult to manage, and even threaten the political and economic balance of the entire Crisco, perhaps including the Dota project. Mata smiled. He could hear that Nikolaievic's last sentence was added temporarily, just to stimulate him. However, Mr. Mata dismissed it. Mr. President, I think you are too valued by those Chinese people when you say that. In my opinion, Their actions are nothing more than a scam that will cause fire. A scam? Nikolaevich asked in surprise. Mr. Meta, why do you say this is a scam? It's very simple. I don't know if you, Mr. President, remember how many goods these Chinese people brought in from Petrograd? Meta asked. Not to answer. Nikolaevich did not answer this question, not because he had forgotten, but because he understood what Meta meant. Nikolaevich looked at Meta with some admiration, thinking that Mr. Meta deserves to be a financial warfare expert who is directly responsible to the President of the United States. His vision and insight are really beyond the reach of ordinary people. And he just now this sentence directly pointed to the crux of Ziming's problem. Now why are Ziming and the others able to sell so many shares in the new ruble? In addition to everyone eagerly wanting to use the old ruble in their hands, the more important point is that there are commodities that everyone needs in the CHF market. Otherwise, if this precondition is lost, no matter how Ziming and the others admit the old ruble, I am afraid that no one will buy it. So now the question is, how many commodities Ziming and the Chinese can supply the entire Crisco? According to Nikolaevich's memory, it seems that since the first shipment of more than 10,000 tons of goods, Ziming has never shipped goods from anywhere, but his trade in the CHF market has continued. It has been more than half a month, and there is still a long time in a state of being snapped up. More than 10,000 tons of cargo sounds like a lot, but it is not worth mentioning if it is placed in this Crisco with a population of several million. Ziming hasn't replenished the supply for such a long time, and has been eating his own money. How long can his business be maintained? And once his supply of goods is cut off, wouldn't his behavior of selling shares become a scam? Thinking of this, Nikolaevich smiled happily, and shook his head pretending to be regretful. These Chinese people are really horrible. They would use such tricks to deceive our people. As the president of North Russia, it will not be allowed to happen. Nikolaevich said to Meta again, thank you very much, Mr. Meta, for reporting this kind of incident. I will send someone to closely monitor the situation there. Once I find any situation, I will definitely arrest all the responsible persons. Meta also smiled. I have no objection to Mr. President's decision, but I only hope that Mr. President can reopen the securities company soon. When Meta and Nikolaevich conspired in the Mlin Palace, in the office of the management office of CHF Market, Ziming and Li Chengtong had just sat on the sofa and both frowned and stood in front of them. Each spread out a document. The number of various goods in the market is no longer large, especially for clothes and footwear. Several of our warehouses are completely empty. If this continues, it will soon affect the normal sales in the market. Tong Gang said that the file in front of him was the warehousing data of CHF Market. When the shares of the market management company were being subscribed frantically, Ziming raised a headache in the office, and then he immediately found the market. The warehouse data, just as Matu and Nikolaevich estimated, their goods really bottomed out. If it only affects the sales in the market, it's okay to say, I'm afraid that someone will take advantage of maneuvering, then it will be troublesome, Ziming said. Hearing what Ziming said, both Li Cheng and Tong Gang's brows frowned. They have not been in North Russia for a day or two. They naturally understand what Ziming is referring to. The Mlin Palace united to find something. Chairman Tong, how long will it take for our ship to set off? Can we set off first? If it doesn't reach the standard of 10,000 tons, we should solve the urgent need first, Li Cheng asked. Tong Gang, we have encountered some problems in European procurement and departure. Not only did the delivery party deliberately delay the time, but the customs procedures and inspections for departure were also much more cumbersome than before, and it would take 3 days to leave the port at the earliest. Just replied, I'm afraid it's too late to leave Hong Kong now. Tong Gang looked out the window and sighed as he said, because outside were thousands of North Russian citizens who came crazy to give money. As businessmen, Li Cheng and Tong Gang felt that there were too many customers for the first time, which was really dumbfounding. Li Cheng looked up at Ziming, but saw that Ziming didn't seem to know what he was thinking. He curiously asked, little brother Ziming, are you not in a hurry? Of course I am in a hurry, But it is useless to be anxious now. I just hope that the call I am waiting for will come soon, Ziming said. Li Cheng and Tong Gang looked at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They didn't understand what Ziming was talking about. When Li Cheng wanted to say something, Ziming's cell phone on the desk suddenly rang. Ziming picked it up to connect, and a smile appeared on his face. A few minutes later, he hung up the phone and stood up happily to Li Cheng. Tonggang announced an incredible news. Chairman Tong Li Dong, the problem of our insufficient supply has been resolved. Chapter 95. Unexpected Eugens? An Il-86 passenger plane landed slowly at Siberian airport. It was a North Russian Airlines plane. The route he was performing was from Yanjing to Crisco. However, due to certain conditions, the plane could not go straight. Flying Crisco also needs to transit at the Siberian airport. Although there are not many people in this vast Siberian land, Siberia Airport is only a transit airport in many cases, but there are planes taking off and landing, and the procedures are the same. Here, when the plane has stopped, the passenger elevator will come over and the plane's door will open. First a few people walk off the plane, and then there are several people stepped onto the plane. In fact, very few people get off the plane here in Siberia. But after a long time on the plane, there are always people who want to go out for air. This is also the intersection of two important railways in Siberia. This airport will also take on a large part of the passenger transport mission. This is also an important reason why the plane flying from Yanjing will choose to transit here. A North Russian with 12 gold rings on his hands and 2 entourage walked into the first-class cabin of the plane. He found his seat and sat down, but his butt was next to the seat but suddenly stood up again. His 2 followers were taken aback. The 2 followers thought it was an accident and were nervously guarded. But then they were relieved because they found that their boss eyes were just looking at a girl in the next seat. This girl is a young Chinese girl. She is wearing a black professional suit. Even though she is just sitting, she can still see her beautiful figure, and she does not tie her hair up like other women, but just drape it casually. The shoulders added a bit of youthful and pretty color to her. She has some light makeup on her pretty face, which is a bit more charming than the plain face without powder. Her big black eyes, looking out the window for some reason, the eyes sparkle with an intoxicating look, seem to be what are you looking forward to? Hi, beautiful Chinese girl. My name is Eugens. I am very happy to be on the same plane with you. The North Russian went up to greet the girl in his scrappy Chinese, and at the same time stretched out his golden hand to the girl. He also shook it deliberately. The gem bracelet and gold bracelet on his wrist crackled. The girl looked up at him, and did not shake hands with him. I'm sorry, I don't know you. Facing this answer, the North Russian named Eugens was stunned for a moment, but he did not give up. Girl, I think you have come to North Russia for the first time. You have never been to Siberia, let alone paid attention to this. The news from the side? Do you know who I am? I am the master of this Siberia. The girl still said plainly, is that so? But I still don't know you, and the plane will take off soon. Would you please sit back in your seat? I believe you must have not heard clearly. I said that I am the master of this Siberia. I am the chairman of the Bank of Siberia and an oil company. I have the most wealth in this land. I speak to you now because God gives me your luck. If someone here provokes me to anger, I will choose to have someone throw him off the plane and throw him on the Siberian wasteland to feed the wolves. Eugens paused at this point, then slowed down, and then said to the girl, but generally I don't treat a lady in such a rude way. It's only if the lady is obedient, but I believe the Chinese girl who can afford to fly now must be a very smart and outstanding Chinese girl. You must understand what I mean, right? The girl said with a loud voice. It turned out to be so, but I think it would be better for you to sit back in your seat when the plane is about to take off. If it interferes with the normal takeoff and landing of the plane, this is not a gentleman. The behavior of the girl's almost ignorant answer 3 times in a row made Eugens very annoyed. Chinese girl, did you not bring your brain out? I tell you, I will take you out of Siberia today. Talking about Eugen's hand, he pinched the girl's white neck, but his hand finally had no chance to tarnish the girl's beauty, because the other hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his hand. Eugen's looked up and saw two young Chinese. One of them looked at him contemptuously and said, "I said Northern Russians, you didn't hear this lady saying that the plane is about to take off. You won't sit back in your seat? Today I am really fucking." Eugen smiled. How can I encounter so many neuroses? Here in Siberia, you don't have the right to speak Chinese. Let go. Eugen tried to shake off the grasped hand as he spoke, but the hand that grasped him was like iron tongs, which made him unable to break free, even unable to move. Eugen glanced at the Chinese who was holding his hand. He was about to scold someone, but he saw a chilling indifference in the other's eyes, which reminded Eugen of himself many years ago. A killer he had seen, so he didn't dare to do anything again. So he had to give an order to the entourage behind him. "Are you all rice buckets? What are you still doing there? Come and help me." The two entourage came over immediately, but the Chinese only took 2 steps forward and pushed them back to their seats with one hand. This shocked Eugen, because he knew very well that his 2 followers were professional bodyguards, both of whom were professionally trained bodyguards, and even one of them came out with a black punch. And one punch can kill a cow. But now he was pushed back into the seat with one hand. He looked at this ugly Chinese and felt very unbelievable, because if the opponent was a strong man, it would be normal, but he couldn't figure out how this Chinese who didn't seem to be tall and not strong, how could it come from? Great power, is this the devil? But Eugen didn't have time to think about this issue, because the 2 bodyguards were acting like a kid in front of their employers, which obviously hurt their self-esteem, so they immediately stood up again, but they didn't have time to do it. No matter what action, the man grabbed Eugen's neck with one hand. At the same time, the Chinese also said, "I don't care if you are called Eugen's or Squid Silk, you are a shit in front of me. I advise you to calm down your entourage, otherwise my friend," he said, "I may slip my hands." Eugen blushed. On the one hand, he was irritated by the words, and on the other hand, his neck was pinched uncomfortably. He raised his head and saw the indifferent eyes, and finally he could only say, "Okay, I know, you guys. Don't move, this matter is over." The Chinese made a sighting gesture to the 2 Eugen's entourages. The 2 entourages first glanced at Eugen's, and then sat down unwillingly. After seeing them obediently, he let him go. In the end, the Chinese left a sentence for him and sat back on his seat. "If you are not a North Russian, you will be bullied. You have to know that we Chinese are better." Eugen understands Chinese, and he almost ran away with this, if it weren't for his fear of being dominated by a hand just now. Eugen took a few deep breaths and suppressed the anger in his heart. He also understood that sometimes head-to-head is not a good thing, especially his life is still so precious. And in his opinion, he can afford to sit in first class. Chinese people, maybe they really have some identity. So he asked his entourage to secretly inspect the identities of these Chinese people before the plane took off. The result was only to know that their names were Du Peng and Suhan, and the visa stated that they were coming to North Russia to do business. This answer made Eugen smile with disdain. There are just 2 Chinese businessmen, so arrogant, you can offend people who shouldn't offend. Du Peng seemed to have insight into Eugen's thoughts, and turned around at this time, and smiled at Eugen, as if he was not afraid of him. After the plane took off, Eugen didn't make any further actions until the plane landed at Crisco's airport. They walked out of the hatch. Du Peng and Suhan were the first to get off the plane, and Eugen deliberately walked on them behind. Du Peng and Suhan got off the plane. A middle-aged Chinese came to greet them with 2 entourages. They took the initiative to say, "Welcome comrades Du Peng and Suhan to Crisco. My name is Zhang Hu, the consul of the Russian Republic. On behalf of all the staff of the consulate, I welcome the 2 of you." Du Peng went up and took the initiative to shake hands with Zhang Hu. "Thank you, Consul Zhang, for being able to greet us today. We are really flattered." Zhang Hu smiled and said, Comrade Jiang Hu is polite. This is also the task assigned to me by the consulate. Du Peng, Suhan and Jiang Hu greeted a few words and then got into the car and left. Behind them, Eugens took his 2 bodyguards and watched the whole plot. He said to himself disdainfully, "Consul, it seems that you are really here to do business, but it is a pity that you provoke me and humiliate me. I will not let your business be so good." Eugens finally squinted his eyes again. "And that Chinese chick, it really tastes better as you look at it. I really want to know what kind of beauty is under your clothes." While talking, 2 Lincoln cars quietly drove to his side, and an American got out of the car and came to him and said, "Hello, Mr. Eugens, I am responsible for picking you up." Eugens glanced back at the car, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Mr. Matar is still the same as Mr. Matar, and what he does is always leaving people speechless." Then Eugens and his bodyguards got in the car. Their car drove out of the airport and headed towards downtown Crisco. In front of them, the car of the consulate where Du Peng and Suhan were sitting was also directly driving to the consulate. Only the car drove to the gate of the consulate. Suhan hurriedly asked the driver to stop, just because she saw a figure that she missed. Ziming. Suhan got out of the car and shouted out his name. Chapter 96. Finding a way from home. 2 Volga cars drove one after the other on Jell Street. Ziming and Li Chengtong were both sitting in the cars. They headed west, but of course they were not looking for excitement, but rushed directly to Crisco, the embassy area, and their destination is the Chinese consulate. The consulate is west of the Malin Palace, so he arrived here more than half an hour later. They got off the car and accepted the routine inspections of the consulate. Of course, the consulate was originally just a dispatched agency for managing diasporas and commerce, so it didn't need to be so complicated. However, in view of the current unstable internal situation in northern Russia, and the consulate may have been affected to a certain extent due to the agitation of the Americans and the northern Russian government, this inspection was added. Ziming has no way of knowing what the reason is, but it doesn't hurt. Since it's the consulate's regulations, it's up to you to implement it yourself, and you won't be wasting this time anyway. So Ziming and Li Chengtong just got out of the car. They looked up at the flag waving in the wind in the consulate, and then the 2 looked at each other. They were all question marks at the same time. Chairman Tong Li Dong, "Don't worry, I brought you here to solve the problem of market supply." Ziming said this to Li Cheng and Tong Gang, but it's okay if he didn't say it. Now that he said this has made Li Cheng and Tong Gang angry, because they were still talking about the shortage of supply in the chief market just now. Ziming suddenly received a call and took them over to the consulate. While Li Cheng and Tong Gang just came here with Ziming, they didn't know Ziming's plan. If they can, they really want to put a knife on Ziming's neck now, and then force him to ask him what medicine he sells in the gourd. But they have no chance to actually do it. For one thing, they can't do it. Secondly, they will have an answer soon. Suddenly they heard someone calling Ziming. Li Cheng and Tong Gang looked back and saw a very delicate and capable girl standing there. This girl is Suhan. She was so happy to see Ziming. Her eyes were full of excitement and excitement. She ran towards Ziming after a few steps, but she stopped after a few steps, because I saw Karolina getting off the car from behind Ziming. Karolina is also a very beautiful woman, especially her straight and slender legs, her tall figure that belongs to the North Russians, and her light green eyes, so that Suhan, who is also a woman, will be jealous and fascinated. What would happen if she followed Ziming's side? Ziming couldn't see Suhan's random thoughts at this time. Seeing Suhan stopped and stood there blankly, Ziming thought of her timidity and low self-esteem, so he took the initiative to hug her. "Little Han, I didn't expect you to come very quickly. I haven't seen you for so long. You are much more mature than before." It seems that the little girl with no masters in the past has now grown into the domineering president of the company. Suhan was originally thin-skinned, but now that Ziming was so teased, she said even more embarrassingly, "I don't have an overbearing president. I just follow the rules you set." Ziming would say this on purpose. First of all, Ziming has been abroad for so long, He really missed her and wanted to tease her. Secondly, in this situation, it would be good to distract her as soon as possible and prevent her from thinking about her. Method. Li Cheng and Tong Gang stood by and watched this scene. They could see the relationship between Ziming and the girl, and they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Ziming's peach blossom luck, because they both came from Hong Kong and knew that Ziming was here. The relationship between Hong Kong City and Lin Muking, and Lin Muking is now the dream lover of almost all men in Hong Kong. If Lin Muking publicly says that she likes Ziming, God knows how many copies of the Blood Book will kill Ziming. On the other hand, they all knew that Ziming and Zhao Lin, who was the #1 beauty in Hong Kong, also had an unclear relationship. Later in North Russia, it was Carolina's ambiguity first, and now another such beautiful girl chased out from the country. Such a prosperous peach blossom, especially every woman around him is so tickling. Even Li Cheng people like He Tongan are a little bit jealous. It's just that they will think about it in their minds, and they won't think there is anything wrong with it. After all, people are not in vain, and Ziming is so good. Hey, I said, Comrade Ziming, you can't be such a sloppy friend and ignore someone as big as me. At this time, another voice sounded unwilling to show weakness. There will be no one else except Du Peng. Ziming loosened his hand holding Su Han and said to him, if I forget you, I dare not forget you, Master Du. I am here this time. Crisco's plan, but you are still pointing to you to help me. Ziming's remarks are not entirely polite. Needless to say, Su Han is the woman who has best helped him the most in her previous life. She is also the woman who has loved him for 2 lifetimes. Now she has taken over the 760 factory and the 8 Treasure Kanji factory. He is the highest ranking person in the entire township industrial park, and his parents are also in the factory. Not only the company, but also the health of the parents must be taken care of by her. Why is such a woman not important? As for Du Peng, let alone the fact that his grandfather is the president of the country, it is enough to awe everyone, even if the central government is still in the hands of Mr. Yang. In the domestic ecological environment, there is a good family background, no matter what you do. This is what I have learned with Du Peng when I was still in the country. Although I have gone abroad now, my parents and Su Han are still in the country. It can be said that my roots are in the country. Not to mention that Ziming was born again. I have the memory of the future and know how much the country will be in the future. The incredible development is that at the moment, if you want to get rid of the predicament, you have to rely on domestic power. I need to exchange greetings with other people, but for old friends, these can be omitted. After saying hello, Ziming introduced Li Cheng Tongan and Carolina to Du Peng and Su Han respectively. It's okay to know Li Cheng Tongan, 2 old fried dough sticks in shopping malls. It is impossible to have any problems in dealing with people. Du Peng and Su Han have gradually developed in China. Only when introducing Carolina, Ziming inevitably felt a little guilty. However, Su Han did not show any concern, only smiling and paying tribute to Carolina, which made Ziming unconsciously relieved. At this time, Consul Zhang Hu appeared very timely. He walked over and said, this is Comrade Ziming and Comrade Tong Gang from Hong Kong City. Comrade Li Cheng, right? My name is Zhang Hu, the consul in the Republic of North Russia. Hello, Consul Zhang, I am Ziming. I am very happy to be here today at the consulate of my home country, and I hope Consul Zhang can help a lot. Ziming said. Zhang Hu waved his hand and said, Comrade Ziming is polite. My main job as a consul is to provide help to the people here in Crisco. The conversation between Ziming and Zhang Hu sounded completely nonsense at first glance, but listening to Li Cheng and Tong Gang's ears gave them an idea. They looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Could it be that what Ziming just said has solved the Supplely problem? That's what it meant? Then, under the leadership of Zhang Hu, they walked into the consulate together and came to the reception room. The entourage of the consulate brought them tea. When he got here, Ziming was not polite. He just took a sip of tea and said directly, Consul Zhang, You must already know the purpose of my coming here today. I just hope to negotiate with the North Russian side through the consulate. I hope to get the cooperation of the railway department to realize cargo transportation as soon as possible. Today Suhan and Du Peng are here to achieve this connection faster. Du Peng over there also nodded very cooperatively and said, "This is the Consul Jiang. We are ready here at home." However, the situation on the North Russian side is relatively poor and the procedures are particularly cumbersome. I personally have an understanding of international trade. I don't know much, so I hope to get some help through the consulate. As Ziming and Du Peng said these first words, Li Cheng and Tong Gang were so happy, because it was exactly what they thought. Ziming's source of goods in his mouth is to find the goods from the country. Since the ocean-going ferry takes too long, it is transported by land, and from the country to Crisco, there happens to be such a direct railway. This surprised Li Cheng and Tong Gang, and at the same time it was expected. The accident is because the mainland has always been poor and backward in the eyes of Hong Kong people. Even Li Cheng and Tong Gang are no exception, so when thinking about it, I subconsciously ignored this. As expected, Ziming was a rising star. He had always developed in China before, and his foundation was in China. Now even they can't help it. Ziming can only think of a solution from China. Zhang Hui thought for a while and said, "As a consulate, my job is to promote the development of trade between China and Russia. I also support this kind of trade behavior. If it were last year, I would definitely not hesitatingly promised you. But now." Zhang Hui shook his head when he said this. "Comrade Ziming, you are in North Russia, so you must understand the current situation in North Russia," Zhang Hui said and looked at Ziming. Ziming nodded to him. Zhang Hui went on to say, "Not only is the situation in North Russia unstable, but more importantly, there is a loose federal system. Local states and capitals have problems. Small powers, especially in Siberia, are now a headache even for the central government of North Russia." Facing Zhang Hui's words, Du Peng suddenly raised his head and asked, "Consul Jiang, is there someone in Siberia called Eugens?" Eugens is the chairman of the Bank of Siberia and an oil company. His family is very powerful in several states in Siberia. There is a saying that he is the master of Siberia. Zhang Hui looked at Du Peng suspiciously and asked, "It seems that Comrade Du Peng, you know the situation well?" Du Peng smiled bitterly and said, "How do I understand? I just met a ghost when I saw a ghost." Chapter 97 Follow bosses to make money? Bow, thank you book friends 2,113,809 inches for your monthly support. Ziming, I'm sorry. On the Volga car, Suhan cowardly apologized to Ziming, lowered his head, like a child who did something wrong. Ziming was surprised at this. "Why do you apologize to me, Xiaohan?" "Because I was a little too arrogant on the plane," Suhan said. "If I could talk to him well at the time, maybe your thing would be done quickly, and I helped you do a bad thing." Ziming's previous surprise was not made deliberately. He really didn't care. He only reacted to Suhan's words. Suhan said that she and Du Peng met Eugens at the Siberian airport. Just now at the consulate, when Zhang Hui mentioned Siberia, Du Peng suddenly thought of this Eugens, and subconsciously asked, but he didn't expect it to be him. According to Zhang Hui, this Eugens was an illegitimate child, and his tortuous life experience as a child made him very bizarre. Du Peng understands this very well, because he saw Eugen's golden hands. As the grandson of the chairman, Du Peng has also seen many rich people at home and abroad. Except for some sudden upstarts, some wealthy people with background will not do this kind of thing. Later, Du Peng told about the conflict between them and Eugens on the coming plane. Zhang Hui frowned after hearing this and told Du Peng that he only hoped that Eugens was in a better mood today. Otherwise, if he resolutely refuses to let go of Siberia and set up obstacles to trains from China, they really have no good way. After all, the Soviet Union has only disintegrated, and the control of the new North Russian Republic is not so strong, and the Western federal system and domestic the situation is also different. The local state capitals have more of their own affairs, and they are still confident. Recalling the situation in the consulate just now, Ziming said to Su Han, "How can you be blamed? Don't say you don't know this situation, even if you know it. If he wants to bully Xio anew, he must give him something. Look at the color. If I were on the scene, it would be even worse." Ziming thought for a while and then said, "Furthermore, Xion, have you forgotten what Consul Jiang said just now? This Eugens has a weird personality. Even if we made him happy at the time, when it comes to the key matter, I still play my temper. But the most important thing now is that nothing has happened yet. We haven't seen this Eugens. Everything is unknown." "Xion, did you say that earlier?" Su Han wanted to say something, but at this moment he spoke with Du Peng, who was sitting in the car. "It's really impossible. We don't go to Siberia. Anyway, there is not only this railway to Crisco. It's the same when walking, but the journey is a bit farther. The countries passing through are a bit more, and the procedures are a little more complicated." "Why do I think, Du Peng, your fellow's remarks are so useless?" Ziming said with a smile, "but the facts are true. Because Du Peng and the others are sending goods from the northeast. Siberia can go directly, but if you want to go to Central Asia, you must traverse the whole of China and go around a large circle. Not to mention, now that the Soviet Union is disintegrating, Central Asia and several countries are doing their own things, and it is indeed not as convenient as crossing Siberia." Du Peng spread his hands together. "That's no way. I'm just a normal person, and you can't compare with Ziming. You are such a pervert." After talking and laughing, Ziming and his car drove to Hotel 1, where Ziming had already opened the room. At the same time, at the Baiyun City Airport in Lingnan, the two people were sitting in the waiting hall, waiting anxiously. "Brother, are we really going to North Russia? I heard that the situation there is quite chaotic right now, and people are killed everywhere. We are completely unfamiliar with the place where we live. So what are we doing? If we don't do our business here in Nanjing, we have to run so far for nothing." The younger person was walking around anxiously back and forth, looking up at the time for a while, and said to the person still sitting in the chair. The man said, "It is said that wealth are in danger. It is because the situation in North Russia is unstable that there will be bigger and better business opportunities, right? If it is really so stable, it will be boring. Do you remember me yesterday? The businessman I met, didn't he just make a lot of money from doing business in North Russia? And it's not a difficult business. He just sold ordinary footwear and made hundreds of thousands in less than a month. Come back. That's probably he's bragging for us. What do you think he would come back if he really made so much money? Then do business over there." The younger man said again, "That's because it's still outside after all. It's better to come home." Is it possible to make money outside without going home? And I also know that he must be bragging. He didn't make that much, but from judging by his clothes, he should have made at least 100,000 yuan. Which is already a lot of money. "You think we have only made much money in Nanjing for so many years?" The man said that he suddenly stood up and stretched out his hand to sit down. He was impatient. "I said you shouldn't dangle here, because it made my head dizzy." This conversation between the brothers attracted the attention of other people in the waiting hall, but they just took a look and lost the text. But if Ziming were here, he would definitely recognize the identities of the brothers, because they are Ziming had helped before, his former boss Xialang, and his younger brother Xiakan. Xiakan seemed to have noticed the gazes of the people around him. He had to sit on the chair honestly when he was pulled down by his brother, but he was still very unconvinced in his mouth. "Brother, I think that guy deliberately lied to us. Maybe he lost a lot of money abroad, so he doesn't want to admit it. We are really deceived if we want to pass," Xiakan said. Xialang shook his head helplessly and said, "Xiakan, why do you think others are so gloomy? And even if he really lied to us, but we still make the final decision, don't you? The blame is placed on others. We are men and we have to take our own responsibility. Do you remember the original Ziming boss? He is a very dare to act." Hearing what his brother said, Xiakan was speechless, because he also remembered the original things. "Think about it carefully. We did lose money in the stock market at the beginning, but that has nothing to do with Boss Zhu, and even if we didn't lose money, we may not be able to win the order, but you have to blame Zhu. Boss, what's the final result? Not only did he not blame you, he didn't call the police to catch you, but he also helped us win the impossible order. Sharon said, I admit that I was impulsive at that time. But there was only one boss Zhu, and this time we met not the boss Zhu. Xie-kun said. Sharon pointed to his younger brother and said, don't you understand what I mean? What I said is that we should make our own decisions. We should be responsible for the decisions we make. Don't blame this and that. We are already able to. I am an independent adult, not a child who depends on anyone. Xie-kun waved his hand and said, okay, I know, brother, I don't want to blame anyone, but that guy is not a good person at first sight. He must be deliberately deceiving us. Xie-lang shook his head helplessly. He knew that his younger brother's character could not be changed, but this habit of blaming others for throwing the pot, so many people across the country, basically did not take care of what he saw, and how many people can really do it? To change it, by the way, we went directly to the market called the husband this time, right? Xie-kun suddenly remembered something and said, there is a place where Chinese people gather. We can check the first, and there are all Chinese people. There must be no problem. Sharon nodded and said, the inspection is definitely going to be inspected, but I have asked Du to help me consign our goods. This answer made Xie-kun jump up. What, brother, you are not so impatient? We have not been there yet. Why do you let brother Hu take the freight first? Brother Hu just has a hard relationship on the domestic railway. But it doesn't work if you go abroad. Who told you that I have to ship it back? I said that I want to do this business over there. Sharon said. Xie-kun stared at Xie-lang dumbfounded and could not speak. Xie-lang once again took her brother to sit down, and then said to him, Xie-kun, I know you will feel that I am very anxious to do things, but this time I don't worry, because I'm afraid I will really miss the opportunity. What opportunity do you miss? Xie-kun asked inexplicably. Sharon said with a face like this, I knew you must have paid no attention to what the boss said. Did you forget who he said was the Behinthesen's boss of Chief Market? Xie-kun thought for a while and suddenly thought of it, and said in surprise, brother, did you think it was the boss of Zimingzi who helped us? It's him. Xie-lang said, Boss Zhao's vision and ability are superhuman. Look at the 8 treasure porridge he made in China and the stock market in Nanjing. Wasn't that popular all over the country? The stock market doesn't need to be. Having said that, we can see that the daily transaction volume is tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions. And the 8 treasure kanji factory has now become a complete industrial park. Xie-kun, please think about it. With so many things, every one of them can be the first. Then, does everyone who follow him make a lot of money? Xie-lang said. Xie-kun nodded desperately. So, brother, we are going to make a lot of money with Boss Zhu this time? Sharon shook his head and sighed. What kind of character is Boss Zhu? How dare I ask for this? We may never have a chance to meet him when we arrive in North Russia, but I believe that as long as we keep up with him, we will be able to make money. Because I believe in Boss Zhu's vision. At this time, the announcement in the waiting hall came to remind Sharon to board the plane and immediately got up and said to Xie-kun very confidently, go, follow me and follow Boss Zhu to North Russia to make money. Chapter 98. 2 rooms and 2 women. In an ensuite room of Hotel 1 Crisco, judging from the clothes folded in the closet, this room must be a woman now, and the style of the clothes and the cosmetics on the table are all reflected. This is a very tasteful woman. It's just that such a very tasteful woman now lies on the hotel bed tossing and turning, having difficulty falling asleep. Judging from the slender legs that kicked out of the quilt, this must be Karolina's room. This girl from a former Soviet official's family used to pay attention to the quality of sleep and would never stay up without accident. She had already formed a habit for several years, but today, she can't fall asleep when she is lying on the bed tossing over and over, as if the bed has hair on it, and it makes her itchy and unable to fall asleep. If someone is standing next to her bed at this time, then you can definitely see Karolina pouting a small mouth, looking at the opposite wall irritably, because on the other side of the wall, it's Ziming's room. The Chinese girl named Suhan also checked into this hotel tonight, and she was staying in Ziming's room. Now they must be sleeping on the same bed. They were boy and girl friends when they were in China. China is a very traditional country. They may still have a marriage contract. Ziming flew here from China immediately after a phone call. Judging from this situation, she must love Ziming very much, right? Carolina murmured to herself on the bed, and suddenly she shook her head severely and cursed herself. What am I thinking about? Why should I think about this? Ziming is such an excellent man. Isn't it normal for him to have a girlfriend? Then Carolina looked around irritably, and then complained, why is this room so quiet? I don't know how the soundproofing effect is. If it's not good, I can hear any noise there. This is shameful. But if their boyfriend and girlfriend have not seen each other for so long, there must be something. Damn Carolina, why do you want this? It has nothing to do with you as a bitch. You are not allowed to think up. But Carolina said this in her mouth, but her eyes couldn't help but look at the wall next door, and said in a panicked tone, it seems that there is a sound coming from over there. These men are really not good things. This guy Ming is also a bastard pervert. Are you so anxious? Can't you wait for me to fall asleep and do those disgusting things? Don't you know that your actions are annoying and make people sleepless? While talking, Carolina stretched out her powder fist and beat her pillow a few times, as if it were Ziming. It's disgusting to keep talking about things. Carolina is really angry. Although she is still a girl and was born in the same traditional country as the Soviet Union, she went to the United States for some reasons. She has been exposed to open culture for several years. I also understand. Now that Ziming and Suhan live in the next room, it is inevitable that there will be some messy things in their heads. Of course, the most important thing here is that Carolina herself doesn't understand why she thinks so much and why she is so angry. But Carolina wanted to be angry or to eat. She still remembered that when she was in the car today, Suhan apologized to Ziming so wronged, and Ziming comforted her greatly and said that it didn't matter. Carolina was also in the car at that time, sitting in the front. She felt very uncomfortable when she heard Ziming comforting Suhan, even though she knew that Suhan was Ziming's girlfriend, and she herself was only Ziming's girlfriend, an interpreter, but she just feels uncomfortable. Until now, she knew that Ziming and Suhan were sleeping in the same bed, and she would definitely do something. She felt even more uncomfortable. However, if Carolina had the courage to open Ziming's room door secretly at this time, she would understand that she was all her own random thoughts, because in the next room, Ziming was indeed sleeping in the same room as Suhan. They have a bed, but they haven't done anything inappropriate for children, and even due to some regulations of the relevant departments and internet anti-pornography, the two of them didn't even take off their pajamas. The situation of the 760 and the 8 Treasure Kanji factory has stabilized, and the township industrial park has become the economic center of the entire Lianyang city. After the spring festival this year, many people did not choose to go south to Lingnan to work, but instead came to work there. Now not only many enterprises in the city, but also many enterprises in the province, have come to negotiate with us about settlement. On the bed, Suhan told Ziming about the situation in Lianyang, but she also knew that these were planned before Ziming left, so she said, Du Peng's listed company in Nanjian also got up. Yes, I heard that he has made tens of millions in the stock market alone. Now he has a lot of influence in Lingnan and Yanjing, so this time Ziming, if you ask for goods, we will be able to prepare them right away. Ziming said hard to Suhan, then all these things are ready now? Suhan nodded and said, the goods have been loaded on the train and waited at the Manzulai railway station. As long as the procedures here are passed, they will be able to leave immediately. After speaking, Suhan asked Ziming again, then your chief market's inventory is really so exhausted? If it's not really bottomed out, I wouldn't be so anxious to let Xio and prepare for you in China. Do you know that Tong Gang and Li Cheng are rich in Hong Kong City, especially the chairman of the ship King, Tong? There are partners all over the world. Give him a little time and he will be able to collect a lot of goods. But it is a pity that there is not so much time now, Ziming said. It turned out to be like this, Su-Han said. But is it true that North Russia is a daily necessities? But isn't this a superpower that can compete with the United States? Isn't this a superpower that is much stronger and richer than ours? We all grew up since we were young. I grew up listening to the name of this country. Didn't we all ask them to support us before? How come we have been defeated like this now? It is a bit unbelievable. Ziming smiled and rubbed Su-Han's face and said, this matter doesn't seem to be what we should care about. This is the situation on their side anyway. As long as we can make our money, it's fine. Su-Han's expression was relieved. That's true. Consul Jiang called to say that he had already contacted Eugenes. I only hope that there will be a good result tomorrow. I'm not talking about this, Ziming said to Su-Han. What I want to say is that I have been abroad for several months, so don't you miss me? Facing Ziming's question, Su-Han pursed his mouth and said, how dare I miss you? Aren't you pretty cool here? That Karolina is very beautiful, and it happens to be the type you like. Ziming laughed when he heard Su-Han's words. Is Mike Xiaohan jealous? Su-Han wanted to say no, but she couldn't say what she said, because she knew that she was indeed jealous. And she was jealous the first time she saw Karolina at the gate of the consulate. Not only because she is very beautiful, although Ziming also explained that it was only his guide and translator on the North Russian side, but based on a woman's instinct, Su-Han knew that the woman must also like Ziming. Su-Han lightly leaned his head on Ziming's chest and said cowardly, I'm sorry Ziming. I know you are a very good man. There will definitely be women who like you. I've seen it when I was in China, Sister Mu King and Xiaolin, but when I came to Crisco and saw Karolina, I would still be jealous, and I would still feel very uncomfortable. Ziming, do you think I am very bad? How come? This is how you care about me, Ziming said. Su-Han wanted to say something, but Ziming said to her first, okay, Xion, you think we haven't seen each other for months. Shouldn't we put aside those unnecessary worries and make love? What about those things? What's the matter? Su-Han stared at Ziming with a pair of big black eyes. Su-Han didn't react for the first time. It was not until she saw Ziming's eyes that she suddenly understood it, and suddenly turned her pretty face flushed. Biting his lips, he stammered and said, I've been on the plane for almost 20 hours, and now I'm very tired and I just want to sleep. Hearing what Su-Han said, Ziming had to sigh deliberately and said, that seems to be really helpless. Since Mike Xiaohan is angry and tired, I have to find another room to not disturb you. Said that Ziming was about to get up from the bed, but at this moment Su-Han stretched out and took Ziming's hand. Ziming looked down at her. Where did Su-Han dare to face Ziming's gaze, blushing, and said, actually, it's okay for me to rest later. Anyway, tomorrow's meeting with Eugenes is scheduled in the afternoon. In fact, Su-Han's voice at this time was like a cat, but Ziming's downwind ears could still be heard clearly. He immediately turned over and pressed Su-Han on top of him, looking at her condescendingly. Su-Han was instinctively shy and wanted to turn his head over, but Ziming first kissed it forcefully. At the same time, Ziming's big hand slid restlessly to Su-Han's waist, unfastened the belt of his pajamas, and dexterously reached in. Just as the woman under her groaned coquettishly from Kyung's nose, she arched her body subconsciously. She didn't know if it was unbearable, or if she hoped that Ziming could violate it more vigorously. Then a very cute pink pajama was thrown out of the quilt. The pajama is an imported brand. Not only the workmanship and fabrics are very elegant, but even the style is very beautiful. It can also be seen that its owner must be a very woman. But now these are useless, because it was cruelly stripped from its owner, and casually discarded on the ground. And after this pajamas, the underwear that was more intimate than its owner was also thrown out. Finally, amidst the low roar of a man and the suppressed moan of a woman, the big bed began to creak and shake. Chapter 99, 10 million a train? At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, Ziming brought Du Peng, Su-Han and Lee Cheng-tong to the coffee shop of Hotel 1. They had already made an appointment with Zhang Hui, and Zhang Hui would bring Eugene over to the appointment with them. Let's talk about the railway procedures. Don't worry, Manager Su, this time we are transporting goods to help this country tide over the difficulties. And Consul Zhang has also contacted the Malin Palace. There will definitely be no problems. I also believe that the North Russians are all. He is very magnanimous and doesn't care about little things. Maybe Mr. Eugene's, he has forgotten about it a long time ago. Maybe, Miss Carolina. Did you think? Seeing that Su-Han was still a little nervous and uneasy, Li Cheng began to persuade Su-Han a few words, and finally turned to ask Carolina, which made Carolina nod in surprise. That's it. It must be. Since Carolina has always been very elegant and mature in front of them, seeing her distracted now, Li Cheng and Tong Gang can't help being a little surprised. Zhu Ming understands this a little bit, because when he got up this morning, when he and Su-Han walked out of the room and met Carolina in the living room, she behaved very strangely, blushing and lowering her head. She didn't dare to look at Zhu Ming. Glancing at Su-Han, he was like a mistress who was bumped into by his wife. If Zhu Ming hadn't held Su-Han's hand at this time, he would have thought that he had spent the night in Carolina's room. In fact, Zhu Ming is also a little vacant compared to Carolina. He is not a real wood, so how could he not feel Carolina's heart for him? But I have never pierced the layer of window paper with her. And of course I don't know how to pierce the layer of window paper. Now that I live in the same room with Su-Han so openly, I just happened to be seen by her in the morning, which really made Zhu Ming feel a little headache. God knows if she will be angry. I was a little excited when I reunited with Su-Han last night. I don't know how the sound insulation of the room will affect her next door. Maybe it's not a problem at all to replace it with the romantic and yuppie look Xiaobu, but first of all, you must have the ability to not touch the body of the Chinese leaves. Zhu Ming obviously does not, so he has no idea how to deal with it. I don't know how to tell Carolina that even though I am a reborn person, I really have no experience in dealing with women, so I can only drag things here in the end. But at this time Su-Han suddenly held Carolina's hand and said to her, "Dear Miss Carolina, today's affairs are very important to me and Zhu Ming. I know your background is very noble and a very responsible girl. Then I believe you will be our translator today, right?" Su-Han's remarks surprised both Li Cheng and Tong Gang, because her words were just right, and they didn't expect that the women besides Zhu Ming were very capable except for being pretty. Needless to say, Lin Muking in Hong Kong City is already the chairman of the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund. Her strategic plan for joint investment is that even people like Li Cheng and Tong Gang must nod their heads, otherwise they too. She wouldn't be so relieved to hand over the company to her completely, but thought that Su-Han, who seemed very young, would be the same before she came out of China. When Carolina heard this, she was stunned for a moment, then put away her dazed look just now, nodded and said, "Manager Su, don't worry, he'll definitely be able to do it well." Carolina was also irritated by Su-Han, because she had seen Su-Han's excellent side and recognized the woman's excellence, but her pride and self-esteem did not allow herself to lose to Su-Han. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhang Hui took 3 North Russians into the coffee shop. Seeing him walk in, Zhu Ming and Li Cheng-tong both stood up. Zhang Hui introduced them to each other, but they didn't need to. They also recognized Zhu Ming at a glance. There is no other reason. Yesterday they heard of Mr. Eugene's deeds from Du Peng and Su-Han, and today they saw the nouveau riche ring bracelet in his hand. It's hard for people to think about it. Zhu Ming and Li Cheng-tong just greeted Eugene's, and Eugene's also said, "Are these friends from China?" "Hello, I am Eugene's." What Eugene's said stopped abruptly at this point, because he saw Du Peng and Su-Han who were following Zhu Ming, raised his eyebrows and said, "Why are you here?" It seems that this world really is little. Eugene's can speak Chinese. His Chinese is very poor, but he can definitely make people understand the meaning. Therefore, Du Peng could guess that some things cannot be avoided. So he took the initiative to stand up and say to Eugene, "Hello, Mr. C, I am very glad to see you here. But I am not so happy to see you, Eugens said without giving face to face. This made Ziming and Li Chengtong sigh in their hearts. It seems that this Siberian tycoon is really hard to serve. But Eugens didn't finish talking and left. He sat down, and then greeted Ziming and Zhang Hu and said, "Sit down, everyone. What are you standing here for? I heard from your consul Zhang that you have something to do. Do you want to discuss with me? What the hell is it?" Li Cheng and Tong Gang looked at each other, and they both saw dignity in each other's eyes, because even though this Eugens had some quirks in his personality, he still had some tricks. But with such a stance, he allowed himself to be occupied. Taking the initiative, it seems that you really can't underestimate anyone. Regardless of their personality, anyone who can reach a certain position is simply impossible without their own means. Of course it's good. But although Mr. Yukins can speak Chinese, he doesn't know much about our Chinese culture. For us, we usually let the guests sit first, which is more polite. Ziming said to Eugens, greeted Du Peng, Suhan and Li Chengtong just sitting down, and facing Ziming's words. Eugens also gave him a high look but did not speak. When everyone sat down, Ziming asked Elena to greet him with coffee and snacks. Zhang Hu also said to Eugens at this time, "Mr. Eugens is like this Mr. Ziming and Mr. Tong Gang Li. Mr. Cheng has a batch of goods eager to ship from China to Crisco. We know that Mr. Eugens has a great say in Siberia, so we hope that Mr. Eugens can give more help." Is it such a simple thing? It's easy to say, I am also a businessman, as long as you can give me enough benefits. Everything can be discussed, Yukins said very generously. However, what he said next was not so magnanimous. He stretched out 5 fingers. "Well, as long as you can pay me $10 million for a train, the Siberian Railway can be opened for you." Facing Eugen's request, Li Cheng and Tong Gang took a breath at the time. Ziming frowned and said, "Mr. Eugens, we all sincerely want to do business here in North Russia. Please don't joke, Mr. Yukins." "I'm kidding." "Who was kidding you? How much money can you make with your entire train?" "What's weird about I want to draw 10 million out of it?" Eugens said of course, but then he patted his forehead. "But I seem to forgot to ask you, what business do you plan to do? If it is a prohibited item, it won't work. If it's a high-priced item, the fee must be increased." This time Suhan rushed to answer, "Mr. Eugens, it's not high-priced items or contraband, just some of the most common daily necessities, such as clothes, shoes and socks." Eugens was stunned when he heard Suhan's answer, and then laughed. "What kind of a ghost I think? Just some of the most common daily necessities. Are you embarrassed to use rail transportation? You are also embarrassed to find me, is it? It seems that you Chinese are just as promising." Eugens said that Ziming stopped doing it. "Mr. Eugens is wrong to say that. Now the basic daily necessities in northern Russia are scarce. Even the most common daily necessities have very good sales and huge profits. Eugens is a native of North Russia and has been in Crisco for a while. I wonder if Mr. Eugens has heard of the Chief Market?" Eugens asked with a loud voice. "I know the Chief Market. Why is that the place for you people?" Ziming nodded and replied, "Yes. Now Chief Market has established a management company, which is jointly funded by us." Eugens laughed loudly. "That's it. I said that the place that I have never heard of in Chief Market suddenly jumped up. It turns out that you are behind the scenes, but you only sell some daily necessities. You Chinese people have too shallow vision. What kind of money can you make from these things? It's better to sell jewelry and antiques. Your China is not an ancient civilization. There should be a lot of antiques." At this time, Zhang Hui could not help but remind Eugens, "Mr. Eugens, it is illegal to smuggle antiques." Eugens nodded suddenly. "I forgot that, Consul Zhang, you are still here. So let's talk about it in private at the time. We will definitely make a lot of money." Ziming said to Eugens, "Mr. Eugens, I don't think I need to talk about this in private, because now I only hope that Mr. Eugens can relax a little bit on the railway procedures and help us more. Busy." "Mr. Ziming, if you say that, I don't understand." "I didn't say that I don't help. As long as you give me 10 million tolls for each train, I will be happy to help. Yukins said, of course. I think you are only in the daily necessities business. I am afraid that you can't afford the money. Then you still don't think about international trade? I am a financial tycoon and I have no interest in cooperating with the grocery store owner. Eugen stood up as he said, scanning the faces of Ziming and Du Peng Suhan with disdain, and finally said, of course, if you have anything else you want to cooperate with, I won't mind. But this group of Chinese scum seems to have only this ability. Chapter 100 The Knife Behind Eugen's. Why do you still seem very unconvinced? If you are going to bring some gold and silver jewelry, or luxury goods such as antique calligraphy and painting, or else it is an important strategic material, I can still look up. You glanced at it, but you told me that you were just going to bring some daily necessities over, so I'm sorry, I have a lot of time. And I don't have time to play this house game with you. Eugen shook his head regretfully, and finally said to Zhang Hui, Consul Zhang, I came here today because of your face, but you also have to understand that I am a businessman who is moving towards the financial world, but I have no time. After asking about these things, you Chinese people are really too self-righteous. You must understand that this is the North Russian Republic, the original superpower, not your poor country. After speaking, Eugen also deliberately spit on the ground before he walked out of the cafe swaggeringly, and watching him leave behind. Du Peng smashed the table bitterly. This Eugen is so arrogant. Compared with Du Peng, Tong Gang and Li Chengqing were calmer. Although they were very angry with Eugen's attitude just now, they were able to suppress their anger and consider the current priorities. If this Siberian master really wants to make things difficult for us on purpose, I'm afraid it would be better for us to transfer from Central Asia, otherwise I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. Tong Gang said. Li Cheng next to him also nodded in agreement, but their eyes were all on Ziming. Ziming frowned, and suddenly said something that everyone hadn't expected. The attitude of Eugen's today is a bit strange. He seems to be deliberately going to oppose us, not only not cooperating with us, but also mocking us. Everyone stared at Ziming dumbfounded, and didn't understand how Ziming made such a judgment. Li Cheng said to Ziming, why do you think so, little brother Ziming? This Eugen's also has an identity, character. Isn't it just because of misunderstanding? When Suhan heard Li Cheng say this, she also hurriedly said to Ziming, otherwise, I will ask him to apologize. He calmed down. Before Suhan finished speaking, Ziming interrupted her and said, Xion, what are you talking about here? Suhan hurriedly explained, it's not Ziming, I just want to help you do this, because you said that you are in urgent need of the goods now. It will be more troublesome from the Central Asian side, if it can be solved simply. This time, Suhan still didn't finish what he said, and was interrupted by Ziming again. Xion, I didn't mean that. I mean, what happened today may not have anything to do with you. You forgot what Dong Li said just now. Is he? If he is really such a stingy person, I don't think he can become the master of Siberia. You must know that he is only an illegitimate child, not a person with a lot of resources in his hands. Ziming, do you mean that there are other reasons for this? Suhan said blankly, but how is this possible? Ziming, you deliberately coaxed me. Ziming hadn't spoken yet, and Tong Gang suddenly said at this time, Ziming, you mean that Eugen's attitude today may have been influenced by the Malin Palace? It doesn't have to be only Malin Palace. Maybe there is also the influence of Mr. Maita. Ziming guessed. Facing Ziming's speculation, Li Cheng and Tong Gang were surprised. Even Suhan stopped talking, because from their reaction, their situation on Crisco's side was indeed not good. As for Mr. Maita, Ziming also told her on the phone that it was a very large Western power, and this power colluded with the new North Russian government, saying that it is not impossible to have such a strong control. Of course, there is a more important point, that is, the relationship between Mr. Ziming and the two parties is not good, and it is reasonable for them to take a knife behind their backs. If this is the case, then it seems that they are going to push our turf market to a dead end. Tong Gang sighed and said, he thought for a while and asked, then we can find this Eugene again. Mr. C discusses it more. If he just asks for money, it will be easy. Transportation by train from the country is only a stopgap measure. As long as we can pass the current barrier, it will be fine when my ship arrives. Tong Gang's remarks were very constructive, but no one spoke at this time, because Eugene's couldn't even call a lion's mouth. It was deliberate at all. They posted it like this to show that they were slaughtered. Yes, I'm afraid that it won't do anything after taking the money. That's really helpless. In silence, Zhang Hui stood up, and he said to Ziming, there is still something going on at the consulate, so I'll take a step forward. If you have any help, you can come to me at any time. Hearing Zhang Hui's words, Ziming and the others realized that the consul was still here, so they all stood up and apologized to him, said thankful words, and sent him away respectfully. After all, he was just performing his duties. There is no need to stay here anymore. After sending away Zhang Hui, Ziming and the others sat down again. Ziming said, if the matter is not so urgent, I will talk to him slowly, but now, let's talk to him again. But my opinion is that we should not hold any hope for him. It is best to kill him. Ziming's words shocked Li Cheng and Tong Gang. They looked at each other and looked a little worried, while Du Peng on the other side laughed. Ziming, I support you. To give these foreign devils humbly, those who come to find faults like Eugene's, we should help his parents teach them how to behave. A group of Chinese scums don't look at what they're like. I really don't understand what Mr. Meta thinks. I feel that I am wasting my time by coming here today. Downstairs of Hotel 1, Eugene scolded and got into his car, looked up at the hotel's high-rise building, and said, but the little girl looks more and more flavorful. The translation just now is also very good. Fucking. Does this Chinese man open a women's training center? But if this guy is willing to hand over these two women to me, the train crossing matter is not completely negotiable. Eugene's touched the ring on his thumb and muttered to himself, while grinning smugly. The driver in front asked Eugene's where he was going. Eugene said, of course he went back to Mr. Matar, you idiot. Then the driver drove the car back to Villa number 8 and parked in the parking lot. Young William greeted him at the door and led Eugene's into the back garden of the villa. Matu and David were drinking coffee in the back garden at this time. Seeing Eugene's coming, Matu waved to him, dear Mr. Eugene's, come here. I have a little civet coffee from a friend. The rich feeling like chocolate will definitely make you aftertaste infinite. Really? Then I have to taste it. Eugene sat next to Mater as he said. Mater brought a cup, and Davy poured him a glass. Eugene took a sip and exclaimed, because this kind of coffee is formed through special fermentation, so his taste is only this one. Matu explained a little more, and then asked Eugene's, just now Eugene's, you went to hotel number 1, over there. How is it going? Facing Mr. Mater's question, Eugene said nonchalantly, Mr. Mater's not that I said you, just those Chinese scum don't need your attention at all. I went there just now, they really asked me to let go of the railway. Mr. Mater, do you know what kind of goods they are going to transport? They actually want to transport daily necessities here by train. These guys who sell groceries. Where is Mr. Mater worthy of your attention? This is because his chief market needs these now. Matu answered simply. Eugene still said, Mr. Matar, I understand that the chief market is indeed hot now, but the daily necessities are small things after all. Even if the entire chief market is sold short, it will cost hundreds of millions of new rubles. If you can't make it into a big climate, it's like you, Mr. Matar. If you just manipulate the financial market, it will be tens of billions of dollars in profits. So Mr. Eugenes, you didn't promise them, did you? Matu asked. Of course, Mr. Matar, I can do your request. Eugenes said, I told them that if they are willing to pay me 10 million tolls for a train, I will help them. Mater was obviously not satisfied with this answer. He frowned and asked, but what if they are really willing to pay the toll? Eugene still replied nonchalantly, then I will collect the money first. But I will not help them. What can they do with me? This is North Russia but not Yenching. Matter then felt relieved. That's good. It seems that you are still very measured, Mr. Eugenes. Finally, Matu and Eugens chatted for a while. Eugens got up and left, and Mata got up to drive him in the car personally. Seeing Eugens's car leaving behind, David Ayer said to Mata with some worry, "Mr. Mata, is this Eugens reliable?" "Why do I think he is unreliable?" "This is due to his character. He is not a very stable person himself. It is the current turbulent situation in North Russia that has created him." Matu explained to him, "As for whether he is reliable, it doesn't matter, because I only need him to hold Zhu Ming's side. Eugens is a very greedy person. You can see that he speaks 10 million it rain. This may not be an excuse, but he really wants it." Dave thought for a while and said, "Isn't it troublesome? Because that Zhu Ming is a very powerful character, maybe he will give it to him, or he will simply kill Eugens, no matter what the result is." "This is not good news." "It doesn't matter," Mata said, "because Eugen's task is to hold Zhu Ming. As long as the chief market can be sold out, his value will be reached." Davis' eyes lit up. "Mr. Mata, do you mean we should help Zhu Ming again?" "Of course it is necessary. Our Chinese friends are doing such a prosperous business. How can we not take part in it?" Mata said to William, "William, bring some people with you tomorrow. Let's also go to Chief Market and buy more things to come back and give him more light on his business." "I know, Mr. Meta," William said.